Chapter 628. Female Literature, What Does This Have to Do with What's Happening Now? Ancestor Shui was shocked, but it was not the right time to talk about this. I don't know, but I feel like there's a connection. Also, if I'm not wrong, Evil Sword Hanyu wants to become a god. Shui Xingchuan said. While the two were talking, the pressure from the sword aura became even stronger. The small world was also changing constantly. Sword Slave, Demon God Extreme Ice, to become a god. The Shui clan's ancestor was in a complete mess. He couldn't find a single clue. And at this moment, the dark berserk and even terrifying power had already suppressed them. Damn it, this time I'm going to die here. His heart was filled with sorrow. At this moment, snowflakes started to fall in this small world. These snowflakes were not ordinary snowflakes, they were the condensation of terrifying demonic power. The appearance of such power was like adding fuel to the fire for many supremacies. At this moment, they suddenly felt their life force drain away. Damn it, my life force, there's a powerful and terrifying existence that wants to devour my life force. At this moment, the supremacies were wailing. Ancestor Shui was the one who felt it the most. His life force was already weak, and now that it was being sucked away, it was even more terrifying. I understand now. This evil sword Cold Jade actually wants to sacrifice us directly. Damn it, it wants to sacrifice us to awaken this small world and become a god, it wants to become a god. Ancestor Shui began to roar. At this moment, he finally guessed the evil sword's intention. Evil sword Cold Jade was a divine sword, and it was above all other divine swords. For some unknown reason, after he killed the saint, he had his own ambitions. Gods were an illusory legend. When a saint's power broke through to the limit, his small world could replace the big world, and he became a god. What Hanyu was doing now was to awaken the world of extreme ice. If I'm not wrong, this evil sword wants to sacrifice this small world and make it hers, then use it as a foundation to walk on the path to becoming a god. Damn it! Old Ancestor Shui's wisdom was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he had already guessed everything. But what was the use of guessing it? Now, he had become a turtle in a jar. In the eyes of ordinary people, his methods were exceedingly powerful. But in front of this person, he was like a weak child. At this moment, the small world of extreme ice had become their cage. No, to be more precise, it was their coffin, their burial ground. At this time, the Sanluo Hall expert at the very front had been directly killed, along with everything connected to the Sanluo bone god. Behind him, two other venerables followed in his footsteps. The fall of the three venerables was so sudden. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor was there any terrifying resistance. They just silently fell like this. At this point, all of the surviving venerable ones no longer had any thoughts of being lucky. Run! Leave this damned place as soon as possible. Only then will there be hope for survival. That was all they could think of at the moment. Alas, it was too late for them to run now. The terrifying glacier directly went against the sky and turned into a gigantic and ferocious devil's claw. Such a terrifying devil's claw contained an extremely domineering aura that could crush everything. This terrifying power crushed the hope in the venerables' hearts. Under the power of this devil's claw, these venerables who were already in conflict began to be attracted over. Their magic power was clearly exceedingly high, but at this time, they were like fish on the chopping block, without any strength at all. At this time, a strong gale began to dance in the sky. This terrifying whistling sound seemed to be the final song of life. Fear, terror, trembling, despair. These emotions filled the hearts of all the venerables. Even Shui Xingchuan couldn't resist this pessimism. Though he had never underestimated this evil sword Cold Jade, he still underestimated its terrifying power. Dead, everyone will die here. Fortunately, he sent Su Yen out at the last moment. Firstly, he exchanged that favor. Secondly, Su Yan would probably take good care of Shui Dong for his sake. He could barely die without regrets. Just as he was laughing bitterly, Ancestor Shui appeared in front of him. At this moment, Ancestor Shui's white hair was dancing wildly. His face had become extremely haggard. Although he had never been that young due to the passage of time, the current him was simply old and clumsy. Shui Xingchuan, listen to this old man. Right now, this old man is going to activate his secret technique and focus all of his power on you. With this old man's power, your cultivation will instantly soar. Take advantage of this moment and try to leave this place. No matter what, you have to try. Ancestor Shui's roar stunned Shui Xingchuan. He didn't expect Shui Xingchuan to make such a decision. Back then, the reason he left the Shui family was related to this Ancestor Shui. In fact, many people didn't know that the Ancestor Shui had made a decision back then. Possession. More than 20 years ago, the Ancestor Shui had started to worry about his lifespan. In order to prolong his life, he had asked the sect master to let him comprehend the Taixing sword. Unfortunately, he had failed. At that time, his pursuit of life could be considered crazy. Therefore, in his madness, he had made a crazy decision, and that was to possess. Shui Xingchuan, who rose like a star, had given him hope. His body had started to wither, and his soul had also started to weaken. However, if he could possess Shui Xingchuan, he would be reborn in another way. Moreover, because of Shui Xingchuan's body, his power would become even stronger. He might even break through his limits and break through to become a Dao sovereign. It was because of this that Shui Xingchuan had left the Taihang sword faction and escaped into these ruins. It was because of this that the upper echelons of the Taihang sword faction had been so secretive about this matter. It was because of the Ancestor Shui's greed. It was also because of this that Shui Xingchuan didn't have a good impression of the Shui clan. He even hated this Ancestor Shui. In the past, the Ancestor Shui was willing to do anything to kill Shui Xingchuan. But now, he was willing to give up his life to find a way out for Shui Xingchuan. The Ancestor Shui directly said, "What are you waiting for? There's not much time left. This devouring power is getting stronger and stronger." Just as he had said, the suction force of the small world had become even stronger with the death of that dark Azura Hall elder. Moreover, as time passed, the suction force would probably become even more terrifying. If they didn't make a decision now, they would all die here. Shui Xingchuan directly shouted, "No, old geezer, if you use this secret art, your soul will perish for eternity. You won't even have a chance to reincarnate." This secret art of the Shui clan required burning one's soul to forcibly inject one's own power into the opponent's body. However, the price of this secret art was extremely high. The soul would disappear for eternity. Generally speaking, the souls of powerful venerables could be reincarnated even if they died, or they could be preserved through other means. Just like Venerable Ghost Flame, Venerable White Bone, and the others had preserved their souls. Although their bodies were dead, they still had their consciousness and there was still hope for resurrection one day. However, when the soul was burned, it would completely turn into ashes. Everything would dissipate. This was an extremely serious, no, a terrible price to pay. Moreover, even if the person who used this secret art obtained all the power, it would still dissipate with the passage of time. Therefore, almost no one would use such a secret technique because the losses would outweigh the gains. The Ancestor Shui who used to do anything to obtain his own life, including killing his own descendant, now had to give up everything, including his soul, to help Shui Xingchuan. Cut the crap. Take it. After roaring, the Shui clan ancestor began to circulate his own power. A thick radiance soared into the sky. This blazing flame was perhaps the most dazzling radiance of the Shui clan ancestor's life. Shui Xingchuan, this old man truly did something wrong to you back then. This matter was also the worst decision this old man has made in this life. However, seeing that this old man has spent his entire life for the Shui clan, if you can safely leave this place, then you must properly protect the Shui clan, properly protect the Taihang sword faction. In the blink of an eye, the Shui clan ancestor's voice had become extremely thin, and in the end, it had completely vanished. Such an expert of a generation had died just like that. Not even his final mark had been left behind. At this moment, Shui Xingchuan suddenly felt an indescribable pressure. Damn it, you old thing, you schemed against this old man when you were alive, and now you're doing this in death. This old man is truly unwilling. Shui Xingchuan looked up at the black hole in the sky. That was the final exit of this small world. If he couldn't leave this small world before the black hole closed, he would remain here for all eternity. Since old geezer Shui had fought for one last chance for him, he had to try no matter what. An unprecedented power erupted. Although the Shui clan ancestor's cultivation was not obvious due to his old age, he was still a true five essences expert. Chapter 629. Female literature. Shui Xingchuan's power was already very strong. Now that he had received a direct infusion of power from a non-origin realm expert, his power was even more terrifying. At this moment, he even felt that he had begun to break through the realm of Tao Master. With the support of such a powerful aura, he immediately broke free of control and began to fly towards the last black spot in the sky. That black spot was his last chance. If he could not leave before the black spot disappeared, he would probably end up like the venerables here. He would be killed directly and his spiritual energy would be sucked dry. Therefore, no matter what, he had to leave. The distance between this place and the black spot wasn't too far. In fact, it even felt like it was right in front of them. However, such a close distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch it. Damn it! Shui Xingchuan roared angrily in his heart. He had already used up all his strength, but at this moment, his body was still being pulled by this huge force. He moved at the speed of a turtle. The evil sword Cold Jade's own strength was naturally not so strong, but Shui Xingchuan now understood that the evil sword Cold Jade had started to set up a trap from a long time ago. It continued to gather all its strength and then exploded in one day. Even he could not break this terrifying accumulation of power. What was worse was that the black hole was about to close. His hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. When the black hole truly closed, it would be the time to sentence him to death. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. Supreme sun-shattering slash. An incomparably bright and blazing light appeared directly. The dazzling light shone out and forcibly stopped the shrinking of the black hole. Seeing this scene, Shui Xingchuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. At this moment, Su Yan's voice directly entered his ears. "Senior, hurry up. I can't hold on for long." Shui Xingchuan immediately woke up. It was actually Su Yan. This kid who had already left had actually come back to get involved in this mess. Now it seemed that he owed him even more. However, he understood that this was definitely not the time to be in a daze. He directly urged his strength and then suddenly accelerated. The traction force became more and more terrifying, and his speed became slower and slower, but he still worked hard. If he stopped, he would die. Only by moving forward could he find a way to survive. In front of such power, he was absolutely clear about his priorities. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. There seemed to be flames burning in his pupils. Right now, he was risking his life to support the black hole. If it wasn't for a terrifying sword move like the supreme sun-shattering slash, he wouldn't have been able to do it at all. Unfortunately, although he had tried his best, as time passed, the power supporting him gradually decreased. If this continued, he would immediately be killed by the black hole. It was time for him to leave. This was what Su Yan's rationality told him. However, at this time, Su Yan had no intention of giving up at all. No matter how difficult it was, he did not want to give up so easily at this time. Endless light flickered in his eyes. This was the flame formed by his resolute will. As he urged his strength, the two dragon souls in his pupils directly rushed out. The dragon souls circled around his body, causing his strength to become slightly stronger. It was also because of this that he was finally able to persist in supporting the black hole. Finally, when Su Yan's strength was about to be exhausted, Xue Xingchuan had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were only 3 meters apart, but it was this 3 meters distance that seemed to have become a natural moat. The power of the small world had erupted to its peak, and 2 more venerables were directly killed. One of them was an expert from the Wang family of the Taihang sword faction. The great ancestor of the Wang family and the great ancestor of the Feng family did not come personally this time. After all, at that time, the sect master had already said that this trip was likely to be very risky. If they were not careful, they would directly die. Naturally, the 2 great ancestors would not personally take the risk, so this time, it was the other experts from the family who followed. After all, they still wanted to have a share of the loot. However, at this time, the venerable one from the Wang family died just like that. "Senior, hurry up." Su Yan gritted his teeth. He was already at his limit from withstanding such a huge pressure. If this continued, his body would probably be directly crushed. After all, he was currently only in the dragon realm. He was able to reach this stage because of his terrifying combat strength, his strong body, and the regal sword codex. At this time, Xue Xingchuan suddenly sighed. The power that the great ancestor of the Xue family had instilled into him had begun to fade. He could no longer take half a step forward, and even had the tendency to retreat. "Su Yan, you brat, I'm already very happy that you can do this. Now, get lost." He knew that at this time, he was most likely going to die, but he did not want Su Yan to die here, so he just angrily scolded him. At this time, a voice was heard. "Don't panic." These 2 words calmly sounded, but they gave people endless confidence. Almost at the same time that the voice sounded, Su Yan felt that his entire body was indescribably relaxed. The berserk power no longer posed any pressure to him. Not only him, but Xue Xingchuan also felt the same. Moreover, this voice sounded very familiar. It seemed that he had not heard this voice for almost 20 years. Faction Master. Xue Xingchuan finally saw the face of this person in his mind. At this very moment, the only one who could possess such power and make him so familiar with it was the mysterious sect leader of the Taixing Sword sect. It was at this moment that the black hole was directly torn apart. This feeling was like a piece of black cloth being directly torn apart. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly, and then he looked up. He did not know when this person was standing there. He had seen this person before. Back when he and Wang Baichuan fought, when both of them were almost exhausted, this person made a move. In just a few moves, he and Wang Baichuan fell into a deep sleep at the same time, and then lost consciousness. At that time, he only felt that this person was a god. Later on, of course, he found out the identity of this person. He was the faction master of the Taihang sword faction, mysterious and powerful. Around him, the violent space directly stabilized. The wind was calm, and there was not the slightest fluctuation. At this time, the expert of the Divine Wind sect finally couldn't resist anymore. He was directly pulled over and landed on the giant glacial claw. The giant glacial claw grabbed him and directly crushed him. After that, his flesh and divine soul power dissipated and was swallowed by the small world. Next was a venerable from the Feng clan. After this venerable bitterly held on, he was finally out of strength. Just as he was about to be caught by the giant glacier claw, the glacier claw actually shattered in an instant. And there was one more person in front of him. Seeing this person, the light of hope was released from his desperate eyes. Faction Master, it's actually the Faction Master. He did not expect that the Faction Master would directly come and save him at this time. Faction Master, save me. A dignified venerable actually directly shouted such words. However, under such circumstances, it was considered normal. Even venerables were so fragile at the juncture of life and death. The faction master of the Divine Sword sect nodded directly, and then said, "Don't worry, everything is up to me." He waved his hand, and an endless amount of sword chi directly burst out. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have begun to fight with the fierce wind, with the glacier, and with the entire world. In an instant, the roar of the fierce wind had stopped, and the terrifying whistling sound had disappeared. Everything was as if it had never happened at all. At this time, Evil Sword Hunyu's gaze fell directly on the faction master of the Taihang Sword faction. Unlike other times, there was coldness and seriousness in her eyes. The faction master of the Taihang Sword faction was really good. Even Evil Sword Hanyu, who had once killed a saint venerable, was very afraid of her. At this time, Gung Gui, who was beside her, directly rushed up. Under the stimulation of the sword chi, his potential was forced out without any regard for his own life. The powerful force directly formed a terrifying ghost shadow. This ghost shadow was larger than ever before, and the pressure it emitted was even more terrifying. His attack suddenly fell, and he wanted to directly tear the faction master of the Taihang Sword faction apart. Wherever the huge ghost claw passed, a fierce wind would suddenly burst forth. Between heaven and earth, everything began to tremble continuously. The faction master of the Taihang Sword faction seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious light. His surroundings were peaceful, as if the space he was in was no longer the mysterious small world of extreme ice. When Ghost Claw arrived in front of him, he smiled lightly, and then said, "The dignified second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall has actually become a sword slave. How sad. Seeing that you're not bad, I'll help you." As his voice fell, he directly stretched out a finger, and the shadow of a sword appeared at the tip of his finger. The light sword intent became an existence that crossed heaven and earth in the next moment. The powerful sword intent turned and directly cut the terrifying ghost claw in half. After the sword intent cut the ghost claw, it did not stop at all. Instead, it directly rushed toward Gung Gui, and then suddenly rushed into his body. At this time, Gung Gui directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed, and in the end, he fell from the sky, unconscious. Gung Gui, who had used his strongest attack after stimulating all of his potential, was directly defeated just like that. The faction master of the Taihang Sword faction once again displayed his terrifying means. At this time, the 7 venerables who were lucky enough to survive all began to shout, "Senior Taihang, please save our lives." Chapter 630. Female Literature. If this was before, these venerables would have been proud and arrogant. How could they possibly lower their heads like this? But now, in the face of the threat of death, they understood how weak they were. The appearance of the Taihang Sword faction's faction leader was a powerful backer. If they didn't hold on tight now, they might be the next ones to die. The Taihang Sword faction's faction leader nodded and said, "You can all leave now. This is not something you can participate in. Your faction leader and the others will be here soon." The Taihang Sword faction's faction leader's words made these people feel as if they had been pardoned. They went from being ambitious to begging for their lives like dogs in a matter of seconds. But they had to be strong. Now, they only felt grateful. At this moment, the evil sword Cold Jade flew up. When the venerables saw this, they couldn't care less and headed straight for the black hole in the sky. Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan stood outside the black hole, their eyes fixed on the Taihang Sword faction's faction leader. They wanted to know how their faction leader was going to deal with the terrifying evil sword Cold Jade. Die. The evil sword Cold Jade's incarnation, the cold little girl, only uttered one word. At this moment, the entire small world of extreme ice shook. The glacier turned into a sword, the wind turned into a sword, and even the earth turned into a sword. Everything had transformed into the purest form of sword chi, and the sword chi was unstoppable. This was the power of a small world. Moreover, this was because this small world didn't belong to Cold Jade. If it was his own small world, the power would be many times stronger. She has already started to refine the small world and is going to become a god? Xue Xingchuan knew that Ancestor Xue's guess was right. At this moment, the venerables calmed down and looked at the battle. Such a terrifying attack filled them with despair. They wanted to see how this senior would deal with it. At this moment, this senior had already begun to wave his arm. Then, an extremely powerful sword qi burst out. Compared to evil sword Cold Jade's endless sword qi, his sword was much more direct and simple. However, all of this made people feel an extremely terrifying power. A massive aura descended and slammed onto the ground. The violent energy vibrated continuously as the entire world started to change. This time, the radiance between heaven and earth began to surge, and the two forces began to directly confront each other. The small world of ice extinction began to shake violently. Glaciers shattered, gales died out, and the earth sank. This kind of power was actually terrifying to such an extent. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Within the Taihang sword faction, the faction leader's will was a godlike existence. Now that Su Yan had witnessed his true strength, he realized that this was indeed the case. Who would be able to withstand this kind of power? Xue Xingchuan's complexion was even more solemn than Su Yan's. His cultivation level far surpassed Su Yan's, so the things he saw were naturally much clearer than Su Yan's, and also much further in the future. Even he was shocked by the faction leader's power. Back then, this faction leader rose from nothing and defeated the experts of the three great clans with an unstoppable momentum. He took the position of faction leader in his hands, and no one could do anything about it. Even the deep-rooted three great clans were afraid of him. Now, they were even more in awe of him. Countless radiances were constantly condensing, and the powerful energy was constantly changing. The confrontation between the two was becoming more and more blurry. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said to Su Yan brat, you have great talent and unparalleled potential, so you must see this kind of battle clearly. Let me lend you a hand. Xue Xingchuan pointed with his palm, and then forced a stream of energy into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan knew that this was not his true power, but the comprehension he had seen in this battle. Su Yan was very grateful. At this moment, the battle between the two experts had become very clear in his mind. He knew very well that if not for this senior's help, he would not have been able to see it clearly. This kind of battle was really too profound. However, Xue Xingchuan was right. This kind of battle had already reached the level of law. If he could see it clearly, it would be immensely beneficial to him in the future. Thus, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and began to carefully observe this terrifying battle. At this moment, he obviously could not understand it, but he had to forcibly remember this battle in his mind, and then he began to circulate his energy. At this moment, the entire small world began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Xue Xingchuan shouted, "Taixing sword." The leader of the Taihang sword faction began to use the Taixing sword. Such a terrifying sword aura rose, and the entire world began to change. Even the venerables felt their faces hurting. This kind of power was constantly changing. The violent light flickered continuously, and this kind of power was so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes. These venerables had always been high and mighty in their own sections. As time passed, they had already developed an invincible heart. At this moment, this kind of power had already exceeded their expectations. In the sky, all the light began to sink. This was originally just a small world of nothingness, but at this moment, stars appeared in the sky. The light of the stars flickered, and no one could open their eyes. Even Xue Xingchuan himself could not see this battle clearly. This small world was completely in chaos. After all, this kind of power was too terrifying. When this kind of light burst out, the small world began to shake. At this moment, a horrifying sword shadow appeared. The light began to dissipate bit by bit, and in the end, only a divine sword was left in the world. The divine sword was proud, and the world was clear. Due to the appearance of this sword, the entire world became silent. The mysterious and unfathomable power caused everyone to feel extreme fear in their hearts. Looking at this divine sword, all the thoughts in everyone's mind died down. There was only one word, and that was reverence. Such a divine sword was terrifying beyond compare. How could it not make people feel reverence? Heaven and earth were far, and only I could do it. At this moment, everyone felt that this world was finally fixed. The leader of the Taihang sword faction was really terrifying to the extreme. His methods made people submit to him. Finally, the wind and clouds stopped, and everything began to calm down. Evil sword Cold Jade, is it going to be defeated? Su Yan asked softly. This evil sword Cold Jade was too terrifying, and it was like a huge rock that was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Everyone was looking forward to this huge rock being crushed, and at this moment, their eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Xingchuan shook his head and spat out a word, "It's going to be difficult." His words were like a judgment. The moment he finished speaking, the Taihang holy sword vibrated violently, and countless lightning bolts appeared on the blade. The lightning bolts were like long snakes, and they began to bite the Taihang holy sword. The leader of the Taihang sword faction stood quietly beside the divine sword, and then resisted this terrifying power. The terrifying power of the Cold Jade was finally fully displayed. The evil sword Cold Jade once killed a saint, and now he is finally using it. Xingchuan's entire body began to tremble. Su Yan followed his gaze, and saw a drop of blood on the little girl's forehead. She was formed by the divine sword, and she did not have a real body, so naturally, she could not have fresh blood. Therefore, this drop of blood did not belong to her, but to the saint. The blood of a saint could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the Taihang holy sword began to tremble at this moment, as if it was crying out in grief, and also as if it was roaring in anger. Such a terrifying power. Could it be that even the Taihang holy sword is unable to stop it? Although they were temporarily out of danger, if the evil sword was not defeated, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, in the sky, the radiance was descending, and everything was trembling non-stop. It was as if the entire world had begun to resonate with that powerful power. Under such power, everyone was in extreme pain, and even despair. At this moment, the leader of the Taihang sword faction spat out two words, Taihang holy sword. These two simple words seemed to have an unfathomable majesty. These two words floated in the sky, and then the powerful power continued to vibrate. In the end, the terrifying resonance actually stopped. However, the leader of the Taihang sword faction was still in a passive position. The blood of a saint contained extremely terrifying power, and at this moment, only a little of this power was released. At this moment, the girl touched the blood with her hand. A faint blood-red radiance appeared. This blood-red radiance was like a faint plum blossom, and then it began to spread in circles. The blood-red power was so strange, yet so sacred. This strange contrast tormented everyone's heart and soul. Of course, the leader of the Taihang sword faction was deeply affected. This battle had far exceeded everyone's imagination. The power of the blood of the saint was not only drowning the grandmaster of the Sublime Flow sword sect, it was even spreading out into the surroundings. This was a tremendous amount of power that was bent on taking over the entire world, before sinking all other powers within it. The small world had already devoured a lot of power. If it was completely stained by the saint's blood, then the small world would be completely refined, and the evil sword Cold Jade would truly have the qualifications to become a god. Chapter 631. Female Literature. Obviously, the Taihang divine sword could no longer resist this powerful and terrifying power. If this continued, everyone would most likely die here. This mysterious and unfathomable power made people's souls tremble. At this moment, in the distant horizon, there was a strange sound. It was a howling sound like a gale. The terrifying sound was constantly trembling, and in the end, it became a deafening sound. Everyone looked over and found that an extremely thick whirlwind had appeared. In the whirlwind, there was a bright green light shining. In the light, there was a long sword. The Divine Wind Sect's Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword. Xue Xingchuan immediately recognized the sword. The Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword was one of the top 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent. It was almost on par with the Taihang divine sword of the Taishang sword sect. No one expected that the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword would descend at this moment. The Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword had great power, and it fiercely rushed into the small world of extreme ice. Sect leader Zhang Zhe, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The person controlling the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword was a very elegant man, and his whole body was flashing with a vast aura. Zhang Zhe was naturally the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction. No one expected that these two people were old acquaintances. However, this was considered normal, because people with powerful cultivation would choose to travel the continent. It was rumored that before Zhang Zhe became the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, he almost never stayed in the sect. This sword is very evil. Senior Qing Feng, you should act quickly. The sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, was surrounded by the blood-red light. The blood-red light was like a long snake, and it was like a dragon that was constantly roaring, as if it was going to tear him apart. However, at this moment, he was not the least bit flustered, and he was still very calm. The sect leader of the Divine Wind sect, Qing Feng, nodded and said, "Brother Zhang Zhe is right." He pointed his finger, and the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword directly suppressed it. At this moment, a violent power burst out. A terrifying whirlwind appeared and headed straight for Xie Jian. At this moment, two divine swords had already struck out at the same time. The divine sword's majesty filled the sky, and its powerful force caused everyone around to tremble, even to feel fear. Divine might as vast as the sea, sword qi pierced through the heavens. At this moment, including the evil sword, icy jade, the three divine swords had unleashed their powers at the same time. At this moment, the majesty of the divine sword was fully displayed, and the small world began to tremble. After all, this was not a complete small world, but a world that was almost broken. Although it had recovered for so many years, the world was still fragile. At least, it couldn't be compared to the real big world. The three divine swords unleashed a terrifying power at the same time, causing the small world to start shaking. This time, evil sword Hunyu's eyes flashed with anger. She had set up this trap to devour the Venerable One's life and fill up the entire small world so that this broken small world could gain even more power. Only at that point would the small world be worth refining. However, at this moment, the appearance of these two old men was about to destroy the small world. The power of the Taihang Divine Sword and the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter Sword continued to surge, and the extreme violent power had reached its peak. The world of extreme ice was already on the verge of collapse, and was about to be destroyed. If this world was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to her. Therefore, no matter what, she didn't want this world to be destroyed. At this moment, the whole world was filled with endless radiance, and a terrifying gale was howling. As the two divine swords unleashed their powers at the same time, the destruction of the mysterious sky became more and more serious. In just a short while, Xie Jian Hanyu had been forced into an extremely embarrassing situation. He could either kill everyone at all costs, or he could choose to stop. Mysterious black caverns began to appear in the sky. The appearance of these caves had caused the small world to become more and more unstable. Countless lights flashed at this moment, and these were the lights that erupted from the instability of the space. No one was willing to touch these lights, because once they were swept by these lights, they would die without a burial place and be directly devoured. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen a divine sword that has turned into a human form. Let me see how powerful this divine sword is. At this moment, Taoist Qing Feng, the lord of the Wind sect, was closing in. The long sword in his hand moved again, and the sword light was waved, and the sword qi of spiritual power directly pressed forward. Under the suppression of this sword light, the cold light of evil sword Hanyu became more intense. At this time, Taoist Qing Feng's intention was very clear, and that was to destroy this small world. Taoist Qing Feng, who was able to become the lord of the Wind sect, was naturally very powerful. When he displayed his skills, it was simply earth-shattering, and it was hard to imagine. Zhang Zhe, the lord of the Taihang sword faction, also smiled gently. The Taihang divine sword had broken away from the suppression of the Holy Master's blood, and directly pressed towards the divine sword. Die! At this moment, the light in his hand flashed again, and a powerful force rushed towards evil sword Hanyu. At this moment, the three divine swords directly began a fierce battle. Ordinary people simply could not stay in the vicinity, because such a power was beyond their imagination. Under such a violent power, they were like duckweed, and could only shine continuously. Quickly, leave! Just when Su Yan was exhausting all of his spiritual power, and wanted to see through all of this, Xue Xingchuan's voice directly poured into his ears. Then, without waiting for Su Yan to react, Xue Xingchuan directly pulled Su Yan out of the small world and leaped into the sky. At this time, not only Xue Xingchuan woke up, but also the other venerables. They had already realized that under such a terrifying power, the space of this small world was beginning to be fragmented. How terrifying would the power of the small world be? Even the venerables did not dare to imagine. At that time, when the ruins were broken, the venerables were already frightened. And the destruction of the small world was definitely 100 times more terrifying than the ruins. Once contaminated by such power, they would definitely die. An extremely terrifying light pillar directly rushed into the sky, and directly spread from the small world of extreme ice to the sky. This light pillar seemed to be supporting the entire sky, and it also seemed like this light pillar was going to directly pierce the entire sky. Such power had already caused them to feel extreme fear in their hearts. At this moment, three figures directly appeared in the light pillar. Taihang Sword Faction's faction leader Zhang Zhe, Holy Wind Sect's faction leader Taoist Qing Feng, and Evil Sword Hanyu. The three of them stood in the sky in a triangular formation, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that these two powerful faction leaders were forcibly pulled out of the small world by Hanyu's power. After seeing this scene clearly, everyone's heart was even more horrified. They originally thought that these two faction leaders were strong enough, and their terrifying power was comparable to that of gods, or even comparable to gods. But at this time, it seemed that they were still in a passive state. The Taixing Divine Sword, Divine Wind Space Splitter Sword, continued to emit thunderous sounds. Behind Zhang Zhe, the Grandmaster of the Taixing Sword sect, a majestic mountain peak appeared. Of course, this was merely an illusion, but even so, it still caused people to feel an endless pressure. It was as if the entire world would be crushed under the pressure of such a terrifying power. This was the Taihang Divine Mountain. According to legend, the Taihang Divine Mountain was a mountain peak where gods lived in ancient times, and this Taihang Divine Sword was forged from a piece of divine stone in the Taihang Divine Mountain. When the power of this divine sword was directly stimulated, that violent power was stimulated to the extreme, and the terrifying power seemed to directly destroy all life. The Divine Mountain was furious, and the world was dark. At this time, this mysterious faction leader was obviously going to go all out. At this time, the sect leader of the Holy Wind sect was also the same, and the long sword in his hand also began to release endless light. The terrifying brilliance almost engulfed the entire world. The cyan brilliance was an endless whirlwind. The terrifying whirlwind swept everything, and even began to engulf the entire sky. Such power made people feel that it was already at the peak of perfection. At this time, the power of the two divine swords erupted at the same time, and directly began to fight with the power of the evil sword Cold Jade. The evil sword Cold Jade was surrounded by endless indigo light, and then the little girl's body gradually became illusory, and finally directly transformed into the original body. It was a slender long sword, and on the long sword, there were a few drops of blood. The bright red blood drop seemed to be the core of the whole world, and anyone's gaze fell on this blood drop, and would be directly attracted. At this time, the mysterious brilliance had rushed to the end of the world. The roar of the mountain, the roar of the wind, everything was directly suppressed by this sword. The real majesty of the three divine swords was also displayed at this time. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard, and the terrifying light of thunder directly fell, almost destroying everything. Xuexing Chuan and Su Yan were constantly dodging these thunder lights, and at this time, the surrounding thousands of miles was already covered by the powerful field of the three fighting. Even these powerful venerables were already in a difficult situation, and as for the surrounding land, it had been reduced to a scorched earth. At this time, Su Yan opened his mouth and said, "Senior Xuexing Chuan, the reason why the evil sword Cold Jade brought the 2 faction leaders outside of the small world, is it to protect the small world of ice?" Chapter 632. Female Literature, what are you trying to say? Xuexing Chuan frowned and asked. Since this small world of extreme ice is so important to him, why don't we use this opportunity to destroy it? Su Yan said. Even at this moment, his voice was still very calm. Destroy the small world of extreme ice. Although this sentence was simple, who would dare to have such a thought at this moment? Even Xuexing Chuan did not dare to have such a thought, but Su Yan said it out loud. His entire body began to tremble and the light in his eyes flickered. Clearly, he was considering the feasibility of Su Yan's words. Su Yan was right. This small world was the key to the evil sword god's seal of extreme ice. Although the seal of God was illusory and almost an unreal legend, the evil sword had killed an evil sword. However, it was an evil sword that had killed a sacred venerable. Such an existence was already an incredible legend. If his plan succeeded, it might really be possible for him to become a god. If such an evil sword were to become a god, it would not be a good thing for the world of the 9 states. At the very least, it would be a terrible thing for Xuexing Chuan. Because he had already offended the evil sword Cold Jade. If Cold Jade really refined the small world of extreme ice and became a god, no, even if it did not become a god, it would be extremely bad for Xuexing Chuan. Therefore, destroying the small world of extreme ice was absolutely necessary. More importantly, the evil sword Cold Jade was currently in a fierce battle with the 2 sect masters. He believed that no matter how strong the evil sword Cold Jade was, it would be very difficult for it to face the 2 sect masters. After all, if she could still be so calm at this moment, she wouldn't have revealed her true form. Xuexing Chuan finally made up his mind and said, "Okay, let's do it." He was originally a lawless person. At this moment, Su Yan, who was in the dragon realm, had such courage. There was no way he would be afraid. Therefore, as he spoke, he had already moved forward. At this moment, everyone was far away from the battlefield. However, Xuexing Chuan and Su Yan suddenly turned back. "Kid, this mission is extremely dangerous. It's not too late for you to back out now," he yelled at Su Yan. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "Senior, why do you look down on me? I, Su Yan, am not someone who is afraid of death. What's more, it's an honor to be able to witness the destruction of a small world with my own eyes." Xuexing Chuan laughed, then said, "Good, good, good, this is your own choice. If we die in there, don't blame me." With that, Xuexing Chuan raised all his strength and charged into the small world of extreme ice. At this moment, the entire world was constantly changing. That mysterious and powerful force was constantly trembling at this moment. Such power began to shake the heavens and earth. This small world had become an extremely dangerous place. The entire world was constantly spinning and danger was everywhere. If one was not careful, they would be completely trapped in this world. Su Yan and Xuexing Chuan were constantly traversing through this small world. Kid, if you want to destroy this small world, you have to find the core of this small world. I'll take you there now. It's an extremely dangerous place, but you have no way out now. Xuexing Chuan said again. At this moment, Su Yan said, Senior, you're a genius of the Xue clan. Why are you so long-winded? Su Yan's mockery had completely enraged him. His expression changed, then he said, Kid, how dare you mock me? When this old man gets out, I'll definitely beat you to death. Xuexing Chuan took the lead. In front of him, there were constantly Bing Shan falling from the sky. There were also a few terrifying earth spikes shooting up from the ground. This kind of radiance had already begun to shake the entire world. Just as the two of them were traversing through the small world of extreme ice, Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, frowned slightly and said, These two really don't care about their lives. They actually dared to rush into this small world. Forget it, since that's the case, this old man will buy you some time. The Taihang divine sword shook, and the mysterious divine mountain appeared again, directly suppressing the evil sword and cold jade. At this moment, cold jade naturally sensed the changes in the small world. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to get rid of Su Yan and Xuexing Chuan. After all, for him, this small world was his true foundation. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhe had already launched another attack. The leader of the Divine Wind sect, Daoist Qing Feng, also began to cooperate with Zhang Zhe. Even if she was a divine sword, she could not afford to be distracted when she was attacked from the front and back. The three divine swords constantly clashed, causing endless ripples in this small world. Terrifying radiance was constantly being emitted. However, this was a real big world, and the space was very solid. In the small world of extreme ice, Xuexing Chuan and Su Yan returned to the edge of this small world. This was an extremely terrifying cave. However, this cave was constantly wriggling, as if it had a life of its own. At this moment, Xuexing Chuan said directly, This place is the demon god's heart aperture. Although the demon god is dead, this place is still filled with great danger. Su Yan nodded. Just looking at this cave was enough to make one's heart tremble. Su Yan stepped into it and immediately felt an extremely gloomy power. Actually, I wanted to do something like this back then, but I couldn't enter at all. As soon as he entered, he was obstructed and even killed. Back then, he had to go through untold hardships to escape, but in the end, he was sealed by a shadow. Xuexing Chuan still had lingering fears about what had happened back then. At that time, I thought I was strong enough to escape from the pursuit. But now, it seems that this evil sword Cold Jade is just continuing its power, so it doesn't care about me at all. Xuexing Chuan had already entered. After entering this cave, there was no coldness, but instead a warm feeling. In this place, there was a pure heat rising. However, this heat caused Su Yan to be incomparably fearful. He had already taken out the dragon blood ice fire barrier and directly enveloped his body. Seeing this, Xuexing Chuan smiled and said, Kid, you really have a lot of treasures, no wonder you're being targeted. Su Yan smiled. At this moment, Xuexing Chuan said, This small world should have been destroyed, but this evil sword Cold Jade forcefully cut off the demon god's heart aperture, and then supported this small world on its last breath. Looking at the current situation, it tried to devour the lives of the venerables to nourish the heart aperture. If it wants to destroy the small world of extreme ice, this heart aperture must be completely destroyed. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, Senior, you know so much? The relationship between the small world and the demon god's heart aperture was a secret, but Xuexing Chuan still knew about it. This was unbelievable. It was as if Xuexing Chuan knew everything about this place. Xuexing Chuan said, Everyone has their own secrets, but this is nothing. When I was embedded here, the only reason I was still alive was because I obtained some inheritance here. Alright, this heart aperture has a total of 5 gates of life. Only when these 5 gates of life are completely destroyed will the heart aperture be completely destroyed. I understand. Then, the two of them each chose a direction and headed towards the gate of life. Xue Xingchuan's cultivation was extremely high, so the gate of life he chose was filled with danger. And the relatively weaker gate of life was left for Su Yan. Su Yan directly opened the demon dragon wings and rushed forward. The power of the demon god was truly terrifying, even the heart aperture left behind after death made him feel heavy pressure. Just as he was moving forward, one mysterious creature after another appeared in front of him. These creatures were all little devils. These little devils naturally did not come from the mysterious 9 Serenities hell, but were condensed from the powerful demon chi in the demon god's heart aperture. They were all little devils, but the little devils condensed from the demon god's heart aperture were much stronger than the little devils Su Yan saw last time. But for the current Su Yan, these little devils were existences that could be easily killed. However, Xue Xingchuan said that the closer it was to life, the stronger the little devils condensed inside. Moreover, this gate of life was the key to the heart aperture, so it was inevitable that he would make arrangements for this gate of life. Therefore, it would not be so easy to break through the gate of life. Gradually, the little devils increased in number, and countless little devils rushed over. That powerful and terrifying power made their hearts tremble. At this moment, a powerful aura directly rushed over. This terrifying aura was like a war hammer, powerful and heavy. Su Yan was originally moving forward at an extremely fast speed, but the appearance of this power made him stop abruptly. Finally, a decent guy has appeared, Su Yan said in his heart. At this moment, an extremely ferocious little devil appeared in front of him. This little devil's gaze fell on him, but its shocking gaze made people shudder. Su Yan said again, however, since you have appeared, then die. Anyway, it's just the condensation of the death aura. The scorching sun sword in his hand flashed, and then he directly slashed at this great devil. The violent power directly shattered a large cloud of demon chi, but this sword actually directly cut off the great devil's palm. However, at this moment, Su Yan frowned again. This was because although he cut off the palm, the great devil's power was actually stronger. At this moment, an extremely strange feeling came over. Chapter 633. Female literature. He had clearly cut off the great demon's arm, but the great demon's power did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Moreover, when the great demon attacked, it had his aura. Yes, this great demon was clearly condensed from a terrifying demonic aura, but at this time, it actually had his aura. Such a strange change made Su Yan's entire person become vigilant. At this time, the great demon directly charged at him. He actually did not dare to take it head-on again, but directly dodged the attack. Feeling the power again, Su Yan was more and more certain that this was his power. In other words, in the previous instant, this guy had already swallowed my power. Humph, this is really strange. Su Yan sighed in his heart. He had fought countless times, but such a strange thing was rare in the miscellaneous 40s. If it was just swallowing his power, it would be fine, but the key was that it directly swallowed the power he used and then released it again. This kind of terrifying ability was simply bizarre to the extreme. At this moment, the great devil charged towards him once again. The terrifying great evil demon flapped its wings and descended directly, aiming to tear his head apart. At this time, Su Yan could no longer avoid it. Therefore, at this time, the scorching sun sword attacked again. When Su Yan's scorching sun sword was halfway through the air, the great fiend's palm released an extremely resplendent radiance. This light directly erupted with power and fiercely collided with the scorching sun sword. Su Yan, who had easily cut off the opponent's palm last time, was actually unable to withstand such power at this moment and directly retreated. In Su Yan's eyes, a cold light flickered. Such an attack really made him feel fearful. This guy's strength was really awe-inspiring. However, the great demon did not stop at all. At this moment, he directly attacked again. At this time, that violent power directly appeared at this time, and the power of the scorching sun sword became even more violent. Su Yan's eyes directly emitted a cold light. This guy opposite him was really endless. No matter what, this was his power after all. Wanting to use his own power to kill him was simply too naive. Su Yan's palm turned, and then a powerful force directly suppressed. This force flew out like a gust of wind, but also like thunder. This sword was completely different from before. Su Yan's sword light flashed, and in the next moment, it had already passed through the great demon's neck. Then, a powerful force directly burst out, and in the end, an extremely strong power flashed. The great demon's head was directly cut off. From the beginning to the end, only 20 breaths. Su Yan put the scorching sun sword away and was about to continue moving, but at this moment, he stopped his footsteps. Because at this time, the great demon's head that was clearly cut off. When he was killed by Su Yan, his body had already dissipated. At this moment, only his head was left. But now that the head was flying in the air, it looked very strange. Such a scene was simply enough to scare people to death. Of course, Su Yan had experienced countless life and death situations. The scene before him was just a small scene. He did not take it to heart at all. He directly waved his hand, and sword aura was released directly, slashing above the great demon's head. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. After the sword aura passed through the head, not only did the head not dissipate, but it also became a new Su Yan. The two of them were exactly the same. Su Yan's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect this guy to imitate him. This was really interesting. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and directly charged forward. Then, he directly blasted out a punch. The fist force exploded like a whistling hurricane. There was even the faint sound of a dragon's roar. As the battle continued, the great demonic dragon's blood in his body gradually merged with Su Yan's own blood. Although his dragon realm was still 3 dragons, his every move gave birth to the majesty of a divine dragon. Such power was terrifying. This punch could be called the demonic dragon's fist. At this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in the other Su Yan's hand. The long sword swept and slashed at Su Yan. It was exactly the same as when Su Yan fought with the scorching sun sword before. In other words, this guy had completely grasped Su Yan's previous fighting style and directly copied it. Such a strange ability was really not cute. However, since it had already come to this, Su Yan would not shrink back. Want to fight? Then come at me. At this moment, his body was already burning with raging flames. Isn't it just killing one of me? Maybe he would feel strange in his heart, but that's all. Su Yan had already stopped thinking. His fist and the sword of the other him blasted out at almost the same time. When the power of the two converged, there was a silent power that began to burn. This flame that suddenly appeared burned both of them at the same time. Such a scene was truly strange and unfathomable, giving people a very unreal feeling. However, victory and defeat were quickly decided. The other party was just an impostor. Such an existence could not compete with the real him. This extremely powerful force finally suppressed everything in the end. I feel very strange. It was actually so easy to get rid of it. However, this is not the time to think about this. The gate of life, we must quickly destroy the gate of life. At this moment, they were in a very dangerous situation. Although the evil sword Cold Jade was being held back by the 2 sect masters, no one knew how long they could last. Therefore, the only thing they could do in this situation was to end the battle quickly. Su Yan did not know what stage Senior Shuexingchuan had reached, but he had to destroy his goal. Surprisingly, after this great evil demon was killed, Su Yan did not encounter any other powerful existences. Even if there was some resistance, it was just some small evil demons. In the end, he came to a long and narrow corridor. At the end of this long and narrow corridor, there was a ray of blue light. If Su Yan was not wrong, this was the so-called Gate of Life. 5 Gates of Life. Every gate of life that was destroyed meant that the demon god's heart aperture would wither a little. Knowing that the 5 heart apertures were completely destroyed, the heart aperture would completely lose its vitality. Without the support of the heart aperture, this small world would also start to walk towards destruction. Seeing this gate of life, Su Yan was a little excited. The gate of life was right in front of him. He did not hesitate and directly walked towards the gate of life. Of course, while he was walking, he was actually full of vigilance. However, from beginning to end, it was very quiet. Nothing happened. Su Yan directly walked in front of the gate of life. This so-called gate of life was a mirror. In the mirror, Su Yan's face was reflected. Su Yan looked at it in a daze. At this moment, he was actually a little absent-minded. He saw another version of himself in the mirror. Of course, it was a little awkward to say this, but in fact, it was really another version of himself. It was not an image but the real him. That person was smiling at him. Although the great demon's head had also transformed into a replica of Xiaofan during his battle with the great demon, the two were entirely different concepts. What the great demon manifested was just a fake person who looked like him and had some of the same combat skills. However, the person standing in front of him had the same thoughts as him. Su Yan could feel his thoughts in front of him. Moreover, the other party was obviously the same. Su Yan believed that everyone had 2 versions of themselves. Under normal circumstances, the other version of himself would hide and might not appear for a lifetime. However, some people were different. These 2 versions of themselves would appear alternately. This state was called schizophrenia. Now, Su Yan was in such a situation. Of course, his situation was different from real schizophrenia because schizophrenia was only the appearance of another spirit that hid his original spirit. However, at this moment, another version of Su Yan appeared directly and stood in front of him. Su Yan shook his head and calmed his heart. Suddenly facing his true heart, Su Yan was a little hesitant. If he was facing a powerful enemy directly and then having a good fight, Su Yan would not feel this way. This strange scene caused him to feel an indescribable unease in his heart. At this moment, the person in front of him suddenly said, why are you so hesitant when you see me? Along the way, haven't you always been decisive in killing without any burden in your heart? He asked directly. Just this sentence alone made Su Yan not know how to answer. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, how interesting. You can actually reflect my inner thoughts directly. However, no matter what, it's just a heart aperture of the demonic god. No matter if it's real or fake, as long as I shatter it, it won't matter anymore, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan did not care anymore and directly drew out his long sword. The scorching sun's radiance burned again. However, the other version of himself in front of him was not afraid at all. Instead, he said directly, what are you afraid of? Because you're afraid, you don't even want to let me say a word. Are you going to kill me directly? When he said this, Su Yan's sword did not waver at all. Do you want great power? No, I should put it this way. Do you want to revive Lin Hualu? Chapter 634. Female literature. Su Yan's sword, which was supposed to descend, stopped at this moment. Resurrecting Lin Hualu. These few words made him lose any reason to attack. Lin Hualu had always been a pain in his heart, and also his biggest regret. Ever since they parted ways in the Shura temple, he had never been able to see this beautiful woman again. For Su Yan, his heart was filled with pain, and even sorrow. But at this moment, this guy in front of him told him that he could resurrect Lin Hualu. Senior sister Lin disappeared in the Shura temple, and I don't even know if she's dead or alive, let alone you. Tell me, what's your motive? Su Yan's eyes revealed a dignified radiance. This guy was clearly another him, but he actually knew about resurrecting Lin Hualu. The most important thing was that he could feel that what he said was not false. The other Su Yan laughed, and then said directly, Su Yan, I believe you already have a guess as to how I came into being. Humph, I entered the Shura world back then, so I naturally know about these things. Su Yan was expressionless, and then asked again, then tell me, how should I address you? Ice Extermination Demon God? Or the other Su Yan? The other Su Yan nodded, you're very smart. I was originally a remnant soul that extended from the Ice Extermination Demon God's heart aperture, and I just stole a spiritual fragment from you. After the two merged, I was born. So, I'm neither you nor Ice Extermination, but I still like you to call me Ice Extermination. Back then, the demon god died, and even his heart aperture was used as nourishment. What a joke. Ice Extermination's words were full of disdain for that person back then. Su Yan said, tell me, what are your conditions? Su Yan could not reject Lin Hualu's information. After all, Lin Hualu was the first woman in his life that he was attracted to, and she was trapped in the Shura world because of him. The guy in front of him was extremely mysterious, but Su Yan did not doubt his words. My condition is actually very simple, and that is for you to bring me out of this place. I know that you came in this time to destroy the door of life in order to destroy the heart aperture, and stop the evil sword from devouring the small world of Ice Extermination. Don't worry, I won't stop you. After all of this has nothing to do with me. What I need you to do now is to bring me out to see the outside world. Furthermore, you can rest assured that I am no match for you. You should be able to sense that I am no match for you right now. If you want to kill me, you can just swing your sword and I won't be able to resist. His words shook Extermination to convince Su Extermination to kill. Although Su Yan knew that making a deal with a demon was definitely not a wise thing to do, he was really shaken at this time. It was all because of Lin Hualu. What do I need to do? Su Yan asked again. Seeing Su Yan's expression, he laughed and said, what do you need to do? No, you don't need to do anything, you just need to let me live in your sea of consciousness. You have a divine item like the soul-suppressing seal in your sea of consciousness, you don't have to worry about me causing trouble, right? Furthermore, do you think destroying the door of life is so simple? If I didn't happen to suppress the power of this door of life, you would have been killed by the sword chi of the evil sword Cold Jade. But I will help you destroy the door of life, and then let this small world wander in the void. If you are willing, I can even help you refine this small world directly. This guy was really a demon, because every word he said was so tempting. If he was not a demon, the sect could have done this. After thinking for a while, Su Yan said directly, okay. Since this guy had said so, he had no reason to refuse. The other Su Yan, no, he should be called Bing Ju. He laughed and said, I like to deal with straightforward people. Don't worry, letting me into your sea of consciousness will only bring you benefits and no harm. After all, I am formed from the essence of the demon god, and I know many heaven-defying techniques. Your strength is indeed very strong, but it is far from enough. You have something that makes people jealous, as long as you use it, you will be able to improve even more. As he spoke, he disappeared and turned into a stream of light that flew toward Su Yan. In just a moment, he had already entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Of course, after entering Su Yan's sea of consciousness, he did not do anything and just quietly landed in a corner. This mirror is the gate of life. Behind the gate of life is an extremely powerful sword chi. If you act rashly, I can guarantee that your body will be crushed into pieces. His voice was transmitted, and then he said directly to Su Yan. Regarding this, Su Yan did not doubt in the slightest. So he said, let's not talk about these useless things. Now tell me what I should do. Since this guy said such words, it meant that he had a way to resolve it. Bing Ju chuckled and said, since I've entered your sea of consciousness, then from now on, we're one. I don't want our little boat of friendship to capsize, so let me give you some benefits. Activate your regal sword soul, then use it to test this sword chi bit by bit. Remember, you must do it slowly, you must do it slowly. In the end, you must directly refine this sword chi. That's the sword intent of the evil sword Cold Jade. If I can refine it, it will greatly strengthen the regal sword soul. You damned bastard. You're guarding such a treasure and you don't even know how to use it. If I have my own body, I'll definitely kill you. You bastard. Su Yan ignored this guy, because to be honest, this guy's nagging was comparable to Meng Yang's. When he thought of this, Su Yan felt a little regretful. Of course, this was just an unimportant thought, and Su Yan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. Then, Su Yan calmed down and began to release the regal sword soul according to Bing Ju's words. As soon as the regal sword soul appeared, the sword chi in the mirror was directly stimulated, and a strong sword chi was about to be released. However, at this time, Bing Ju suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Bing Ju didn't know what mysterious method this guy used, but the originally violent chi became incomparably quiet at this moment. Then, this sword chi was released bit by bit, and Su Yan easily began to devour this sword chi. This sword chi was very powerful, more powerful than the sword chi that Su Yan had devoured before. If this sword chi was released at once, Su Yan dared to bet that he wouldn't be able to suppress it. But fortunately, this sword chi appeared like water droplets penetrating a stone, and it couldn't do anything to Su Yan. Su Yan quickly sank into the realm of refining this sword chi. Just as Bing Ju said, to him, this sword chi was a peerless treasure, and its value was extraordinary. The regal sword soul was obviously very happy to devour this sword chi. Time passed little by little, and after an hour, Su Yan finally devoured the sword chi. Without the defense of this sword chi, the gate of life was as fragile as a piece of paper, and Su Yan easily broke it. The moment the gate of life was broken, his entire heart aperture shook. At this time, Shuexingxuan had difficulty avoiding a huge sword chi. Of course, he was still injured. The appearance of this sword chi was too sudden, and if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would probably be dead by now. But since he had finally avoided the most dangerous sword chi, what happened next was easy. But at this time, he suddenly felt the surrounding turbulence, and then his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This movement. Has the gate of life been broken? Su Yan, this brat. Although the gate of life that Su Yan went to was much weaker than his, Su Yan being able to break the gate of life in such a short time was still beyond his expectations. I've been left behind by this brat, but this is also good. He ignored the injuries in his body, and then flew up and punched fiercely. The next moment, the entire gate of life began to break. 2 consecutive gates of life had broken, and the entire heart aperture had begun to undergo a huge change. The heart aperture was the key to supporting the small world of extreme ice. Now that the heart aperture had such turbulence, it was impossible for the evil sword Cold Jade not to sense it. At this time, the evil sword was directly shaking, and then an extremely strong sword light appeared again. This sword light flashed, and unexpectedly suppressed the divine mountain formed by the Taihang divine sword and the terrifying hurricane of the heavenly wind space splitter sword. Under such power, no matter how hard the 2 sect masters tried, they couldn't reverse the situation. Damn it, this sword is actually so powerful. The sect master of the divine wind sect's expression was constantly changing. This time, he came with the heavenly wind space splitter sword, and the most direct thought was to directly subdue this sword of his sect. The Divine Wind sect, the Raging Flame sect, the Taihang sword faction, and the Devil sect were not very far away, and the strength of these 3 sects was also very terrifying. However, the Divine Wind sect was still not the most powerful sect. Not to mention other things, at least compared to the Devil sect, the Divine Wind sect was far inferior. However, if they could obtain this divine sword, with 2 divine swords, the strength of the Divine Wind sect would directly increase. Chapter 635. Female literature. However, he did not expect that the sword strength had already reached such a level. Even with the help of the Taihang divine sword, both of them were unable to suppress the sword. At this point, they were still being suppressed. However, the two juniors from earlier seemed to have done something interesting. At this time, the evil sword was obviously in a hurry. Otherwise, the sword would not have wasted its origin energy so recklessly. In his eyes, the light was constantly flickering. It was obvious that he was already planning something. For someone of his level, his cultivation was already extremely powerful. He was the real top figure in the 9 states. Those powerful venerables were not even worth mentioning when compared to him. Therefore, his plan was naturally extraordinary. Of course, he was also very clear that at this time, his biggest opponent was the sect master of the Taihang sword faction. He had known Zhang Zhe for a long time. At that time, Zhang Zhe was just a young boy in his eyes. But now, Zhang Zhe was on the same level as him. This was not a good feeling. In terms of age, the sect master of the Divine Wind sect was of the same generation as the Shui family ancestor. Zhang Zhe was younger than him, but his cultivation was not inferior. The sect master of the Divine Wind sect even vaguely felt that Zhang Zhe was still hiding his strength at this time. Senior Qingfeng, now that 2 of our sect's juniors have entered the world of extreme ice, I'm afraid that they might be up to something interesting or personal. Let's buy some time for them. After Zhang Zhe finished speaking, his powerful energy erupted once more. A strong pressure descended as the sacred mountain struck the sword light released by the evil sword. The document trembled. At this time, Qingfeng moved, and a terrifying tearing force erupted. The battle between the 3 had reached an extremely intense stage. If the battle was still in the world of extreme ice, then the world of extreme ice would have begun to break. Su Yan had already begun to move towards the second gate of life. Boy, the second gate of life is not so simple. I might as well tell you directly. In the second gate of life, there is an invisible giant beast. This giant beast is a void beast. Back then, it was killed by the demon god and then swallowed. Finally, its essence was absorbed into the gate of life. He said proudly. Void beasts? Su Yan did not understand this concept. However, ice extinction had already begun to explain. Void beasts are extremely powerful existences. They wander between the worlds. The devil race often traverses the void and invades the world. Naturally, it's very easy for them to encounter these guys. Come to think of it, you should really thank those void beasts. After all, if it weren't for them, there would definitely be twice as many demons invading this world. Su Yan more or less understood what he meant. The void beasts traversed through the air, so their power was naturally very powerful and terrifying. When the evil demons were traveling through the void, they were determined to be their prey and began hunting them down. However, it was precisely because of this that the number of evil demons had drastically decreased. In this way, these void beasts were equivalent to a barrier in this world. A void beast that could be hunted down by a demon god was definitely very powerful and terrifying. Even if it was only formed by a wisp of essence, it was still very powerful. The moment Su Yan stepped into the second gate of life, he had already sensed the power here. The power of the 5 elements was constantly rotating. This extremely powerful force was constantly tearing at Su Yan's nerves. Su Yan's expression was already very solemn. Just the air here already made him feel very stuffy. The heat of the raging fire, the coldness of the ice, the sharpness of the metal, the prudence of the wood, and the depth of the earth. Even with the existence of the dragon blood ice fire dome, Su Yan could still feel the weight of the power. He walked forward step by step, crossing layers of barriers. There were no imps here because there was no trace of devil chi at all. It was all extremely terrifying invisible aura. Su Yan soon saw the gate of life, and in front of it, there was an existence that looked like a rhinoceros. When Su Yan saw this rhinoceros-like five-element beast, the beast opened its eyes at the same time. Its eyes were so cold, looking at Su Yan without the slightest emotion. At this time, Su Yan was a little stunned. Then, he said, "Are you sure this five-element beast is very dangerous? Why do I feel like it has nothing left to live for?" Bing Ju, he didn't expect this five-element beast to be so decadent. Wasn't this guy the guardian of the Gate of Life? It should at least stand up and roar angrily. Maybe this rhinoceros is in disguise. You should be careful. This guy is very strong. Su Yan directly walked forward. Soon, he was in front of the five-element beast. The five-element beast still looked like it had nothing left to live for. Its eyes were cold and lifeless. Su Yan raised his hand and covered the skin of the five elements giant beast. "Bing Ju, kid, what are you doing?" Su Yan didn't care. Instead, he slowly activated the Four Corners seal and began to release its aura. What Su Yan wanted to do first was naturally to subdue it. This was a giant beast condensed from essence. In essence, it was the same as the several beasts in Su Yan's Four Corners seal. Therefore, he tried to use the Four Corners seal's aura to attract it. "Bing Ju, you won't succeed. Void beasts are extremely fierce existences. Killing is their instinct. Although the Four Corners seal is magical, it can't subdue him." Bing Ju's voice finally stopped. Because he saw an extremely unbelievable scene. This powerful void beast actually stood up directly and then walked toward Su Yan's Four Corners seal with a confused expression. Bing Ju felt that he was about to collapse. Was this five-element beast stupid from sleeping, or was Su Yan's luck too heaven-defying? Why did the world become like this? Was it crazy? Su Yan was still so calm. In the end, the rhinoceros beast's eyes directly reflected a ray of light. After this light appeared, it directly drilled into Su Yan's body. "I've subdued it," Su Yan said softly. Not to mention Bing Ju, even he himself found it unbelievable. He was originally prepared to fight, but he didn't expect that at this time, Aya's voice would appear and directly tell him to try to subdue this giant beast with the Four Corners seal. Su Yan naturally didn't have the slightest doubt about Aya, so he really did so. Moreover, he really succeeded. This already made him very surprised. Of course, at this time, he also learned one thing. Although Bing Ju entered his knowledge sea, he had already become an independent entity. At the very least, he couldn't hear the conversation between Aya and himself. Bing Ju had entered his knowledge sea and acted like an obedient child, but Su Yan still didn't feel at ease with this guy. Su Yan was very wary of him. If this guy was really omniscient and omnipotent and could understand everything, then he would definitely be a huge problem in the future. However, now that Su Yan already knew this guy's weakness, there was no need to worry. Su Yan's eyes looked forward quietly. Without the five elements giant beasts, the only thing left in the Gate of Life was the sword intent. Su Yan prepared to start refining the sword intent again and then break the Gate of Life. However, at this time, Xue Xingchuan's voice was directly heard. "Su Yan boy, where are you, Su Yan boy?" Xue Xingchuan's voice was very anxious. "Senior Xue, what happened?" Su Yan asked directly. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, "Quick, we have to leave this place. Damn it, this evil sword is back. These two old guys are really useless. They can't suppress it for much longer. Once it enters this small world, then we will be turtles in a jar. So, we have to leave." When Xue Xingchuan entered this place, he left a hand outside to observe the situation outside. Although he couldn't see clearly, it was enough for him to know that the two old guys outside couldn't hold on any longer. The Taixing Holy Sword and the Heavenly Wind Spacecracker Sword were still unable to suppress the evil sword Cold Jade. Of course, this was something that he should have expected. He just didn't expect the evil sword Cold Jade to be so strong that it could break through the seals of the two old guys so quickly. Therefore, at this time, he had to put aside the matter of breaking the gate of life. The most important thing was to escape. After Xuexingchuan sensed Su Yan's presence, he came over and pulled him out. "Kid, we have already broken 2 gates of life. This heart aperture is much weaker than before. For the evil sword, this is already a big problem. Now, let's go." Xuexingchuan's speed was already at full force. Su Yan also opened up the devil dragon wings. This change was too sudden. Until now, Su Yan was still a little stunned. Su Yan's speed kept increasing. In the end, he turned into a ray of light and left the cave. At this time, in the depths of the heart aperture, countless sword chi exploded at the same time. The evil sword Cold Jade had already returned. It began to control the heart aperture and then started to strangle. "Damn it, this damn thing, his power can actually affect this place." His entire body was trembling, and he was cursing loudly in his heart. The two of them ran all the way and finally left the heart aperture before they were blocked by the sword chi. "Senior, what should we do now?" Su Yan asked. "Of course we should leave. Leave this damn small world. I don't want to be sealed again. No, maybe this time I won't even have the chance to be sealed again." He was very clear that if they didn't leave now, the angry Cold Jade would definitely kill them. Chapter 636. Female Literature. At this moment, the black hole in the sky was still there, and the two of them could still feel the powerful energy within. In other words, the evil sword had not been completely freed yet. This was good news for them. This also meant that they still had enough time. At this moment, the two of them were trying their best to fly out of this world. Although this small world had not been destroyed, it had already caused enough damage. The 2 life gates of the heart aperture had been destroyed, causing the heart aperture's power to be insufficient. The small world of extreme ice had begun to dim. The entire world had been dyed with a layer of dim yellow. Such a color was so oppressive that it made one's heart tremble. A flickering light flickered in Su Yan's eyes. He used the full power of his blood-red dragon eyes in an attempt to see extremely far away. However, he gradually realized that no matter what, the place he could see was covered by a layer of sword intent. This sword intent was like a large net that had stabilized the entire world. He suddenly understood why the evil sword Cold Jade had such a powerful and terrifying power, but it had not been used until the critical moment. Most of the Cold Jade's power had been used to maintain this world. In other words, even if he was currently engaged in a frenzied battle with 2 powerful experts, this was not all of his power. In fact, it was not even the majority of his power. The evil sword Cold Jade is truly terrifying. Su Yan said directly. At this moment, Xuexingchuan heard Su Yan's words and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? If he wasn't strong, how could I have fallen to such a state?" He did not understand Su Yan's true meaning. At this moment, he continued to move forward. He released his power directly and blasted away all the obstacles in front of him. He then led a path for Su Yan. Although Su Yan was not weak and had a divine weapon like the demonic dragon wings, without Xuexingchuan's guidance, he would not be able to increase his speed. At that time, he would be directly suppressed by the Cold Jade. However, he did not notice that Su Yan had already revealed a bitter smile and said, "Senior, it seems that it's already too late." As soon as Su Yan said this, Xuexingchuan immediately scolded, "What late? Those 2 old things are still holding him down. As long as we leave this place before he returns, we'll still be safe." Xuexingchuan was in control of the situation in the outside world. In his line of sight, evil sword Cold Jade was still fighting fiercely with the Taihang sword faction sect master Zhang Zhe and the Divine Wind sect master Daoist Qing Feng. The battle between the 3 of them had already caused the weather to change. It turned out that he couldn't see the changes in the sword chi outside. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the blood dragon pupil was indeed very frightening. Even this senior was unable to grasp the changes happening outside, but he was able to. At this moment, everything in this world was constantly shaking, but the sword chi had already started to exert its power and gradually stabilized this world. Finally, Su Yan stopped flying. Xing Chuan immediately noticed Su Yan's actions and shouted, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he stopped as well. Because at this moment, he saw a sword slowly descending from the sky. How can this be? That evil sword Cold Jade is clearly still fighting fiercely outside. How can it have another clone? He was extremely frightened because at this moment, another evil sword Cold Jade had appeared in front of him. At this moment, Su Yan said helplessly, "Senior, you're not wrong. The cornerstone of this world is the demon god's heart aperture, but in addition, most of the evil sword's power is also maintaining this world. It is because of this that this world is gradually being controlled by him. In other words, the one fighting the two seniors outside is not his real body, but only a clone." When he said this, Su Yan felt very helpless because this meant that their efforts were in vain. Even if they destroyed the entire heart aperture, not to mention the two gates of life, it would only cause the evil sword to expend a little more power. In the end, it would still be able to refine this world. Xing Chuan's expression did not look good. Back then, when he received the inheritance from a senior, he also knew the cause and effect. All this time, he felt that he knew this place like the back of his hand. However, it was only now that he realized that everything he thought he knew was wrong. The strength of the evil sword was far beyond his understanding. How strong were the two sect leaders of the Taihang sword faction and divine sword sect? They were probably at the level of Dao masters, but even when two of them worked together, they were still suppressed. One must know that these two experts were using the divine sword. This was already shocking enough, but at this moment, he realized that this wasn't the end of it. At this time, the evil sword had not used its full strength, and it was very likely that it did not even have half of its strength. Was the evil sword that could kill a Saint Venerable so powerful? Now, because he wanted to become a god, most of his strength was tied to this place. What if one day, he gave up on becoming a god and directly used all of his strength to destroy everything? Then, would there be anyone in the 9 states who could stop him? Now, the evil sword was quietly standing in front of Su Yan and him, and he could not even think of resisting. At this time, the small world of extreme ice began to shrink, and the entire small world began to change. In the eyes of Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, and Daoist Qing Feng, the sect leader of the Divine Wind sect, the small world kept changing, and in the end, it turned into a pearl. How can this be? Could it be that he has completely controlled this world? At this time, the two of them were completely shocked. If this was really the case, then how powerful was the evil sword? No, that's not right. The evil sword has not truly controlled the entire small world of extreme ice, but I can imagine that he has already controlled a part of it. That is why he can control it, Zhang Zhe said directly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to be able to see through the essence of everything. Such strength was simply shocking to the extreme. Such a gaze shocked Daoist Qing Feng once again. This guy's strength had reached such a level. However, this also means that our opponent is not complete at all. No, it should be said that it is not the real body at all. It is just a clone. This is really despairing, Zhang Zhe said. Then, he took a step forward and activated his powerful sword will. Taihang God, Heaven and Earth Spirit, Endless Brilliance, Divine Sword Seal. At this time, Zhang Zhe directly chanted, and then began to activate the divine sword again. With his movements, the powerful aura of the Taihang divine sword rose again, as if a huge mountain had appeared under Zhang Zhe's body. That was the real Taihang divine mountain. Daoist Qing Feng's eyes were filled with shock when he saw Zhang Zhe's actual combat. Zhang Ze was actually able to exert the power of the divine sword to such an extent. Even Daoist Qing Feng might not be able to do so. At this time, Daoist Qing Feng was constantly thinking in his heart. He originally wanted to obtain the evil sword Cold Jade, but at this stage of the battle, he had already seen that with just the two of them, they could not even defeat the evil sword Cold Jade, let alone subdue it. In this case, he was not willing to waste more effort. After all, although the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter sword could still exert more power, it seemed that there was no need for it. Zhang Ze ignored him, as if he had already expected the sect leader of the Divine Wind sect to stop directly. His attention was all on the evil sword, and then he suddenly shouted, "Evil sword, release the two disciples of the Taihang sword faction." Under the full eruption of the Taihang divine sword's majesty, his aura had risen to the point of infinity. At this point, he was actually on par with the evil sword Cold Jade in front of him. However, at this time, a ray of death directly surged out from the evil sword. An extremely terrifying light spread across the whole world. Even the Taihang divine sword, which had increased its power, began to tremble. Obviously, it was afraid of the power of the sword. The divine sword had a spirit, so naturally, it could feel the power and horror of this power. Zhang Ze directly used all his strength and then launched a defense. After all, under such a direct threat, he had no choice but to do so. The sword qi of the Taihang divine sword spread out, and the entire divine mountain began to move horizontally. Then, it violently collided with the mountain. The terrifying sword qi spread out, and immediately turned into a natural disaster tornado. The place that was swept by this aura was almost directly destroyed, and there was nothing that could be spared. The sect leader of the Divine Wind sect relied on his powerful cultivation to directly avoid this terrifying attack. However, at this time, he did not leave. At this time, his heart was already filled with other thoughts. The sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Ze, was without a doubt an extremely terrifying person. Although he had become very quiet in these few years and did not make any big movements, it could also be that he was not cultivating. If his strength had reached a sufficiently powerful level, he might have made a move right away and suppressed everything. After all, there were no good people in this world. Moreover, if the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction fell at this time, then the Taihang divine sword would be in his pocket. Naturally, the evil sword Cold Jade could not be taken, but it was also a very good thing to be able to obtain the Taihang divine sword. Therefore, quietly, he had become a fisherman, waiting for the Taihang sword faction sect leader Zhang Ze to fight with the evil sword, and then wait for an opportunity to take action. Chapter 637. Female literature, but this time, he was clearly going to be disappointed. After this terrifying attack, a cold light shot up into the sky. The cold light was terrifyingly arrogant. Daoist Qing Feng knew that this was the radiance of the evil sword Cold Jade. At this moment, the evil sword Cold Jade chose to retreat. Obviously, the sword strike that Zhang Ze had just displayed had brought him quite a lot of trouble. However, Daoist Qing Feng did not dare to chase after him. After all, he might be in danger of dying. When the blinding radiance finally dissipated, Zhang Ze, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, did not look too good. This was because Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan had been taken away. He did not even know whether they were dead or alive. Now that Ancestor Xue was dead, the Taihang sword faction had lost a powerful five essences supremacy. No matter how fierce the battle between the three great clans was, as the leader of the faction, he had to ensure the strength of the faction. His cultivation was indeed very high, but there were many things that he could not do personally. Therefore, it was necessary to have a powerful supremacy to oversee the faction. But now, that venerable one had still fallen. Although the death of the Xue clan ancestor was inevitable, he had already been preparing to nurture someone to replace him. However, the death of the scholar ancestor was so sudden that his plans were disrupted. Fortunately, Xue Xingchuan had appeared. To this person, Xue Xingchuan might be more important than the Xue clan ancestor. Not only could he replace the Xue clan ancestor to suppress the Xue clan and maintain the balance of the faction, he had great potential and might even become a Dao sovereign in the future. Of course, there was also Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength was not very high, at least to him, the Three Dragons realm was like a child. However, Su Yan's potential had been fully displayed. He believed that in time, the two of them would become even more powerful and terrifying. In his original plan, this place wasn't a place where the younger generation was allowed to enter. However, he didn't know that the Xue ancestor had let Su Yan come here on a whim and got involved. So many venerables had died here, but Su Yan was still safe and sound. This also showed Su Yan's ability. But at the last moment, he was taken away by the evil sword Cold Jade. Therefore, Zhang Zhe was very unwilling to accept this. At this moment, his gaze fell directly on the sect master of the Divine Wind sect, Daoist Qing Feng. In fact, at the last moment, if this Holy Wind sect master was willing to help, then the two of them together would be very hopeful to capture Xie Jian Hanyu. Unfortunately, the Divine Wind sect master chose to stand by and watch with folded arms. However, Zhang Zhe naturally wouldn't say anything about this. After all, when the Venerable of the Divine Wind sect died, he also had the opportunity to help, but he chose to ignore it. Of course, there was no doubt that he was in a very bad mood right now. I've let Senior Qing Feng watch a good show, but Senior Qing Feng is still here at this time. Could it be that you want my Taihang Divine Sword? He was able to become the sect master of the Taihang Sword faction, so naturally, he had extremely powerful ability. This ability not only referred to his cultivation, but also his wisdom. Daoist Qing Feng's intention was seen through by him. Hearing his words, Daoist Qing Feng chuckled and said, "Brother Zhang is really joking. You are so invincible, how could I dare to have any greedy thoughts about you? Isn't that courting death?" Of course, that was what he said, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. At this time, Zhang Zhe directly said, "If Senior is interested, this junior can play with Senior for a while. Of course, if Senior doesn't dare, then I don't have so much time to waste with Senior. After all, I still have to save two juniors of my sect." Zhang Zhe said directly. Then, a fierce fighting intent directly pressed towards Daoist Qing Feng. Daoist Qing Feng's expression changed. Of course, he had other thoughts, but when he saw Zhang Zhe's unchanged expression, he gave up. However, he never expected that Zhang Zhe would dare to take the initiative to attack him. At this time, his thoughts kept changing. Facing this killing intent, he was thinking about whether to make a move or not. If Zhang Zhe was just putting on an act, then it would be fine. However, if Zhang Zhe's current state was not weakened much, then it was very unwise to make a move at this time. Whether he could win in the end or not, the relationship between the two of them would reach a freezing point in the end. It was definitely not a wise thing to create a powerful enemy for himself. More importantly, Zhang Zhe was still very young, but he was already old. Although he was not like the Xue family's ancestor who was about to die, it was obvious that he was no longer a match for Zhang Zhe. In just a moment, he immediately made a decision and said, "Brother Zhang, you are really angry now, so I won't disturb you anymore. After all, saving the disciples is more important." In the end, he chose to leave. Seeing Daoist Qing Feng leave, Zhang Zhe's aura gradually stabilized. At this time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His expression also changed a little. "Old thing." He shouted softly, and his whole body rose into the air and then flew toward the distant horizon. No matter what, he was not willing to give up on Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. After all, these two people were the geniuses of his sect. If they died like this, it would be a huge loss to the entire sect. To put it bluntly, these two people were more valuable than the dead venerable of the Wang family. Evil Sword Cold Jade was really fast, but Zhang Zhe's speed was not any slower. In the world of extreme ice, Shuexingchuan's heart was like dead ashes. Because the divine sense he had set up earlier had been destroyed, he could not see the situation outside at all. However, this had nothing to do with him now. The most important thing was to deal with the situation at hand. How were they going to escape from the hands of the god of death? Cold Jade suddenly reached out and pointed. Then, 2 rays of sword chi appeared in the form of a breeze, and then directly wrapped around their bodies. At this moment, Su Yan and Shuexingchuan were directly bound. Almost at the same time, an ice wall appeared behind them. Their bodies suddenly retreated, and then they were directly embedded in the ice wall. Whether it was Su Yan or Shuexingchuan, they were now unable to move. After all, the power and terror of this sword chi had far exceeded their expectations. At this time, Su Yan's whole body was constantly struggling, but that sword chi not only imprisoned his body, but also entered his meridians, directly imprisoning all of his Jin chi. Right now, he couldn't even move. Su Yan was like this, and so was Shuexingchuan. Moreover, perhaps because of his cultivation, the current Shuexingchuan was even more miserable than Su Yan. The surface of his body had already seeped little by little blood. His skin had already burst open. This kind of injury was already extremely terrifying. If this injury was even more serious, Shuexingchuan would have died directly. In his eyes, an extremely deep and dignified light constantly flashed. It was obvious that at this time, he was extremely angry. But at this time, he was unable to break free. In the end, he finally gave up. Shuexingchuan looked at Su Yan, and then said with a bitter smile, I really did not expect that the 2 of us would still lose. It seems that following me really does not lead to anything good. Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Now, the 2 of them were turtles in a jar, birds in a cage. Whether they lived or died was not up to them. After the evil sword Cold Jade had directly bound the 2 of them, it did not do anything else. It just looked calmly in front of it. Su Yan saw through the blood dragon pupil that there were countless sword chi being released from its body. These sword chi were like nails that directly pierced into the void of this small world. It was stabilizing this small world. In this way, it seemed that Su Yan and Shuexingchuan's previous efforts were not in vain. At least, because of them, the demon god's heart aperture was unstable, causing it to have to spend energy to stabilize this small world. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have been directly killed. At this time, in Su Yan's mind, Ice Absolute suddenly spoke, this damn thing, I must directly destroy it. His voice was so cold, it was obvious that he hated the evil sword Cold Jade to the extreme. Now that Su Yan could not break free, he simply sank his consciousness and then faced Ice Absolute face to face. You have a grudge against the evil sword? But soon, Su Yan realized that this was a stupid question. Since it was born from a strand of the essence of the demon god Ice Absolute, it naturally inherited some of the demon god's will. Su Yan did not know how the demon god Ice Absolute had died, but his new bridge had been cut, so there was no need to say more. This hatred was definitely inherited. At this time, the newborn Ice Absolute said, No, strictly speaking, I do not have a grudge against it. On the contrary, I should be thanking it. If it was not for it, I would not have been born. But I really want to kill it. He chuckled like a madman. Su Yan looked at this crazy himself and felt that it was very strange. At this time, he opened his mouth and said, All right, that is not important. Now, can you tell me if there is a way to get out of this predicament? Right now, Su Yan was already in an extremely dangerous situation. With his strength, it was obviously impossible for him to forcefully break free. But this newborn Ice Absolute knew a lot about this side of the world and might have a way to get out. Chapter 638. Female Literature. Bing Ju glanced at Su Yan and said, No. Bing Ju laughed coldly and continued, This guy's true strength is no weaker than a demon god. In other words, he's a sacred sovereign. Do you think that you, a mere dragon realm cultivator, have any chance of turning the tables around? The only thing you can do now is to keep praying. Pray that fate will give you a way out. Bing Ju was very depressed. After all, he had escaped with much difficulty, but now he was in danger again. No one knew better than him how strong the evil sword Cold Jade was. If he did not care about this pocket dimension and unleashed his full strength, he would be able to crush everything. Unless the 7 sacred sovereigns were resurrected, or if the demon god were to descend, who would be his opponent? Therefore, he did not have any hope that Su Yan would be able to break free. Su Yan also became silent. The current him could only wait for death. This was not a good feeling. At this moment, the pocket dimension suddenly trembled. When the small world shook, the first thing to change color was the evil sword. A cold light was emitted from her eyes. Clearly, they were filled with anger. The reason for that was because he knew exactly what had happened. Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, had caught up and attacked. The Taihang holy sword slashed down and hit the evil sword Cold Jade. "We're saved." At this time, Bing Ju roared excitedly. "You have a way?" Now that the despairing Ice Ju was shouting like this, Su Yan knew that he must have found a way. Bing Ju pondered for a moment, then said, "Yes, there might be another way." He paused for a moment, then said, "Based on the current situation, there's an extremely strong expert causing trouble for him. This is our chance. As long as we can seize this opportunity, we might be able to escape. But how do we break free from this ice wall?" This was the first problem that the two of them had to face. If they didn't break free at this time, then everything would be empty talk. Bing Ju said, "I know that you have a lot of powerful means, and these means can all burst out with terrifying power. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough, so the power you can burst out is naturally not enough." Su Yan nodded. This was indeed a fact. For example, terrifying ultimate techniques like the heaven-crushing 10 slashes and the deity-vanquishing sword, when he unleashed them, he was able to unleash an explosive power that was 10 times stronger than before. However, Su Yan's own strength was simply too weak. At the very least, it was too weak for the current situation. "But your companion next to you is strong enough, isn't he?" Ice Ju said directly. Su Yan immediately understood what he meant. What he said was right. Although Su Yan's strength was weak, the person next to him at that time was strong enough. Xue Xingchuan's battle prowess could be said to be terrifying. Normal experts were no match for him. If he could unleash a terrifying move like the deity-vanquishing sword, the power he could unleash would be unimaginable. Su Yan thought about it and said, "What you said makes sense. This is the only way now." Su Yan said to Xue Xingchuan, "Senior Xue, now that this small world is shaking, it must be the sect seniors who are continuously attacking the evil sword. Now is the best time for us to escape." Xue Xingchuan said, "Nonsense, I also know this. But I am injured now, and even if I burst out with all my strength, I won't be able to break free from the ice wall. What do you want me to do?" Xue Xingchuan had already tried countless times, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the ice wall. Obviously, this guy in front of him had also calculated. The power of the ice wall was enough to firmly imprison Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. Su Yan said, "Senior Xue, I have a set of secret techniques that can directly release a greater amount of power from my body. My strength isn't enough, but I think if you use this technique, you will definitely be able to break through the ice wall and help us escape danger." Su Yan was very determined to pass on his ultimate move. If they weren't at the end of the line, Su Yan didn't want to tell Xue Xingchuan this technique. This was because this technique was the great heavenly devil master's ultimate move. As the faith of the devil sect, if the devil sect knew that he had mastered the great heavenly devil master's ultimate move, he would definitely be hunted down by the devil sect. Between him and the devil sect, there was naturally a fight to the death. But he also understood that now was not the time to go against the devil sect. It was because he was no match for the devil sect now. The devil sect's strength was far from what he could go against now. If he exposed himself too early, he would be in a very passive position. Xue Xingchuan grinned and said, "Huh, you actually have such a good thing. Then why are you still hiding it? Quickly take it out." Su Yan did not hesitate in the slightest and directly told him this move. Xue Xingchuan listened quietly. As expected of Xue Xingchuan, his talent was indeed terrifying. After he finished listening, he said, "Kid, this technique is the devil sect's ultimate move. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really couldn't tell that you could even grasp such a technique." Su Yan only smiled and didn't say anything. Xue Xingchuan didn't continue to ask. After all, there were some things that could only be understood. Xue Xingchuan said, "I'll try to see if I can use this technique. However, you better listen carefully. Although this technique is powerful, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it easily. You're a smart person. You should understand what I mean." After he finished speaking, he started to calm his mind and started to use this technique. All of his aura was condensed, and that powerful energy kept circulating. Soon, Su Yan felt an oppressive aura. Xue Xingchuan was indeed powerful. In such a short period of time, he had already mastered this technique. Su Yan tried his best to calm his mind and started to observe Xue Xingchuan's power. Xue Xingchuan's aura kept expanding. In the end, the muscles on his body were like horned dragons. This kind of power kept exploding, causing his entire person to become extremely terrifying. Xue Xingchuan didn't cultivate the devil sect, but when he released his spirit qi, he was like a terrifying devil. The great devil heaven lord's ability was indeed incomparably evil. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan opened his eyes. There seemed to be a black light flickering in his eyes. "Break for me!" Xue Xingchuan roared. As he roared, the surrounding ice walls were directly blasted apart. Under the activation of the terrifying power, everything was directly shattered. At this moment, that powerful and terrifying light finally sank completely. Su Yan's eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew that this technique would be very powerful, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. The ice walls that bound the two of them had been shattered. Xue Xingchuan broke free from the ice walls and took a few deep breaths. Only then did he calm himself down. Strange, really strange. This devil sect's ability is simply to take people's lives. He gritted his teeth and said. Then, with a fierce twist of his palm, he broke the power that bound Su Yan. When the ice was broken, Su Yan immediately felt the qi in his meridians start to circulate crazily again. However, at this time, he looked a little surprised. Because at this time, he felt the spirit qi in his body become very violent. At this time, it was about to break through the four dragons' realm. Su Yan's original realm was at the peak of the three dragons' realm. When he swallowed the demon core of the demon king, this power was already in a state of saturation. But for some reason, he couldn't break through to the four dragons' realm. But this time, after his spirit qi was sealed, he actually managed to break through everything. In such a desperate situation, to be able to increase his strength meant that he could have more life-saving means. To him, this was naturally very happy. Xue Xingchuan's eyes widened. Then, he looked at Su Yan and said, "You broke through to the four dragons' realm? Kid, when did you break through to the three dragons' realm?" Su Yan's breakthrough surprised Xue Xingchuan. It must be known that even a genius like him didn't have an easy time breaking through. Back then, he didn't know how much effort he had to put in to reach this step. But now, Su Yan had casually broken through the realm and reached the four dragons' realm. How could youngsters these days break through so casually? Su Yan said, "I broke through to the three dragons' realm about a month ago." Boom! Just as Su Yan finished speaking, there was a loud sound. Then, the ice wall beside him shattered. Xue Xingchuan said angrily, "How can we live like this? Kid, what kind of monster are you? Su Yan was a little embarrassed. In fact, he still felt that his cultivation was too slow. He said directly, Senior Shui, now is not the time to worry about this. The most important thing is to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that both of us will die here. Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xingchuan also came to his senses. Then, he said, how do you think we should leave? At this moment, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, Ice Extreme said, go to the hard aperture. This small world of Ice Extreme is already sealed off from the outside world. That evil sword will definitely not let you out. But this small world of Ice Extreme has a loophole, and that is the hard aperture. As long as you can break through the hard aperture, you can leave this small world. The newly born Ice Extreme said directly. Chapter 639. Female Literature. Okay, then let's go to the hard aperture. Su Yan told Xue Xingchuan about this. Xue Xingchuan was clearly surprised. After all, even he didn't know about this, so how did Su Yan know? After all, this was the first time Su Yan had stepped into this place. However, everyone had their own secrets. He knew this very well, so he didn't delve into it. He just said, okay, since that's the case, let's go to the hard aperture. When they first entered this small world, they wanted to destroy the hard aperture, which was the core of this small world, so that the small world of extreme ice couldn't operate normally. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy 2 life gates. The power of this place was far beyond their expectations. However, now that they knew that the hard aperture might be the only way out, they had to take a gamble. We have to hurry. Xue Xingchuan carried Su Yan and moved forward at a terrifying speed. Su Yan was naturally fast, and after unfolding the demon dragon wings, he was even faster. However, compared to a venerable like Xue Xingchuan, he was still too slow. Su Yan only felt that there was a terrifying power constantly whistling around him. The two of them came to the hard aperture again. At this time, the hard aperture had changed greatly. The most obvious change was that outside the new bridge, there were countless sword qi. These sword qi densely packed together formed a large net, which was daunting. It was obvious that the evil sword Cold Jade had just started to set it up. There's no other way. We can only force our way through. Kid, lend me your saint sword. After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, Su Yan had already taken out the Scorching Sun sword. Xue Xingchuan took the Scorching Sun sword and shook it lightly. A beam of red light shot up into the sky. He nodded and said, good, it's a good sword. Although it's only a basic saint sword, it's already started to nourish its own charm. In the future, it might even improve. He continued, kid, you taught me a move, so it's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll teach you a move as well. This move is an inheritance of the ancient Buddha sword sect. It's even more powerful than the Taihang sword faction's sword. After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, Su Yan's eyes opened wide. Buddha sword sect. Xue Xingchuan had actually obtained the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect. When Xue Xingchuan saw Su Yan's shocked expression, he thought that Su Yan was shocked by the name of the Buddha sword sect. He said straightforwardly, I was only able to obtain the legacy of a senior who lived here by chance. It's a pity that this senior is already dead. Otherwise, we wouldn't be like this. The Scorching Sun sword began to hum again. That was because the Buddha sword qi had been activated. Scorching sword qi began to soar into the sky. This powerful and terrifying power was simply shocking. Although the demonic technique Su Yan gave to Xue was very powerful, the power displayed by Xue Xingchuan was actually not inferior to that demonic technique. Of course, this was because he was holding a holy sword in his hand. The Scorching Sun sword was clearly his own sword, but at this time, Su Yan felt that the Scorching Sun sword had already begun to fuse with this person. That blazing light was where his power lay. Buddha's 3 lives / old dreams. Xue Xingchuan shouted softly. Then, the long sword in his hand finally came crashing down. As the sword came crashing down, an intense light condensed. When it reached the Uzi, it actually transformed into the shadow of a Buddha. An illusory image appeared and then violently collided with the light screen. This powerful force was constantly vibrating at this moment. The light screen condensed by the sword chi finally began to be unable to withstand the force. Then, Sister Monkey let out a buzzing sound. With this sword, the barrier blocking the heart aperture finally dissipated. Senior, this time, we don't need to destroy the gate of life. Instead, we need to go to the gate of death, Su Yan said. Of course, he didn't know this information. It was all told to him by extreme ice in his sea of consciousness. The so-called gate of life was the gate of life of the demon god's heart aperture. Once the gate of life was destroyed, the heart aperture would die. However, other than the gate of life, there was also the gate of death. That was the place where endless death chi gathered after the demon god Extreme Ice died. It was extremely terrifying. If one's own strength wasn't enough and they were contaminated by the terrifying death chi, they would immediately fall into the abyss of death and hell. Even the soul wouldn't be able to transcend. However, as the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. In such a place of death, there was a companion who could leave this world. That was the exit of the demon god's heart aperture. If they could smoothly pass through this exit, then the two of them might be able to escape death and leave this place. Xue Xingchuan nodded and said, "Okay, since that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? Let's go quickly." Xue Xingchuan didn't want to stay here for a moment. When he heard this news, he directly went to the place that Su Yan mentioned. As they moved forward, an extremely dense aura of death spread towards them. This death chi was filled with gloom and terror. It was as if a ghost claw had appeared in front of you. When this power appeared, Su Yan felt his entire body begin to tremble. Although the Uzi in his sea of consciousness had already told him that the death chi here was extremely dense, he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Not only him, even Xue Xingchuan was trembling slightly. This kind of power seemed to have already surpassed a certain critical point of the limit. Seeking life in the midst of death, these 4 words were indeed not empty words. The two of them walked extremely quickly. If they couldn't quickly pass through this place, they were afraid that the death chi would kill them. This was definitely not something to be laughed about. Su Yan's eyes were filled with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Both Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan were alarmed. For someone to appear at a time like this was truly inexplicably strange. Then, just who was this person who had appeared here? Could it be a special creature condensed from the death chi here? After all, when Su Yan was at the gate of life, the demon god's essence chi had condensed countless small fiends and even gave birth to a new extreme ice. It wouldn't be strange if a new creature condensed from demonic chi appeared here. It's you? You're not dead? Xue Xingchuan suddenly asked gravely. The person who had appeared before them was actually Gung Gui. Back then, Gung Gui's mind had been controlled by the evil sword and turned into a sword slave. Then, he had been casually cut down by the Taihang sword faction's sect master. At the time, everyone had thought that he was dead without a doubt. Who would have thought that he would appear here? In other words, the Taishang sword faction's sect master hadn't killed him. It was truly surprising to see him here. However, at this moment, his eyes weren't as dull and lifeless as they were before. Although he was still a little confused, he had recovered his initial coldness. Gung Gui, or should I call you a sword slave? Xue Xingchuan asked. A powerful aura emanated from Gung Gui's body. Gung Gui's cultivation had increased significantly in such a short period of time. Even Xue Xingchuan wasn't confident that he could easily defeat him. More importantly, if they were to fight here, Dark would be courting death. The death chi here was very dense, but fortunately, it was very calm, allowing them to pass through. However, if a battle were to break out, regardless of the outcome, once the death chi here was stirred up, it would be like a tornado, and a terrifying power would sweep through everything. At that time, all of them would die. Just call me Gung Gui. Gung Gui suddenly spoke. It seemed that he had broken free from the control and was no longer a sword slave. Don't worry, I won't attack here. After all, the reason I was able to recover was because of your Taihang sword faction's sect master, so I owe you a favor, he said directly. However, Xue Xingchuan chuckled and said, don't make it sound so nice. Hee, I don't think you'd dare to attack here. He saw through everything very clearly. Then, he directly pointed it out. Gung Gui's expression didn't change. He only calmly said, whatever you say, but I know that you want to leave this place. Coincidentally, so do I, he said, to be honest, I didn't expect you to know how to leave this place. If it wasn't for the fact that I was implanted with a sword soul and knew some things that I wouldn't have known, I definitely wouldn't have known about such a mysterious place. Xue Xingchuan smiled but didn't say anything. At the end of the path of death is the path to leave this place, but there is an extremely powerful existence guarding it. According to my estimates, he is at least a Dao master. After Gung Gui said this, both Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan frowned. Su Yan asked Gung Gui, who was in his sea of consciousness, did you already know about this? Ice Ju rolled his eyes and said, Ayaya, I did forget to tell you, but it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Because no matter what, you'll have to face this sooner or later. In that case, what's the difference between telling you earlier and sleeping later? Su Yan sneered. Of course, he didn't believe this plan. Ice Ju must have a purpose for telling them this. Although he didn't know, Su Yan was alarmed. He trusted Ice Ju too much. Xue Xingchuan said, Dao Master. How terrifying, but what can we do? Even if I have to face a Dao Master, I don't want to face that guy. Compared to the evil sword that killed a saint, a Dao Master was insignificant. Chapter 640. Female literature, alright, in that case, let's go. However, at this point, we should let go of everything. His gaze swept over Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. He was right. At this point, if they still had misgivings about each other, there was no need for them to continue working together. Because that would only lead to death. Xue Xingchuan said, don't worry about that. I, Xue Xingchuan, always keep my word. On the other hand, you people from the demonic sect have always had a bad reputation. Gung Gui did not say anything. Since the three of them had reached a consensus, they went straight ahead. The boundless darkness was like thick ink. The deeper they went, the deeper the darkness became. In the end, this terrifying power even began to oppress their bodies. Gung Gui and Xue Xingchuan's expressions did not change, but two auras began to rise around them. These two auras turned into a curtain of light, blocking the pressure of the darkness. At this moment, Su Yan summoned the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Dome. The indistinct dragon soul projection swayed gently, blocking all of the attacks. Of course, he was walking behind the two of them, so the pressure was not that great. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. This violent wind came so suddenly that the three of them were caught off guard. By the time they noticed the wind, it had already appeared in front of them. Not good, Su Yan, be careful and defend yourself. Don't let the darkness aura enter, Xue Xingchuan warned, and then raised his strength to the limit. He suddenly struck out with his palm, blocking most of the power. At this moment, Gung Gui also struck out with his palm, and a dark power swept out and swallowed the darkness aura. The two experts had already blocked most of the power, and Su Yan only had a little bit of it left. However, Su Yan was still trembling from the terrifying aura. Su Yan was shocked. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase, bloody birth. This dark power had almost been blocked, but the remaining power was still directly invading his body. However, Su Yan turned the power in his body and forcibly suppressed this power. Just as Su Yan was about to suppress this power, he suddenly became alert in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, Aya's voice sounded, "Be careful." Su Yan was suddenly alarmed. In fact, there was no need for Aya to remind him. Su Yan had already reacted. At this moment, he suddenly retreated, wanting to avoid this mysterious danger that suddenly appeared. However, it was already too late. A black palm appeared directly in front of his neck. Then, Su Yan felt his whole body turn sluggish, and even his breathing became difficult. Furthermore, the circulation in his body had been directly suppressed. "Who is it? Get out of my way." At this moment, Shuexing Chuan finally realized that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. However, the figure just flashed and disappeared. Su Yan. He immediately realized that Su Yan had been taken away by this guy who had suddenly appeared. Shuexing Chuan attacked again, wanting to bring Su Yan back. But at that moment, Gung Gui stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Are you crazy? You're just courting death if you attack now." The previous confrontation had already caused fluctuations in the dark Yuan Qi. "That guy is the darkness holy man. Do you think you can save that brat with just you? Moreover, since Darkness Dao Master has taken Su Yan away, this is the best opportunity for the two of us." Now that Darkness Dao Master had taken Su Yan away, this was the best time to leave. Shuexing Chuan fell silent. At this moment, Gung Gui spoke again, "Shuexing Chuan, if you want to die, I will definitely not stop you. However, you better understand that if you die now, it will be meaningless. This opponent is not something you can imagine. It is wishful thinking for you to defeat him. Besides, that kid is just a burden to you." Gung Gui's words had made Shuexing Chuan extremely silent. Logically speaking, Gung Gui's words were not wrong. Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. Although he could be said to be extremely talented, so what? Even an ordinary venerable could take his life, let alone a Dao master who was making a move at this time. "Shuexing Chuan, if you want to die, then go ahead. I don't care so much." Gung Gui finished speaking and directly walked forward. "If Darkness Dao Master comes back, I'd like to see how you leave this place alone." At this moment, Shuexing Chuan finally gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yan, kid, I'm really sorry." In the end, he gave up on Su Yan and directly left. This was because he knew that if he did not do so, only death would await him. At the end of the darkness, there was a mysterious space that was connected to the outside world. However, this place was also very dangerous. If one was not careful, they would be swallowed by the turbulence of space. However, with Gung Gui and Shuexing Chuan's strength, it was not difficult to leave this place. The dark space was constantly turbulent, but the two of them were already very strong. At this moment, without Darkness Dao Master's protection, this place was no different from an ordinary path for them. The two of them easily left this place. The Heart Aperture's Gate of Death was the loophole of this world. As soon as they left, they immediately felt a gust of wind and powerful sword chi constantly sweeping through. At this moment, the two of them were simultaneously moved. At this moment, a wave of killing intent suddenly rushed towards them. The appearance of this killing intent made even experts like them feel shocked. "Not good, it's Cold Jade Xie Jian. She's going to kill us." Shuexing Chuan and Gung Gui immediately understood that they had already left the small world of ice extinction and returned to the big world. However, at this moment, ice extinction directly sensed them and was about to kill them. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Xie Jian, this is my disciple. How can I allow you to kill as you please?" Following this voice, an extremely powerful sword chi directly suppressed them. This sword chi could be said to be earth-shattering. It actually directly cut off the power of ice extinction. "Sect Master. Xuexing Chuan immediately knew that the person who made this move was the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Xuexing Chuan. The Taihang divine sword was like an immortal divine mountain. It directly rushed over and fiercely clashed with cold jade Xie Jian. Xie Jian, you should be intelligent. Your appearance has attracted the attention of everyone in this world. If you want to fight to the death with this old man is happy to accompany you, but you should think about the price. The sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zai's voice was like thunder. At the same time, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, showing his unparalleled strength. After such an attack, cold jade Xie Jian actually did not gain any advantage. At this moment, his eyes were extremely cold as he stared straight at Zhang Zai. He had already sensed that there was some strange movement in an extremely distant place. To be able to make him feel it, this kind of power was obviously very strong, even terrifying. And to be able to reach this level, it was obviously another divine sword. He understood that Zhang Zai was right. It was definitely not a good thing to fight to the death with Zhang Zai now. Firstly, this person held the Taihang divine sword in his hand and was very strong. If both sides fought, he could naturally win if he did not care about the price. However, it was completely meaningless. When other experts arrived, it would be a huge problem for him. His gaze fell on Xuexing Chuan and Geng Gui, and finally turned to leave. These two people already had a special meaning to cold jade Xie Jian. Naturally, Xie Jian wanted to suppress them. However, they actually managed to escape. However, the most important thing now was to restabilize the small world. After being tormented by Su Yan and Xuexing Chuan, the small world's power had weakened a lot. This time, cold jade Xie Jian had killed about 5 venerables and then devoured them. The power obtained was just to make up for these losses. However, there were two sides to this matter. Although the small world's power was weakened, it was also easier for her to completely refine it. As for Xuexing Chuan and Geng Gui, it would not be too late to deal with them after she finished condensing the small world. If she continued to fight with this old man, she was afraid that she would be delayed here. When the other divine swords arrived, she might even be held here. Although she did not think that these guys could do anything to her, it was definitely not a wise choice to be held here. What's more, there was still a fellow left in his small world of ice extinction. Although this little fellow's cultivation was weaker than the other two who had escaped, his importance to him was self-evident. In fact, he was even more important than the other two combined. Therefore, she simply left. Zhang Zai looked at cold jade Xie Jian's departing figure and finally sighed. To be honest, if cold jade Xie Jian chose to fight to the death with him, it would be very difficult for him. This sword's power was truly terrifying. Zhang Zai's expression was solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, his gaze fell on Geng Gui. Geng Gui immediately felt an incomparably heavy pressure. He was indeed arrogant, and this time, he had profited from a disaster in the small world of extreme ice and obtained great power. However, he was not arrogant enough to dare to challenge this person in front of him. This person was truly terrifying. The first elder of the Ghost Killing Hall had once said that within the Taihang sword faction, this person was the most terrifying person. The first elder had even compared Zhang Zai to the devil sect leader. If he wanted to kill him now, there would be no way for him to escape. Chapter 641. Female Literature, Senior, Geng Gui thanks Senior for saving my life. Geng Gui said respectfully. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Originally, he had been reduced to a puppet under the power of the evil sword Cold Jade, unable to break free. But the attack of the Taihang sword faction's sect leader, Zhang Zai, had shaken the sword intent that had enslaved him, giving him a chance to break free. There's no need to thank me. I'm only doing this for the sake of that old ghost from your Ghost Killing Hall, and for you to be able to escape. This is also your own ability. However, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise, whether you live or die is not something I can care about. Zhang Zhe said as he made a grabbing motion. The powerful Xue Xingchuan was pulled over by him. Senior Xue has already fallen, the Xue clan will rely on you in the future. We'll talk about other things later. Let's return to the sect. Zhang Zhe grabbed Xue Xingchuan and left. He did not see Su Yan appear, but he already had some guesses. But at this time, the evil sword had already left, and Xue Xingchuan had been rescued. It was not wise to fight the evil sword for Su Yan. Moreover, other experts had intervened at this time. Although Su Yan's potential was huge, he was still a genius who had yet to grow up. A genius who had grown up was actually meaningless. Xue Xingchuan was different. He was already a venerable, and a very powerful one at that. Xue family's old ancestor Xue had already fallen inside. If there wasn't a powerful figure to keep watch. If there was no one without the support of the Wang family and the two venerables from the Feng family, they would definitely attack and nibble away at the Xue clan. For this person, at this juncture, maintaining the stability of the sect was the most important thing. If the sect was not stable, he would have to worry about the sect's affairs. Things were different now, and the world was about to become chaotic. The birth of the evil sword Cold Jade was one of the signs. Chaos was about to arrive. There was a legend in the 9 provinces that every origin era, the world would fall into chaos. Although this was only a legend, true experts wouldn't think so. Although the Great War 10,000 years ago had already been forgotten by many people, it still made many people worried. Back then, the demon race had not been completely destroyed. They would make a comeback. Although the Taihang sword faction was one of the top 10 factions in the Jiuzhou continent, it was incomparably glorious. However, would the Taihang sword faction survive the onslaught of the demon race? No one knew. Moreover, in this chaotic world, the most important thing was strength. The sect master was well aware of this. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Being a Dao master could not give him any sense of security. His goal was to become a venerable sovereign, or even the illusory venerable sovereign. Not long after the 3 of them left, a powerful aura rushed over. This dark and deep aura was just like the night. Did he just leave? Divine sword, this old man must have you. Then, his gaze began to explore the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on a place extremely far away. Since this old man has already grasped your aura, don't think you can leave so easily. After a cold laugh, he chased after the 3 of them. The powerful aura that evil sword Hanyu and the Taihang sword faction sect master Zhang Zhe had sensed came from this person. At this moment, Su Yan was in great pain. He felt like he was about to die. After a short moment of consideration, he was certain that this person was the Dark Venerable. However, he did not understand why the Dark Venerable would attack him. If he wanted to protect the exit, he should have defeated Xue Xingchuan and Geng Gui. But why would he attack him? Dong! A sharp pain came, and Su Yan fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, Su Yan began to pant madly. His spirit energy began to circulate. Previously, everything about Su Yan had been sealed. Even breathing was extremely difficult for him. This feeling was really not good. His life and death were controlled by someone else. He could not control his own life. He was like a weak chicken. Come out. At this moment, a muffled voice sounded out. Su Yan was stunned. He did not understand what the other party meant by this sentence that came out of nowhere. Are you still going to hide? If you don't come out, I'll kill your host. The cold and dull voice sounded again. At this moment, Ice Absolute in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, you're still the same. You're really unfriendly. But let me remind you, you can't kill Su Yan. At this moment, Ice Absolute appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. These two fellows actually know each other. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. When he saw this scene, he immediately knew that it was Bing Ju who had tricked him this time. No wonder he felt that things were a little strange from the beginning. After all, this guy had agreed too quickly from the beginning. However, he did not speak at this time. He just looked at the two guys and secretly began to condense his vitality. You called yourself the new Ice Absolute. I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. You actually relied on the strength of a mortal to give birth to a new self. Darkness Tao Master said disdainfully. Ice Absolute did not care. You inherited the dark energy of the demon god Ice Absolute. That's why you're so strong. But so what? You're now imprisoned by an evil sword and can only be a watchdog. You don't seem to be any better than me. Su Yan listened to their conversation and figured out the origin of Darkness Tao Master. Darkness Tao Master had also escaped from the body of the demon god. However, Ice Absolute, who had reached an agreement with him, was transformed from a wisp of essence. Darkness Tao Master, on the other hand, was transformed from a wisp of dark energy. The existence of a sacred master was indeed terrifying. The Fiend Celestial had clearly fallen, but his dark aura had turned him into a Tao sovereign. Alright, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. When the time comes, tell me, why can't I kill this kid? Darkness Tao Master looked at Ice Absolute and asked directly. Ice Absolute smiled and said, Darkness, I know that you've always wanted to escape from the control of the evil sword. You're like me, you want to become a new self. It's just that you can't do it now. But believe me, you'll never be able to do it on your own. But Su Yan can help us. Before Darkness Holy Man could speak, Bing Ju continued, do you know that his body contains the inheritance of the great demonic dragon, the inheritance of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Stupa sect? Do you think these three inheritances are enough? Upon hearing this, the Darkness Holy Man froze. Although Su Yan could not see clearly due to the darkness, he knew that Darkness Tao Master's expression must have changed. At this time, he still did not speak. He just looked on coldly. Darkness Tao Master's gaze fell on him. At this time, the light in Darkness Tao Master's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was using a special power. After a while, the gloomy light gradually dissipated. Impressive, really impressive. I didn't realize that this kid had such a terrifying aura before this. It's really puzzling. It's really unbelievable. The Darkness Holy Man trembled as he spoke. The great heavenly demon lord, the great demon dragon, and the pagoda saint are all my greatest enemies. Even if I were to face any one of them, I wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. However, this kid actually has three great inheritances hidden in his body. God is really helping me. God is really helping me. Darkness Tao Master's voice became more and more hurried. It was obvious that he was greedy. At this time, he only wanted to strip Su Yan of his power and take it for himself. If he could obtain these three great inheritances, he would definitely make a qualitative leap. At this time, he had already made his move and charged towards Su Yan. In the face of this terrifying power, he was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Darkness Tao Master suppressed him. At this time, Bing Ju sneered. The power of darkness was like a tentacle that fell directly around Su Yan. Brat, give me your power, give me your inheritance. I want to devour your flesh and blood. I need your power. Hee, Bing Ju, he's mine. He's mine. Darkness Tao Master had obviously fallen into a state of madness. He was completely incoherent. His greed was so blatant that he did not hide it at all. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly. He wanted to strip Su Yan of his power. However, just as his power was about to touch Su Yan, an extremely terrifying power burst out. A blazing streamer flashed directly at this time. A mighty and majestic aura suddenly burst out, and a terrifying power rolled out. Darkness Tao Master's powerful dark power was directly torn apart at this time. In the face of such a powerful power, he was like a weak child. The golden light became even more dazzling. Darkness Tao Master cried out in pain, "Spare me, spare me." However, the golden light did not weaken. Instead, it became even more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a mysterious swastika symbol. This mysterious ancient symbol rotated gently like a millstone and rushed towards Darkness Tao Master's body. Darkness Tao Master howled crazily. In the end, he could not even make a sound. His whole body was trembling. In the end, the golden mark finally dissipated. However, when the mark dissipated, a little golden light had already penetrated his body. The entry of this light made the Darkness Tao Venerate sink into despair. Chapter 642. Female Literature. After a long time, the light finally dissipated. The wailing of Darkness Holy Man gradually subsided. At this time, Bing Ju sneered and said, "Hee hee, you old thing, I remember telling you not to act rashly. Why didn't you listen?" Bing Ju was very proud. Obviously, he had guessed that this would be the result. At this time, Su Yan's expression became more serious. He was even more afraid of Bing Ju. Even he himself did not know that this would be the result, but Bing Ju knew it. This was a terrible enemy. Although they were temporary allies, he was an extremely dangerous existence, just like Duan Mulonghu. If something went wrong, he might bite Yi Shiwen to death. At this time, Darkness Holy Man finally came to his senses and looked at Bing Ju angrily. "You damn guy, you must have known that this would be the result from the beginning, right?" he questioned sternly. His voice was so angry and mournful. It seemed that he could not wait to tear Bing Ju apart. Bing Ju said, "I have warned you not to act rashly against Su Yan, but you didn't listen. You are now a Tao Master, and I am as weak as a child in front of you. What do you think I should do?" Bing Ju's words were very innocent, as if there was nothing wrong with what he said. However, it was obvious that this guy did it on purpose. He already knew that this would be the result from the beginning, but he did not warn Yi Shiwen. That is the power of the Buddha, right? It is really great and sacred. Darkness, you can try again. I don't know if it will be the power of the great heavenly demon lord or the great demonic dragon that will suddenly erupt this time. Bing Ju did not care about the cold eyes of Darkness Holy Man and said sarcastically. Hearing this, the Darkness Tao ancestor did not fly into a rage again. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yan. "Su Yan, you are Su Yan?" Su Yan said, "Yes." Darkness Holy Man let out an unpleasant laugh and said, "Very well, I think we need to have a good talk now." Su Yan stood up and replied, "All right, I'll listen. As for whether I agree or not, I'll decide after you're done." There was an extremely powerful Tao Master standing in front of him, but at this time, he was not weak at all. He did not expect that the Buddha's heart would suddenly release a ray of light to protect him at this moment. However, it was clear that this radiance had intimidated this guy. After the Buddha's heart had been condensed, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he was able to suppress the great demon dragon's heart. However, he had never thought that the Buddha's heart would be so powerful. However, now that he thought about it, since the Buddha's heart was the inheritance of the Buddha's gate, it naturally had countless uses. At the very least, he wouldn't watch his successor get killed for no reason. "Let's work together," Tao Master Darkness said directly. He looked at Su Yan and continued, "You don't have to worry that I'll attack you. Although I really want to devour you, you can rest assured that I won't attack you now. I think you should be able to sense it." Darkness Holy Man continued, "Just as Bing Ju said, I am now imprisoned by the evil sword Cold Jade. I can't break free at all, so I hope to borrow your strength." Su Yan said, "You are a Tao Master. If even you can't break free, how can I do it?" This was the most direct question. Even a powerful Tao Master couldn't break free, so Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was in the Four Dragons realm. Compared to a Tao master, his strength was like an ant. Darkness Holy Man said, "No, you can. Although you are not strong, you have 3 great inheritances. Whether it is the Buddha's inheritance, the great demonic dragon's inheritance, or the great heavenly demon lord's inheritance, they can all do it. You may not have enough concept, but you should know that these 3 existences are the most terrifying experts in human history. Even the demon gods of the infernal devil clan are wary of them. If you can summon their strength, you can definitely subdue this sword qi that is restraining me." Although Su Yan had always known that the strength of these people must be very powerful, he did not expect that this kind of terror had actually reached such a level. To be able to make the one in front of him say such words. After all, this was the extreme ice demon god, an existence equivalent to a holy master. Even so, why should I help you? Or in other words, if I help you, what benefits can I get? Su Yan said directly. Darkness Holy Man was immediately angered. Don't you want to leave this damned place? Do you want the evil sword Cold Jade to refine you into a slave? Both Bing Ju and I can see through you, but I can't. The evil sword society can't do that. In order to become a god, she will do anything. If you think she will let you go, then just wait and see. Su Yan remained silent. Of course, he understood this point, and he was worried about it. Although it could be said that each of these 3 great inheritances was very powerful, and just now, the power of Futu had already proved this. However, this was not inevitable. Furthermore, Xia Jian's power was stronger than Darkness Holy Man's. Furthermore, Lin Fan's body only contained the inheritance and not the real 3 great masters. But now, both sides were negotiating. I am not afraid of death. Su Yan said these 4 words. Darkness Holy Man was flowing all over his body. It could be imagined that if he could make a move at this moment, he would definitely crush Su Yan to death. But in the end, he held himself back. Because he had already suffered a loss, he could not attack so easily. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Boy, this is the dark pearl of despair. This is the crystallization of the dark energy that I have gathered for so many years. As long as you refine it, you will no longer be afraid of darkness, unless you meet someone who is in a higher realm than me. Otherwise, no amount of darkness can bury your eyes or devour your heart, and you can use it to break through to a higher realm." Su Yan smiled and accepted the item, then said, "In addition, you have to help me do 3 things. The Buddha's seal has entered your body. Once you agree, you can't go back on your words." Darkness Holy Man trembled. His original body was the demon god Extreme Ice, Lawless. Back then, his original body roamed the world and destroyed countless lives. Although he was born from the dark essence of his original body, he was still a Tao master. Even Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was only a Tao master at this time. He should be a supreme existence, but at this time, he was being threatened by a boy. But there was nothing he could do. In the end, he sighed and said directly, "Okay, I promise you this. Tell me, what are the 3 things?" Su Yan said, "The first thing is very simple for you, and that is to tell me this guy's Achilles heel, which is his fatal weakness. Don't say that you don't know. Since both of you evolved from the body of the demon god, you must know each other well." Extreme Ice was really a gloomy guy. If he did not know his background, Su Yan would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Although Duan Mulonghu also cooperated with him, Extreme Ice existed in his sea of consciousness. If he did not know his background, it would be extremely dangerous for him. Extreme Ice's expression changed. At this time, Darkness Holy Man said, "Actually, this guy's thoughts are very simple. I think you should have guessed it. He just wants to seize your body. Don't be fooled by this guy's honest cooperation. In fact, he wants nothing more than to seize everything you have." At this moment, Bing Ju was filled with rage. His gaze landed on Darkness Holy Man. The Darkness Holy Man was right. From the moment he met Su Yan and stole his other spirit from him, he wanted to turn the tables. No, it should be said that he wanted to set things right and become the real Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's body was too tempting. He had the inheritance of the great demon dragon, and his body was already flowing with the blood of the great demon dragon. He had the inheritance of the Buddha, and the heart of the Buddha in his body was beating, allowing him to stay away from corruption forever. He also had the finger bone of the great heavenly demon lord. Once it exploded, its power was terrifying. Su Yan was still in the dragon realm. Once he stepped into the honorable realm, Extreme Ice felt that Su Yan could even compete with Darkness Holy Man. What if Su Yan could live longer and go further? At that time, just how powerful would his strength be? It would not be difficult for him to become a sacred sage. If he could directly seize Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to having everything. Although Darkness Holy Man was strong now, so what? As long as he had enough time, he would be able to surpass him in an instant. If he had no ambition, he would not have helped Su Yan for free. What about finding a new body? What about becoming the real Extreme Ice? That was all fake. What he wanted the most was to become Su Yan. Su Yan's mouth twitched, and then he sneered. It was just as he had guessed. His gaze landed on Bing Ju. He was now considering whether or not he should kill this so-called other self. After all, the existence of this qualified person made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. At this time, Darkness Holy Man said, "Kill this guy. With me around, this guy is unnecessary. Killing him can reduce the danger." Chapter 643. Female Literature, I can help you kill this guy. Don't worry, such a simple thing will not be included in the 3 requirements. Venerable Heian added insult to injury and waited for Su Yan to speak. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, not knowing what to think. Bing Ju said directly, "No, you can't kill me. You should know how important I am to you. He only inherited the dark essence, but I have the wisdom of a demon god. I am another you. Also, with my current strength, I can't pose any threat to you, so don't listen to him." Bing Ju was indeed a little flustered now. He could see that if Su Yan agreed, the darkness demon god would really attack. After all, this guy had wanted to kill him for a long time. The reason why he didn't attack before was because he hoped that Bing Ju could help him escape the control of the evil sword Cold Jade. But now that Su Yan was here, Bing Ju had lost his value to the Darkness Holy Man. Therefore, the Darkness Holy Man really wanted to kill Bing Ju. It was just that Bing Ju and Su Yan were connected in a sense. The Darkness Holy Man was previously implanted with the Buddha's mark. Therefore, without Su Yan's consent, the Darkness Holy Man could not attack Bing Ju. In short, Bing Ju's life was now in Su Yan's hands. The Darkness Holy Man's words were very reasonable. Bing Ju was now a burden to Su Yan. Or a dormant virus. The safest way to deal with such a virus was to eliminate it before it broke out. If Su Yan insisted on attacking at this time, the Darkness Holy Man did not think that he would have any hope. But at this time, Su Yan said, "Forget it, let him continue to live. If he wants to devour me and replace me in the future, it will depend on his own ability." Bing Ju and Venerable Heian did not expect Su Yan to say such a thing at this time. The Darkness Holy Man said directly, "Are you crazy? For the current you, this guy is in extreme danger. Only by eliminating him will it be the best thing for you." However, Su Yan looked at him and said, "Darkness Holy Man, if I'm not wrong, you're not complete either. In other words, both of you are formed from the essence of the demon god. If you kill him, you can devour this essence and increase your strength in a short time. Am I right?" The Dark Holy Man was immediately at a loss for words. He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to see through this. Su Yan continued, "For the current me, you are an even more dangerous existence. So let's not talk about this nonsense. We are actually grasshoppers on the same rope now. Why don't we form a temporary alliance? Alright, I agree, Ice Jew said. However, after he finished speaking, his voice weakened a bit because at this moment, he was actually the one with the least foundation, which meant that he was the absolute weakest. The Darkness Holy Man thought for a while and said, "All right." Thus, a temporary alliance was formed. Su Yen said, "Now that we have formed an alliance, we should think about how to escape the control of the evil sword Cold Jade." The Darkness Holy Man said, "This place was secretly formed by the essence of my original body after I died. Even Cold Jade will not be able to find me easily. However, she has now gotten rid of that strong person and will soon focus all her attention on this place. Thus, we have to be quick." Ice Jew said, "Darkness's essence is imprisoned by Ice Jew's supreme sword Qi. If we can get rid of this sword Qi, then darkness will be able to take us away. Of course, we have to be quick. Your friend and that guy from the Devil's sect abandoned you and left the small world of Ice Jew without any sense of brotherhood. This has already attracted her attention. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately," Su Yen said directly. At this moment, time was of the essence. Under the lead of the Darkness Holy Man, they soon arrived at the so-called Land of Origin. "Darkness Holy Man, your ice field is actually a drop of essence blood. The essence blood of a demon god. A demon god was in existence on the same level as a holy sage. The power of his essence blood was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he directly released a powerful force and a terrifying light was released from it. This kind of mysterious and powerful power was simply frightening. And above the blood essence, there was a small sword intent standing upright. Although the sword intent was very small, it had the aura of a monarch. The two of us can't get close to this sword intent, so we'll have to rely on you next." Su Yen did not waste any time and directly walked towards the blood of the demon god. Although it did not seem very far and was only a dozen meters away, when Su Yen stepped in, he found that he seemed to have entered a world of infinite darkness. However, at this moment, the power of the dark bead of despair was released. The boundless darkness could no longer cause Su Yen any trouble. Su Yen thought that the Darkness Holy Man was indeed an old schemer. It seemed that he had already calculated this step. This dark bead of despair should have been given to him. With the existence of the dark bead of despair, this path was not a problem. Su Yen quickly arrived at the front. Since this sword intent could suppress the terrifying blood of the demon god, its power was naturally indescribably strong. At this moment, Su Yan's entire being was filled with solemnity. The Buddha's infinite technique immediately appeared, and a golden radiance surrounded the surroundings. Under the golden light, the Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju could not see clearly what was happening. Bing Ju knew many things about him, such as the inheritance of the Buddha's sect, the blood of the great demon dragon, and the finger bone of the great heavenly demon lord. However, he did not seem to know about the regal sword soul. This was what Su Yen was relying on. Therefore, when he used his power, he directly used the Buddha's infinite technique to isolate the surroundings. Then, the regal sword soul slowly appeared. After the regal sword soul appeared, it began to refine the sword intent. This sword will was simply too powerful. Even the revered sword soul could only melt this power bit by bit like dripping water penetrating a rock. However, at this moment, the sword intent suddenly began to ripple. At this moment, Su Yen already felt that something was wrong. It seemed that a power was appearing. It was at this moment that a light figure appeared within the ripples. The appearance of this light shadow made Su Yen take a step back. This was because her face appeared in this light shadow. That's right, it was not someone else, but Evil Sword Hanyu. The Darkness Holy Man had planned for so many years and then set up this place. He thought that even Hanyu would not be able to enter this place easily. Obviously, the Darkness Holy Man had underestimated Hanyu's power. Hanyu's power was far beyond his expectations. Such power was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with panic. He knew that danger had arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Evil Sword Hanyu's voice entered Su Yan's mind. This made Su Yan extremely fearful. He, the darkness holy man, and the others had planned so hard to avoid her. However, at this moment, she told him that she had been waiting for him for a long time. What was this? All their efforts and plans had gone down the drain at this moment. What an interesting sword soul. It can devour my sword intent. I have never felt such power before. Evil Sword Hanyu's voice sounded again. Her voice was actually very pleasant to the ears. However, when it fell into Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan aghast. It was as if a demon was dancing in his heart. Every note pierced his soul. At this moment, her voice sounded again. From now on, you, the sword slave, and the sword soul are mine. Hanyu's voice sounded again. Then, a ripple appeared from the sword intent. She wanted to steal Su Yan's regal sword soul. How could Su Yan allow her to do as she wished? The regal sword soul was Su Yan's foundation. In Su Yan's heart, even the Buddha's inheritance, the great demonic dragon's inheritance, and the great demonic heaven master's inheritance were not as important as him. How could he let the regal sword soul be taken away? At this moment, he wanted to take back the regal sword soul. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that there was a force blocking him. He could no longer control the regal sword soul. Cold sweat dripped from Su Yan's forehead. He was really confused at this moment. After all, the regal sword codex was his foundation. He was able to travel to this world because of the regal sword soul. To put it bluntly, the regal sword codex was his true foundation. If the regal sword soul was taken away, it would be the most painful punishment for him. What was worse was that what he was worried about had finally happened. Whether it was the demonic dragon's heart, the Buddha's heart, or the great heavenly demon master's finger bone, there was no movement at all. They did not appear to help Su Yan at all. Damn it! At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. He was now in a hopeless situation. The regal sword soul began to wail. The regal sword soul's essence was very strong, but he was still too weak. He was no match for the evil sword cold jade. No, I can't lose the regal sword soul. Su Yan gritted his teeth and finally made a difficult decision. His gaze fell on the evil sword cold jade. Then, he roared in anger and madness, so what if you have killed a saint? I will never surrender, and the regal sword soul will not be taken away by you. Do you want it? Humph, I will never give it to you. In that case, let's die together. Chapter 644. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan was really forced into a desperate situation. His own strength was so insignificant in such a confrontation, and at this time, the power of the three great inheritances was indifferent to it. However, he still had one last trick up his sleeve. It was an absolute taboo that he had never dared to use. The evil sword was indeed very powerful. However, it was not that he did not have the means to resist it. It was just that this means was too terrifying, and he had never dared to use it lightly. Divine Sword. He had a divine sword. In the red parting sword case, there was a peerless divine sword sealed within. He did not know which powerful existence had forged the red parting sword case, but it was able to suppress the peerless divine sword. Originally, Su Yan did not dare to touch the divine sword before he became a venerable one. No, before he became a holy venerable one, he did not dare to touch the divine sword because it was too dangerous. However, he was now forced into a dead end. If the revered sword soul was taken away, it was equivalent to taking away his life, or even something more important than his life. At this juncture, he was desperate. Haven't you always wanted to come out? Then, come out and kill this thing in front of me. Su Yan roared. In the next moment, the red parting sword case appeared. The moment the red parting sword case appeared, the red parting sword case filled the entire dark space. Then, Su Yan did not hesitate and opened the red parting sword case. When the red parting sword case opened, it was as if a boundless demon had been released. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and that terrifying aura seemed to be able to suppress everything in this world. Under such a terrifying radiance, everything began to tremble. The terrifying power continued to surge, and a thick aura appeared. In an instant, Su Yan felt as if he was standing in a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. The corpses were the corpses of gods, and the sea of blood was the blood of demons. At this moment, the boundless darkness that Darkness Holy Lord had spent countless years to gather was swept away in an instant. In the face of such power, what was a mere darkness? In the violent power, a long sword slowly appeared. Evil Sword Cold Jade let out a sharp cry, God Punisher. She kept retreating, not even bothering with the revered Sword Soul. Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retrieve the revered Sword Soul. Just as he was about to do all this, he was sent flying. At this time, Darkness Holy Man, who was waiting outside, suddenly turned ashen. The aura of his entire body became sluggish. How could this be? How could this be? What exactly happened? Why is this happening? He had already become incomparably weak. At the same time, he had also become incomparably shocked. Evil Sword Cold Jade, she actually found this place. His entire person had become extremely lifeless. At this time, Bing Ju exclaimed, Impossible, how is this possible? Didn't you put in a lot of effort to set up this place? Now that the Evil Sword Cold Jade has appeared, Su Yan is dead. We're finished, we're finished. Extreme Ice was also in great pain. No matter what his motives were, Su Yan was extremely important to them. However, at this time, Su Yan was dead. If Su Yan died at this time, everything would be for naught. Even Bing Ju himself would be greatly affected. This was because a part of the essence qi in his body belonged to Su Yan. No, this kid is not dead yet. I can feel an extremely terrifying power erupting from inside. Let's go, quickly leave this place. The further the better. At this time, he was almost in a state of madness. The power inside was so terrifying that he didn't even dare to extend his divine sense into it to investigate. This was because if he was not careful, his divine thought would be directly destroyed. Now, he only knew one thing, and that was to run for his life. The Godslayer sword appeared. The long sword stood proudly, facing the evil sword Cold Jade. These two divine swords were like unparalleled enemies, directly facing each other. At this time, the Cold Jade's aura also rose. As the two auras rose, a terrifying power directly tore through everything. The dark space that Darkness Holy Man had condensed was a joke and was directly shattered. The terrifying sword qi directly exploded, and even began to shake the small world of Ice Extreme. The Cold Jade's eyes flashed with a look of unwillingness. Fighting with God Slayer in this small world was definitely an extremely stupid thing to do. As one of the top divine swords, the evil sword Cold Jade naturally knew God Slayer very well. She killed the sage and then cultivated into a human form. With her own ambition, she vainly wanted to become a true god. However, the sword in front of her was even more terrifying. God Slayer, God Slayer. God Slayer. This kind of sword was the most terrifying existence. What were the so-called 10 great divine swords in front of this long sword? She had never expected that there would be such a terrifying thing on Su Yan's body. Now that God Slayer had been released, there was probably nothing in this world that could stop it. Even she could not stop it now. At this time, the small world of Ice Extreme was directly opened, and the small world was directly connected to the real world. She had no choice but to do so because once a battle started here, the small world of Ice Extreme would definitely not be able to withstand such terrifying power. The violent power constantly trembled, causing the entire small world of Ice Extreme to shake. After being destroyed by Su Yan and Shuexingchuan, the small world of Ice Extreme had become somewhat weak. At this point, it was definitely not able to withstand such terrifying power. If a battle really started here, then everything would be completely destroyed. The evil sword Cold Jade directly rose into the sky, and the Godslayer sword slowly appeared. The two divine swords directly appeared in the real world. At this moment, all the cultivators in the 9 states, as long as their cultivation had reached the level of Tao Master, could feel the terrifying power fluctuations of these few people. At this moment, they all felt extremely oppressed. They even felt as if there was a peerless divine sword hanging over their necks. Such an aura shocked them, and even made them feel hopeless. In the distant sky, the old man who was thinking about this place, stopped at this moment. In fact, he was not far from where the two divine swords were, but at this time, he did not dare to take another step forward. Too scary, too scary. What happened? Is this the end of the era? Is the end of the era coming? Originally, he came to snatch the divine swords, but now that he saw the divine swords in front of him, he did not dare to take even half a step forward. His whole body was trembling, and in the end, he left without looking back. In the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe had just returned with Shuexingchuan, but in the next moment, his whole body trembled, and a trace of shock and even fear appeared in his eyes. Shuexingchuan took in this scene. Although Shuexingchuan thought highly of himself, he sincerely admired this sect master. But at this moment, he actually saw the sect master in fear. What exactly had happened to make this person reveal such an expression? Sect master, what happened? Although he was powerful, he was not a Tao master, so he could not sense it at all. The so-called Tao masters were able to sense the Tao rhythm and understand the principles. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly affected the Tao rhythm. Normal people would not be able to sense the change in the Tao rhythm, and only those who had stepped into the Tao master realm could sense it. The so-called Tao rhythm was the principle of this world, or more directly, the law of this world. But at this moment, the law had directly changed. The end of the era, the world has changed greatly, and a disaster is coming. Is it really unavoidable? The Taihang sword faction sect master, Zhang Zhe, really lost his composure this time. He did not even hear Shuexingchuan's question. Su Yan looked at the two divine swords in the sky, and his whole body was in a daze. The Godslayer sword was really terrifying. If he had not been attracted by the evil sword Cold Jade, he would have been shocked to death by the sword Qi. He could no longer see the specific scene in the sky clearly. The entire sky was filled with endless sword Qi, and the violent power was constantly rampaging, as if it wanted to destroy everything. This terrifying power seemed to be able to pierce through the real world. At this moment, the power of the two divine swords was many times more terrifying than the power displayed by the Taihang sword faction sect master and the Divine Wind sect master at the same time. Boom! The two most powerful swords in the world directly clashed in the absence of a master. The evil sword Cold Jade had already developed intelligence, and even turned into a human form, wanting to become a god. But her opponent's name was God Slayer. The clash of the two swords directly caused the weather to change. Fierce winds, thunder, and fire appeared in the sky at almost the same time. The entire sky had become a land of disaster. All the living beings under the sky were annihilated in this terrifying confrontation. Whether it was powerful monsters, cultivators with high cultivation, or plants that had lived for countless years, they were all destroyed by this terrifying natural disaster. At this moment, the two divine swords directly clashed, and it was the best time for him to leave. Although at this time, he was already severely injured, he did not want to continue to stay here, not even for a moment. He directly displayed the demonic dragon wings, and then summoned the sword dragon. Although his body was extremely heavy, and he felt extremely weak. But at this time, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The door of the small world had not yet closed, and he directly flew up. After a lot of effort, he finally left the small world of extreme ice. If possible, Su Yan did not want to come back here for the rest of his life. When he left the small world of extreme ice, he could no longer hold on, and directly fell from the sky. Below him was an endless sea. Splash! Su Yan's whole body fell into the bottom of the sea. The sea was constantly roaring, and huge waves of thousands of meters high were set off. The huge waves rolled directly into the distance. Su Yan's consciousness was fading bit by bit. He was in too much pain. The moment the God-Slayer sword broke free from the red parting sword case, his body was affected by the sword chi, and almost all of his meridians were destroyed. Right at this moment, two silhouettes flew over from afar. If one looked carefully, they were Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice. Bing Ju was fine, as he was not much different from before. However, Darkness Holy Man was in an extremely miserable state. His strong aura had long disappeared, and his whole body seemed to be on the verge of death. When the two divine swords clashed, his origin, which was the drop of demon god's blood, was directly destroyed. The destruction of his origin was almost a devastating blow to Darkness Holy Man. At this time, it was already good that he was still alive. This was because Su Yan had previously injected the Buddha seal into his body, which caused him to have a certain connection with Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not die, he could also struggle at death's door. However, his strength was greatly reduced by his flesh and blood, and his cultivation was also greatly reduced. He could not even exist independently for a long time, and could only rely on Su Yan's sea of consciousness like extreme ice. These two guys escaped from the small world of extreme ice and found Su Yan with great difficulty. "Quick, we can't let Su Yan die. If he dies, the two of us will be finished too." Extreme Ice roared. He and Darkness Holy Man directly entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there were countless terrifying sword chi roaming. This kind of power made them feel awe, but fortunately, the two of them could still exist after finding a corner. The two of them directly released their power, and then enveloped Su Yan's body. Su Yan floated further and further in the sea like this. Chapter 645. Female literature. Bing Ju and Darkness Holy Man were both filled with worry. Both of them were born from the body of the powerful demon god of absolute ice. Their knowledge was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. Yearning for great power was the instinctive pursuit of all living creatures. This was especially true for hell demons. Their pursuit of power was even crazier. If they were those sea beasts at this moment, they would definitely try to devour Su Yan's flesh and blood at all costs. This was an excellent way to increase their strength in a short period of time. If it were not for their special relationship with Su Yan, both of them would even want to devour Su Yan. The reason why it was still calm now was because the level of these sea beasts was too low. Although they sensed Su Yan's powerful strength, the aura emanating from Su Yan's body made them not dare to approach him at all. However, the calm was only temporary. The sea was far more dangerous than the land. As time passed, those more powerful existences would definitely sense everything. Just as the two of them were worrying, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface. This kind of whirlpool was very normal in the sea. However, at this moment, these two powerful existences became anxious at the same time. Oh no, the worst situation still happened. Sea beasts, powerful sea beasts had finally arrived. Sure enough, in just a moment, the number of whirlpools began to increase. The appearance of one whirlpool after another announced the arrival of powerful sea beasts. The waves began to roll, and huge waves began to sweep violently. A wave directly rolled up and then swept in the direction of Su Yan. Strangely, this wave directly turned into the shape of a sharp claw and wanted to grab Su Yan directly. Bing Ju snorted coldly, "Humph, a mere sea beast, how dare you?" Now, they were bound together with Su Yan for good or ill. If Su Yan was injured, the two of them would not have a good ending. Since this sea beast had already made its move, there was no need for him to be polite. With a thought in his mind, a powerful force surged out, and a solid blue ice suddenly appeared in the sea. As soon as the solid ice appeared, it directly broke through the waves. A moment later, a bright red color appeared in the waves. The sea beast that had attacked had already died. However, although they managed to kill the sea monster in a single blow, there was no trace of joy on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even more solemn. This was because they knew that this was only the beginning. This fellow who couldn't help but make a move was merely a minor character. That was why they were able to kill him so easily. Woo woo woo, at this moment, huge waves suddenly rolled up on the surface of the sea, and the sky darkened. The dark clouds that suddenly condensed were like a cage. Oh no! It must be the appearance of powerful sea beasts. Only the appearance of powerful sea beasts can trigger such a change in the weather. Darkness Holy Lord had become unprecedentedly solemn. It should be known that even the appearance of the powerful nine-winged winged serpent could not cause a change in the weather. The strength of this sea beast was simply unimaginable. Such a sea beast was definitely above the venerable realm. If it was during the normal period when Darkness Holy Lord was powerful, he would not even care about a venerable realm sea beast. However, it was different now. He had taken a blow from the divine sword. It was already a blessing that he did not die immediately. However, his own strength had dropped to a frightening level. At this moment, his fate was even tied together with Su Yan's. Moreover, they were above the sea at this time, which was a paradise for sea beasts. Damn it! If my strength was not damaged, no matter how many sea beasts come, they would be courting death. But now, it's just. Darkness Holy Lord was a powerful existence, but now he was so aggrieved. Naturally, he felt very uncomfortable. However, now was not the time to complain. The most important thing now was how to avoid this disaster. The power of the sea beasts was too strong. They could not deal with it at all. Bing Ju, now you control Su Yan's direction. I will activate the power. Now we can only leave as soon as possible. After Darkness Holy Lord finished speaking, he began to activate his power. At this time, he used Su Yan's body as a small boat, and his own strength as the power. Bing Ju did not waste any words. The two immediately cooperated. Su Yan's body moved quickly in an instant. At this moment, a huge wave appeared directly. This wave suddenly rushed into the sky, as if doomsday had arrived. Splash! The sound of splashing water filled the sky. In an instant, it was pouring. Bing Ju, this is not the way to go. Think of a way to wake Su Yan up. Darkness Holy Lord's power was enough to hold on for a while, but he knew very well that this was not the way to go. The arrival of the powerful sea beasts was beyond his expectations. What was really frightening was that he did not know how many of these sea beasts there were, and when they would appear. I understand. I've already tried to wake him up, but this guy's injuries are too heavy. It's not that easy to wake him up. Bing Ju was also very anxious. In fact, he had already started to try to wake Su Yan up. However, Su Yan had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how hard he tried, he could not wake Su Yan up. There is no other way. Now we can only take one step at a time. Anyway, this kid can't die now. Once he dies, we will be finished, Bing Ju said directly. At this time, the sea beast had already pounced directly. It was a gigantic sea serpent. Its terrifying body was at least 40 meters long. Compared to it, Su Yan was simply a small insect. At this time, the huge sea snake directly fell. A behemoth directly fell, as if the night had directly descended. Darkness Holy Lord saw that things were not good and immediately used his power. Then, his powerful power directly burst out. A faint black light enveloped Su Yan's body, and then flew up. Poof! A huge wave directly splashed up, and the terrifying waves directly erupted. Endless waves rolled. Such a terrifying power was really terrifying. It was no wonder that all the experts were afraid of the sea. In the sea, such a terrifying sea beast wreaked havoc. It was simply unimaginable. After all, Darkness Holy Lord's power was incomparably terrifying. He narrowly avoided this attack. However, Su Yan's body was constantly being hit by the violent waves. His whole body was constantly swaying. Damn beast, I will kill you sooner or later. Darkness Holy Lord's eyes were filled with incomparably dense murderous intent. If it was possible, he would definitely kill this beast. If he could kill this huge sea beast, it would be endless benefits for him. If he could devour such a powerful creature, he would be able to recover a lot of his power. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to do so now. The only thing he could do now was to escape. However, at this moment, a very silent sound came from the sky. The sound vibrated, and it actually forcibly blew the waves away. The wind suddenly blew, and the world changed again. Bing Ju and Darkness Holy Lord's faces became even uglier. This was because at this moment, another giant beast had appeared. This was a huge bird beast. Its size was not any smaller than the sea snake. It had a sharp beak and a ferocious third eye on its forehead. Three-eyed Oriole. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, and it had unimaginable power. Compared to the sea snake, this big guy was undoubtedly more terrifying. Just the sea snake was already terrifying enough, and now there was another monster like this. This was simply terrible. Perhaps this is a chance for us. Bing Ju said in surprise. Darkness Holy Lord came from the same origin as him, so he naturally understood what he meant. Quick, cover up Su Yan's aura. We can't delay any longer. Three-eyed Oriole was a very terrifying creature. It lived by the sea and hunted the giant beasts in the sea for food. It and the sea snake could be said to be natural enemies. This was the opportunity that they were talking about. As long as they could cover up Su Yan's aura, the three-eyed Oriole's attention would definitely fall on the sea snake. If the two fought, it would be their chance to escape. Darkness Holy Lord was able to hide in the small world of ice for so long, so his concealment skills could be imagined. Of course, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to hide in the vast sea forever. However, it was possible for him to hide for a short period of time. The black light became darker, and in the next moment, Su Yan's body disappeared into the sea. Neither the sea snake nor the three-eyed Oriole could sense it. Without Su Yan's aura, the two giant beasts immediately became angry. Then, the three-eyed Oriole's gaze immediately fell on the sea snake. It appeared because of Su Yan, but it did not expect to lose Su Yan's aura at this time. With such a powerful bloodline, it could naturally feel the benefits of Su Yan. As long as it could devour Su Yan, it would definitely be able to evolve. However, now that Su Yan's aura had disappeared into thin air, even it could not detect it at all. Then, its gaze immediately locked onto the sea serpent. Only the sea serpent and the sea serpent had appeared here. Su Yan was still above the sea, so when Su Yan's aura disappeared, its attention immediately fell on the sea snake. Then, it swooped down from the sky and directly grabbed the sea snake. The sea snake and the three-eyed Oriole had similar thoughts. At this moment, when faced with its natural enemy, it immediately became ruthless and directly exploded. The two natural enemies met and immediately launched the most intense battle. Darkness Holy Lord and Bing Ju took advantage of this opportunity and finally left the range of the two giant beasts with Su Yan. Chapter 646. Female Literature. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared. Darkness Holy Man's concealment power had finally reached its limit. At this time, the battle between Three-Eyed Oriole and the Sea Snake had reached an earth-shattering stage. The boundless sea waves continued to roll, causing people's hearts to be filled with extreme fear. If such waves really fell, and they did not have enough Dharma power to block it, they would all die here. Fortunately, although these two huge monsters had spiritual intelligence, they were not surviving species of the untainted land, so their intelligence was not high. Darkness Holy Man's face was extremely ugly at this time. Extreme Ice, this guy hasn't woken up yet? I can't hide my aura anymore. Although he had put some distance between them, he was very sensitive. However, he knew very well how sharp the ferocious beast's sense of smell was. Once they were released from their hiding state, they would immediately be in danger again. What was more dangerous was that other monsters might keep coming. This was the biggest crisis. To get out of danger, the most important thing was Su Yan. Only when Su Yan woke up was the way to go. However, Su Yan now seemed to be asleep and did not respond at all. If it were not for the fact that their lives were connected, they would have thought that Su Yan was already dead. There's nothing I can do. Darkness, this fellow has suffered such heavy injuries. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. I have no way of knowing what his current situation is. His sea of consciousness has already been sealed. How can I wake him up? Extreme Ice had become very anxious. The feeling of being weak was really not good. If it was the real Extreme Ice, how could he care about the situation in front of him? He was afraid that he would shatter everything in an instant. This huge sea snake and three-eyed oriole would immediately become his food. But what was the use of saying this now? Now they had no power and did not know where to go. Other than a limited struggle, the only thing they could do was to pray that Su Yan would wake up soon. Unfortunately, Su Yan could not hear their prayers at all. Time passed little by little. The waves became more and more turbulent, and the battle between the two monsters became more and more terrifying. However, at this time, the aura that enveloped Su Yan's body began to dissipate little by little. Tao Master Heian's expression turned extremely ugly. Finally, Su Yan's aura completely disappeared. Just as the layer of black gas dissipated, the two giant beasts sensed it at the same time. Their gazes turned towards this direction at the same time. While they were fighting, Darkness Holy Man had tried his best to bring Su Yan far away. But unfortunately, whether it was the terrifying sea serpent or the three-eyed oriole, it was only a short distance. At that moment, the wind in the sky suddenly grew in intensity and the violent power transformed into a tornado, attacking Su Yan's body. Let's fight. Tao Master Heian immediately knew that the situation had reached a critical juncture. Bing Ju, I'll stop these two beasts. You take him and leave. Darkness Holy Man was furious. When did he, Darkness Holy Man, become such a selfless person? But now, he had no other choice but to do this. Bing Ju did not dare to say any nonsense at this time. He directly summoned his most powerful power and left with all his might. At this time, Darkness Holy Man flew into the sky and released an extremely powerful dark aura. When this aura appeared, both the three-eyed oriole and the giant sea serpent stopped in their tracks. Obviously, they were very afraid of Darkness Holy Man. Although Darkness Holy Man's strength had been greatly reduced, not long ago, he was still a powerful and terrifying holy man. Now, his aura directly rose. He immediately intimidated the two beasts. He looked at the two beasts expressionlessly but did not directly attack. Because he knew very well that he was just putting on an act now. If the two beasts really rushed towards him recklessly, he would not be able to hold on for long. But now, the two beasts were intimidated by his aura and did not dare to act rashly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. This bought time for Bing Ju. Two beasts, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? If you retreat now, I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately," he shouted in a deep voice. There was an incomparable majesty in his voice. Such powerful sea beasts had their own intelligence. He knew that if this continued, the two sea beasts would definitely find out something was wrong. So, he directly used his power to burst out with the majesty of his peak. He did not believe that the two beasts would dare to be presumptuous in front of his majesty. Sure enough, under his aura, both the giant sea serpent and the three-eyed oriole had the intention to retreat. For such terrifying demonic beasts, seeking luck and avoiding calamity was already an instinct. Darkness Holy Man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two beasts knew to be afraid. If they were more crazy, he was afraid that he would have no way to deal with them. During this time, Bing Ju took Su Yan and floated far away. Darkness Holy Man finally heaved a sigh of relief. Roar! However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A terrifying roar rang out. That terrifying roar caused Tao Master Darkness's spirit to tremble unceasingly. Damn it, we're really done for this time. Even Tao Master Darkness was terrified at this moment. Another demonic beast had arrived, and this demonic beast was much more terrifying than the two in front of them. Before the demonic beast's figure appeared, a blood-red light shadow had already descended upon them. The scarlet radiance made Darkness Holy Man's heart tremble. The violent demonic aura almost crushed the aura he had painstakingly created. Damn it, it's the blood-winged dragon. The blood-winged dragon was not a real dragon. However, its ferocity was definitely above that of most dragons. In the memory he had inherited, there were clear memories of the blood-winged dragon. Back then, the blood-winged dragon had slaughtered countless hell demons. Even demon gods had died under the claws of the blood-winged dragon. The aura he had created previously could suppress the two sea beasts. However, it was a complete joke to the blood-winged dragon. Without any hesitation, he retracted his aura and headed in Su Yan's direction. At this moment, the blood-red shadow had already rushed down. The originally dark night had now turned into a blood-red sky. The blood-winged dragon had already locked onto Su Yan. It's over, it's really over this time. Both Bing Ju and Darkness Holy Man felt their hearts collapse. When they saw the blood-winged dragon, even their souls began to tremble. After all, to them, this was simply their natural enemy. The blood-winged dragon had already descended from the sky. His body was smaller than the three-eyed oriole and the mysterious sea snake. However, the majestic aura he exuded was not something these two could compare to. That violent and majestic aura had already caused this part of the sea to sink a little. Outside of Su Yan's body, the light that was formed by the two of them was instantly destroyed. In front of the blood-winged dragon, they were truly just ants at this moment. Everything was constantly sinking, and the terrifying vortex was about to swallow the entire world. The blood-winged dragon was already extremely excited. At this moment, it could feel the extremely powerful call of blood from Su Yan's body. The blood of the great demonic dragon. As long as it could devour this human, its power would increase by a level. It might even be able to reach the power of its ancestor in ancient times. No, it might even surpass that ancestor in ancient times. At this moment, its gaze fell on Su Yan, and its huge body slowly descended. As powerful as it was, it naturally felt the existence of Bing Ju and Darkness Holy Man. However, how could it care about them at this time? Its entire mind was attracted by the aura of the great demonic dragon. Then, it suddenly opened its huge mouth and a red light fell. Su Yan's body slowly floated up, following the red light against the sky. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man once again gathered his power. However, it was a pity that his power was directly scattered as soon as it was gathered. The blood-winged dragon had already become the ruler. Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju could feel the thoughts in the blood-winged dragon's heart. It was greed and passion. However, the worst thing was that Su Yan did not move at all. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness had already fallen into a world that he had not seen for a long time. He clearly knew that he was in an illusion. It was just an environment. However, he was unwilling to wake up at this moment. It was as if he had locked his own soul and put an end to everything. It was because of this that Ice Jew could not enter his sea of consciousness to wake Su Yan up. Even the voice of the four-direction seal's weapon spirit, Aya, could not be transmitted. At this moment, the world Su Yan was in was covered in snow and ice. It was surrounded by endless snowy mountains. This world was the place where Su Yan's dream began. If he had not come here, Su Yan might have just been an ordinary person. Perhaps he would have been slightly stronger than others. However, he would never have become a sword sage, nor would he have come to this world after his death. He was currently standing in front of the mysterious cave. His emotions were constantly surging, and he felt very absent-minded. He did not even understand why he was standing here again. There was a light in the cave, and it was this light that guided him. This feeling of déjà vu. Chapter 647. Female literature. No, how could déjà vu describe the feeling at this moment? Now, he had the urge to cry. There was no mistake, this was the place where his dream first began. In the cave under Kunlun Mountain on Earth. In the past, Su Yan was also a fan of swordsmanship. However, his swordsmanship was only better than ordinary people, but could not reach the level of perfection. His real transformation began here. Su Yan followed his memory and walked into the cave. The golden light became more and more intense until it completely drowned him. Back then, he walked in front of the Taishang sword move in a daze. At this time, he was completely different from back then. He did not become demented, but abnormally clear-headed. There was even an extremely strange feeling in his heart. Because he actually saw a figure in the golden light. Back then, he only saw the Taishang sword move floating quietly, but now there was a figure. This figure exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura from head to toe. Su Yan should feel vigilant against such an existence, but instinctively, he did not feel uneasy at all. Instead, he felt an unprecedented peace. It was as if this figure was the closest person to him. Su Yan walked in front of him and found that this figure was looking at him. His face was calm, and his eyes were like a galaxy. Looking into his eyes, one would feel as if they were looking at the entire universe. Su Yan walked in front of him. At this time, Su Yan did not know what to say. He clearly had many questions, such as, "Who are you? Why am I here?" But now, he could not say anything. The only thing he could do was to wait. For a moment, the cave seemed to be a little quiet. An eerie silence. In this silence, Su Yan's heart became more and more empty. Unknowingly, he began to forget everything. All that was left in his eyes was a sword. Su Yan had seen countless swords. In that mystical world, not to mention famed swords or divine swords, even ordinary long swords were much more powerful than the swords on earth. As for the divine sword Frigid Jade and the Godslayer divine sword, they were at the pinnacle of existence and possessed boundless divine might. Su Yan had seen the battle between these two swords with his own eyes. It was truly a battle that could change the color of heaven and earth. However, even these two divine swords could not be compared to the sword in front of him. Both the god-killing sword and the cold jade were incredibly powerful. They had even developed their own sentience, and the cold jade wanted to become a god. However, compared to the sword in front of him, it definitely lacked something that Su Yan could not identify. As for what it was, Su Yan could not say. While Su Yan was in a daze, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Su Yan's head. This was an extremely dangerous action. If the other party really had any malicious intentions, Su Yan would be in great danger. As long as one was a martial artist, they would never allow others to get so close to them. However, at this time, Su Yan was unusually calm and didn't have any other thoughts. The palm finally landed on his head, and then countless images began to appear in his mind. These were scenes of extremely terrifying battles. Within the scenes, space was sinking. Everything caused Su Yan's heart to tremble. That sword intent was so arrogant and boundless. This sword was the Taishang. Su Yan understood that the Taishang was teaching at this moment. He had clearly comprehended the Taishang sword codex and knew the first 4 swords. However, he now realized that the Taishang sword codex that he displayed was like a child's. At this moment, he was deeply immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the countless images shattered and all the light dissipated. Su Yan's entire body shook. At this moment, he only felt that the world was collapsing, and everything began to shatter. The cave was gone, and so was the mysterious person. Everything dissipated. Su Yan's heart was indescribably hesitant. His heart was filled with a deep sense of loss because at this moment, he felt that if this world had not been shattered, he might have been able to learn about a whole new world. For him, this was also a great opportunity. However, at this moment, the entire world shattered, and then countless memories poured into his mind. All the images kept pouring in, and he immediately remembered his situation. He had been severely injured in the battle between the 2 divine swords. Previously, he was attracted by the mysterious dream and forgot everything. However, now that he woke up from the mysterious dream, he immediately knew that he was in danger. Su Yan, you idiot, wake up quickly. Hurry up, you bastard, you may want to die, but I don't want to die. Ice Ju's anxious voice was directly heard. In just an instant, Su Yan understood the situation at this moment. He was now in a very dangerous situation, and he would lose his life if he was not careful. The red light that fell on his head made him feel as if there was a knife on his back. At this moment, he did not have time to respond to Ice Ju, and directly let his consciousness return. At the same time, he, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly woke up. Without thinking too much, the spirit qi in his body began to circulate. With the circulation of the spirit qi, Su Yan's body directly flew up. For Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju, this was really a hope in despair. Great, this damn brat, he finally woke up. People like Darkness Holy Man and Ice Ju were actually born with a heartfelt joy at this moment. In fact, it was not surprising. After all, their lives were not easy to come by. In the small world of Ice Ju, they had already experienced countless ups and downs. It wasn't easy for them to escape. If they were to die like this, how could they be willing to accept it? Su Yan unfolded the demonic dragon wings, and then his whole body directly flew into the sky. His speed was not slow, and he broke free from the blood-red light by a hair's breadth. He shook his head, and then his attention was immediately attracted by the monster in front of him. Why are you still in a daze? This is the blood-winged dragon, you are no match for it. Quickly retreat, or you will only become its food. Ice Ju's anxious voice directly sounded in Su Yan's mind. At this time, Su Yan had already started to fly away. Ice Ju, Darkness Holy Man, what happened? At this time, Su Yan directly asked at this time. Ice Ju gritted his teeth and said, what happened? That divine sword that can fight against Frost Jade was released by you, and you don't know what happened? Ice Ju's whole body trembled at this thought. At first, he used the other spirit of Su Yan to merge with Su Yan's other spirit, and thought that he knew everything about Su Yan. However, later on, he found that what he knew was only a small part of Bing Shan. Su Yan actually had such a terrifying divine sword in his hand. That terrifying amount, even now, he could not calm himself down. Such an existence was not something he could provoke. If it was not for the evil sword Frost Jade, Su Yan would have been hiding this sword, then what should he do when he wanted to do something in the future? Don't talk nonsense, I'm asking you what happened after I fainted. What's up with these giant beasts, and why are you two connected to my sea of consciousness? If it was just Ice Ju, it would be fine, but now even Darkness Holy Man had a mysterious connection with him, which made Su Yan very confused. It's all because of you. Darkness Holy Man was injured by the divine sword and lost half of his power, so he had to connect to your sea of consciousness like me. This guy will be your fighter in the future, and he will be under your control. Ice Jew said this, and there was no hiding his gloating. The Darkness Holy Man said angrily, Su Yan, although my soul is connected to yours and is even restricted by you, don't go overboard. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're able to survive until now. It was obvious that Darkness Holy Man was very afraid of Su Yan, and it was also obvious that he was overbearing in his control. Su Yan sneered, and then said, Humph, if it wasn't because your life is connected to mine, would you work so hard to save me? But don't worry, as long as you don't have any other thoughts, I, Su Yan, am a reasonable person. I won't do anything to you. If Ice Jew said such words, Darkness Holy Man would never believe it. After all, he knew Ice Jew as well as he knew himself. But Su Yan's words made him feel a lot more at ease. Su Yan, this is a blood-winged wyvern. Although it isn't a true dragon, there's no need to doubt its fearsomeness. During the ancient war, this blood-winged wyvern massacred our demon clan. Darkness Holy Man continued, of course, don't think that this evil beast is coming for us. To tell you the truth, according to my memory, the ancestor of the blood-winged dragon was killed by the great demonic dragon. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He did not doubt this sentence. Because at this moment, he was full of repulsion towards the blood-winged dragon. After he unfolded the demonic dragon wings, the blood-winged dragon seemed to have gone crazy and directly rushed towards him. Although his speed was not slow, it was not comparable to the blood-winged dragon. At this moment, he could even smell the disgusting aura coming from the blood-winged dragon's mouth. At the same time, he also felt an extremely strong and terrifying will. This time, he was really in danger. He had just escaped from two peerless swords, and now he had to face such a crisis. Oh no, Su Yan, pay attention to the front. At this moment, Ice Jew's exclamation sounded again. Su Yan looked directly and found that there was actually another terrifying monster in the distance that was heading towards him. The blood-winged dragon, the three-eyed oriole, and the sea snake behind it were already extremely terrifying existences that Su Yan could not deal with. And now, another terrifying monster had appeared. This was no longer just a case of misfortune coming one after another. Chapter 648. Girls' Literature. Su Yan had been severely injured, and the blood of the great demonic dragon was flowing out of his body. The aura of the blood was fatally attractive to these beasts. Such a powerful lineup was enough to destroy a sect. Even if these four beasts were to descend upon the Taihang sword faction, they would still be able to bring disaster to them. And at this time, what did he have to face these terrifying monsters? The arrival of these four terrifying beasts made him lose the courage to fight. Could it be that I've reached the end of the road? At this moment, Su Yan was already trapped in the center. He couldn't even move now. Damn it, do I have to die with you? I don't want to die like this, Bing Ju kept cursing, as if he wanted to say all the nonsense before he died. Shut up, you idiot. Darkness Dao Master shouted angrily. Su Yan could not care less about the two of them. He was thinking of a way to escape. Although he had lost all hope, he did not want to give up hope. The four beasts were extremely powerful, but he still did not want to give up. In just a short while, the four beasts had already surrounded him. A huge and terrifying aura was pressing down on Su Yan. These four demonic beasts were the four supremacies. And each of them was stronger than an ordinary honorable. Especially the blood-winged dragon, its strength was close to that of a holy master. No matter how confident Su Yan was, he did not think that he had a chance to fight against this terrifying monster. No, maybe I still have a chance. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon had already launched its attack, and its speed suddenly increased to the maximum. A blood-red light flashed in the sky, and it appeared in front of Su Yan. Feeling the terrifying aura, Su Yan's demonic dragon wings flapped, and he turned around and flew forward. In front of him was the terrifying giant beast that had just arrived. This was a ferocious tiger with a pair of wings. Its entire body was emitting an extremely ferocious aura. Even when compared to this blood-winged wyvern, it was not the slightest bit inferior. That was the double-winged heavenly tiger, a terrifying giant beast with an extremely powerful bloodline. Su Yan's action was simply walking right into a trap. At this moment, he was like a madman. Bing Ju roared. Su Yan, what are you doing? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He thought that Su Yan had gone mad. However, at such a time, it seemed that no matter which direction he chose, it was not a good choice. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon felt that Su Yan actually dared to escape in front of it. It immediately became incomparably furious. With a roar, he flashed again and caught up with Su Yan in no time. Roar! Just as he was about to grab Su Yan with his claws, the tiger in front of him immediately let out an angry roar. At this moment, Su Yan was very close to him, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. As far as he was concerned, Su Yan had already become his prey. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon was tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. How could the double-winged heavenly tiger accept such an outcome? At this moment, it immediately pounced forward. Then, its huge body directly collided with the blood-winged dragon's body. When the two giant beasts collided, there was an ear-piercing roar. Su Yan's entire body was blown away. The blood-winged dragon and the double-winged heavenly tiger began to fight, immediately causing an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, Bing Ju immediately became alert and said directly, "This is a good opportunity. Su Yan, hurry up and leave." However, Su Yan did not move at all. At this moment, it was clearly the best time to leave, but he did not move at all. This made Bing Ju very anxious. Bing Ju, shut up. Don't disturb Su Yan's thinking. At this moment, Darkness Talent directly interrupted Bing Ju's nonsense. Of course, he also knew that the current situation was critical, but he saw further than Bing Ju. In other words, he trusted Su Yan more. Moreover, he could also see that Su Yan's actions were indeed beneficial to him. And the benefits were obvious. At the very least, the blood-winged dragon and the double-winged heavenly tiger had already begun to fight. And he also believed that if Su Yan directly left at this moment, he would definitely not be out of danger. Instead, he would fall into even more danger. Right now, he was everyone's target. The reason why these two beasts were so unscrupulous and directly started fighting was because their strength far exceeded Su Yan's. However, if Su Yan dared to escape at this moment, they would definitely act immediately and subdue this prey. Moreover, it was not only these two beasts, but also the three-eyed oriole and the huge sea snake. As long as Su Yan left, he would immediately die. At this moment, he certainly felt that something was very wrong, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, at this moment, the battle between these two powerful beasts temporarily protected Su Yan. These two beasts were the most powerful existences here. The sea snake and the three-eyed oriole would definitely not dare to approach them. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to the strong and they would be killed endlessly. Of course, the three-eyed oriole would definitely not be willing to leave just like that. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the two beasts to mutually injure each other. Not only him, but the sea snake was also the same. Beasts at this level already possessed the intellect from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the situation had already become very bad. In an extremely distant place, there seemed to be more beasts gathering here. At this moment, Bing Ju suddenly spoke, "Darkness, you bastard, you're already at this point, are you still going to hide?" Darkness Dao Master's expression changed directly. Previously, when Su Yan was in a coma, we had no way to use that move, but now that Su Yan has woken up, we can use that move. Although the cost of this move is extremely high for you, you should also know that if you don't do this, we will all die. And as long as we continue, there will always be hope, right? Darkness Tao Master directly said, I don't know what you are talking about. At this time, he hated Bing Ju to the extreme. Because the two of them were born from the same source, he knew too many of his secrets. This was also the reason why he wanted to kill Bing Ju in the small world of Bing Ju. Bing Ju chuckled and continued, don't you understand? Then let me explain. Su Yan, you should also know the situation now. With your strength alone, you can't leave this place, but as long as you devour Darkness Tao Master's power in a short time, your strength will increase in an instant. This kind of power naturally won't allow you to compete with such a terrifying beast, but I think it's enough to support us. This is something I just thought of. Really, when a person is nervous, their brain works better. Now that Darkness Tao Master is restrained by you, if you force it, it will be useless no matter how he resists. So, don't hesitate anymore. Bing Ju's words were very harsh. At this time, they were in a life and death situation, and more importantly, the only way to survive was in front of them, and that was to directly devour Darkness Tao Master's power. For Su Yan, Darkness Tao Master had nothing to do with him, and they were very likely to be enemies. Devouring an enemy's power and then letting himself escape, he didn't believe that Su Yan didn't know what to do. Therefore, at this moment, he was gloating instead. In fact, saying that he just thought of it was nonsense. Bing Ju had known about this for a long time, but he didn't mention it at all. Now, he only mentioned the only way out. This was done deliberately. He wanted to use Su Yan to directly stun Darkness Tao Master. Although this kind of devouring would not directly take Darkness Tao Master's life, it was enough to make him disappear for a long time. During the time when Darkness Tao Master disappeared, many things would happen. Moreover, although Su Yan had absolute suppression over Darkness Tao Master, if he forcibly devoured Darkness Tao Master would definitely fight back crazily. At that time, Su Yan's body would also be injured. To him, this was the most wonderful thing. Su Yan, you said that you wouldn't make things difficult for me. Darkness Tao Master hurriedly said. Previously, he had a premonition that Bing Ju would do this, so he asked Su Yan not to make things difficult for him from the beginning. Ha ha ha, Darkness Tao Master, how could you be so stupid? Su Yan really won't make things difficult for you. He is saving you. Bing Ju said with a laugh. To a certain extent, if Su Yan forced him to do this, he could indeed let him live. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was saving him. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan said calmly, shut up. These 3 words were enough to infuriate Tao Master Darkness. He had even started to think of other ways. At this time, Bing Ju was even more proud. Who would have thought that Su Yan's next sentence would directly interrupt his laughter? Bing Ju, I asked you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Su Yan shouted in a low voice, and at the same time, a thought rushed directly into his mind. If he could suppress Darkness Tao Master, then the weaker Bing Ju would not be a problem. Ah, Su Yan, what's wrong with you? I'm giving you advice. Ice Ju immediately became very angry. Ah. As his words fell, what greeted him was an even more intense pain. Darkness Tao Master, since I, Su Yan, said that I would not make things difficult for you, I will definitely do it. After he finished speaking, he ignored Darkness Tao Master and Bing Ju and said directly, let me try this move. I hope it is fast enough, otherwise I will really have to stay here. Chapter 649. Female Literature. Su Yan's eyes flashed. He was not waiting for death here, but thinking of a way to leave this place immediately. Although the speed of the demonic dragon wings was fast, it was not enough in front of these fierce beasts. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he must be faster. What Bing Ju said was naturally a way, but Su Yan did not consider it at all. First of all, how could Su Yan dare to believe what Bing Ju said? This guy was obviously setting a trap for him, and this seemed to be an overt scheme. Second, he was not at the end of the line now. That was the regal sword flight. In the mysterious dream, Su Yan obtained the power inheritance of that mysterious person, although the inheritance was not complete because of the time. But one of the moves was the regal sword flight. The regal sword flight was a move that transformed all the sword chi and then displayed the fastest speed. Although Su Yan did not know how fast this speed could be increased, he knew from the inheritance that if the speed of the regal sword flight was increased to the limit, it would not be a problem to even cross the Milky Way. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, it was naturally impossible for him to cross the Milky Way, but he was confident that when he displayed the regal sword flight, he could get rid of these beasts. The reason why he was motionless before was because he was thinking about this set of regal sword flight. Absorbing the power of darkness holy man was indeed very beneficial for him in the short term. No, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. That was why Bing Ju was sure that Su Yan would do as he said. But he still miscalculated Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan directly sealed him, not allowing him to make a sound again. At this time, Su Yan said to Darkness Holy Man, don't worry, I, Su Yan, will naturally keep my word. I will not steal your power. Darkness Holy Man's expression changed slightly, and then he said, Su Yan, since I have attached myself to your divine sense, I think you should understand how much benefits you will gain if you devour me now. Right now, you are at the peak of level 4 of the Dragon Realm, but once you absorb my energy, you can directly break through to level 6. Su Yan said directly, well, don't talk nonsense. I, Su Yan, naturally know this. But you don't need to talk nonsense. The most important thing now is to get out of here immediately. But, if you don't devour my power, how are we going to do it immediately? He said directly. However, Su Yan did not answer him. He just said, you don't have to worry about these things. You just have to look after the surroundings for me. Regal escape technique, haste. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. His speed was too fast, far beyond Darkness Holy Man's imagination. Darkness Holy Man had never thought that Su Yan's speed could be increased to such a level. Perhaps with this kind of speed, he could really leave this place unscathed. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon and double-winged sky tiger indeed discovered Su Yan's movement. At the first moment, they immediately launched their attacks. All of a sudden, they stopped the battle and charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan's speed shocked them, but their strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, their bloodline was special. After using all their strength, their speed immediately reached an unparalleled level. At this moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Being directly targeted by these fierce beasts, the terrifying pressure was simply unimaginable. Under the influence of this pressure, Su Yan's speed immediately decreased by a lot. Darkness Holy Man! Su Yan directly shouted. Without needing Su Yan to say more, Darkness Holy Man had already displayed his strength. The aura of darkness directly spread out, and a dark light curtain immediately appeared on the surface of Su Yan's body. The dark light curtain immediately appeared, and the pressure on Su Yan immediately decreased by a lot. Su Yan, hurry, we have to hurry. I can't hold on for too long. Darkness Holy Man said directly. After all, he had already lost too much of his strength. At this moment, his strength was much weaker than when he was at his peak. Regal Divine Light, unparalleled escape technique, extremity of heaven and earth. Su Yan's mind flashed with the image of the mysterious figure activating the regal escape technique, and then he directly imitated it. As time passed, his speed became faster and faster. At this moment, although the distance between Su Yan and the two giant beasts did not increase, it was no longer shrinking. This was definitely a good sign. At this moment, Su Yan gradually understood some of the main points. His speed was still increasing. As long as this continued, he would definitely be able to increase the distance between them and escape. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man was also happy. After all, at this time, the faster Su Yan was, the safer he would be. Good, good, you're really powerful. Su Yan, I knew you were extraordinary. That idiot Bing Ju actually wanted to destroy your spiritual soul. This is simply wishful thinking. Darkness Holy Man said directly. He and Bing Ju were already like fire and water. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to attack Bing Ju. However, Su Yan ignored him. At this moment, his entire mind was immersed in the sword escape technique. The wonders of the sword escape technique were simply unimaginable. At this moment, he had only grasped a little bit of it, but his speed had already increased to such a level. If he could deepen his control of it, his speed would have a greater breakthrough. Moreover, as his control of the sword escape technique deepened, his battle strength would directly increase. The regal escape technique was only one of the regal sword techniques. It seems that I can finally escape this disaster. At this moment, the distance between him and the blood-winged flying dragon and the double-winged sky tiger was actually increasing. This was really hard to imagine. Before today, he had never thought that his speed could increase to such a level. However, just as Su Yan's heart was changing, the wind and clouds suddenly stirred up again. An extremely terrifying ray of light appeared directly. This ray of light descended and directly separated into 4 rooms in the sea. Following the appearance of the radiance, everything was immediately restricted. Everything, including Su Yan and the 4 extremely powerful demonic beasts behind him. Just a moment ago, Su Yan was still immersed in joy. However, at this moment, his expression immediately became incomparably solemn. At the same time, Darkness Holy Man also became incomparably solemn. Not only that, but the 3 demonic beasts were also the same. At this moment, the sea snake wanted to directly escape into the sea. Unfortunately, just as it was about to escape into the sea, its huge body was directly fixed in place. Such a huge force, in the face of this ray of light, did not even have the power to resist. Not only this sea snake, but the other 3 demonic beasts were also the same. At this moment, an extremely terrifying majesty descended. Under this majesty, the entire sea seemed to be suppressed. What's going on? Why is it like this? Seeing that he was about to escape, Su Yan was actually directly fixed in place at this moment. This mysterious and unfathomable power was actually so terrifying. Oh no, this is a sacred beast, a real sacred beast. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man began to tremble. A sacred beast was an extremely terrifying term. The strength of a demonic beast was often much stronger than that of a human. Generally speaking, if a sacred beast and a holy master were to fight, the holy master would definitely not have much hope. Not to mention the current him, even if he was at his peak, there was absolutely no hope for him to face this sacred beast. At most, he could only ensure that he would be safe and sound. This was already a continuation. At this moment, the appearance of a sacred beast was a shocking nightmare for them. Although the blood-winged dragon was said to be very close to a sacred beast, it was only close. Compared to a real sacred beast, it was still very far away. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky were directly blown away, and then a huge palm directly descended. It was as if a god had directly descended, and an extremely terrifying power at this moment directly went berserk. The 4 demonic beasts immediately began to roar. Obviously, at this time, they had all felt a huge threat. This sacred beast that suddenly appeared was simply too greedy. Not only did it want to take Su Yan away, but it also wanted to kill all of them. A direct battle between demonic beasts had always been extremely terrifying. When a real battle broke out, there would definitely be no mercy at all. At this time, the demonic beasts that appeared here were all very outstanding existences. If this sacred beast could devour them, it would have endless benefits even for this sacred beast. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon directly raised its head, and then directly burst out with a terrifying roar directly. Obviously, in the face of the pressure of death, this blood-winged dragon finally chose to resist in the end. Like the blood-winged dragon, the two-winged sky tiger also did the same. It did the same, and directly released a terrifying shock wave, which directly rushed towards the sky. The three-eyed oriole also directly flapped its wings, and then a whirlwind swept up. This whirlwind directly turned into a green light, and then suddenly rushed together with the two lights in front of it, which then rushed towards the slowly descending giant claw. At this moment, the three lights directly gathered and directly burst out with an extremely terrifying power. For a moment, it was as if they were able to compete with the shadow of the giant claw. Boom! The two such powerful forces directly collided, and the final result was a terrifying movement that was almost as if the sky and earth were to be split open. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with this extremely terrifying aura, and it was also at this moment that Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. If he were to be hit by such a powerful force directly, even he would not be able to leave behind a corpse. At this moment, he suddenly found that the sea serpent at this moment actually rushed towards the sea at this moment. Chapter 650. Female Literature, So That's How It Is. Su Yan originally thought that he had fallen into a situation where he was bound to die, but things often turned around. Just when he thought that he was bound to die, he found a chance to survive. The sea. At this time, the three giant beasts attacked the holy beast, causing the power of the restriction to become weak. The sea serpent can take advantage of this opportunity to escape, and this is also my chance. Su Yan instantly became ecstatic. Then, he fully activated the regal sword escape. Sure enough, although compared to the previous speed, it could only be described as the speed of a turtle, the power restriction still became loose. At this time, for such a monster to be able to evolve to such a level, it was indeed not simple. The sacred beast's light beam was a domain, and the sea serpent took advantage of the three powerful monsters shaking its domain to escape. Su Yan followed the path of the sea serpent and directly escaped into the sea. The sea was indeed very dangerous for him, but it was much better than facing a sacred beast. The waves were sweeping, and he had already rushed into it. The moment he entered the sea, the heavy waves came crashing down on him. This terrifying pressure caused his chest to become silent. Su Yan immediately operated his spirit qi and stabilized his breath. At this time, according to his realm, even if he stopped breathing for half a day, it would not be a big problem. However, in the sea, other than the air, the biggest threat was the pressure. The deeper he went into the sea, the more terrifying the pressure was. Moreover, the sea in this world was indeed more dangerous. This danger was not only because of the sea monsters in the sea, but also because of the seawater here. The density of the seawater here was far higher than in the sea. In other words, the pressure of the sea was indeed much more terrifying than in the sea. At this time, this terrifying pressure was constantly attacking Su Yan. It seemed to want to tear Su Yan apart. However, when Su Yan operated his spirit qi, this terrifying pressure was unable to do anything to Su Yan. Su Yan finally stabilized. He had begun to gradually adapt to the water pressure. Moreover, he was still diving deeper and deeper. The power of the sea was limitless. Although it was so powerful on the surface of the sea, it had become much weaker at this time. That suffocating feeling that was so intense that it made one despair had also faded by quite a bit. Smart. Su Yan, you are really amazing. At such a critical moment, even I am confused, but you can still find the opportunity to escape. I really admire you. Darkness Holy Man continued. Su Yan still ignored him. Whether it was the Darkness Holy Man or Bing Ju, Su Yan was still wary of them. It was not because of anything else. Just the fact that their birth was related to demon god Extreme Ice was enough to make him extremely wary. These two people were truly venomous snakes. Don't look at how obedient these two fellows are right now. This is because they are currently under my control. Once they have the chance, they will immediately bite me back. If Su Yan had a good enough opportunity, the first thing he would do was to get rid of them. But now was not the time, because at this moment, the crisis was not over yet. At this time, although the holy beast was temporarily blocked, Su Yan knew that this guy came because it felt the blood of the great demonic dragon on his body. Although he had concealed his aura after he woke up, Su Yan was not naive enough to think that his strength could hide from the holy beast. Secondly, since he was already embedded in the deep sea, he had to face another extremely powerful enemy, or an extremely powerful predator, the sea serpent. Su Yan could not say the name of the sea serpent, but he could guess that this guy must have an extremely extraordinary origin. Otherwise, under such a powerful domain, he would not have been able to find a way to leave so quickly. Since this guy had such outstanding intelligence, he would definitely not let him go. At this moment, a deep shadow approached Su Yan directly. Damn it, it still sensed it? After seeing this shadow, Su Yan knew that the strange sea serpent must have sensed his aura. This despicable thing, his nose is much more sensitive than I thought. Su Yan was not so stupid to fight with a sea serpent in the sea, let alone have such courage. Therefore, at this time, he directly made the most correct choice, which was to escape. The regal sword teleportation technique was used again. The regal sword teleportation technique was indeed magical. Even in the sea, his speed was still very terrifying. Although the mysterious sea serpent was already trying its best to catch up, its speed was still unable to catch up with Su Yan. However, the sea serpent was furious. Its body swayed, and suddenly, the sea water began to flow backward. Su Yan immediately felt an extremely powerful force begin to drive him, and it actually dragged him directly behind. The giant beast in the sea was indeed very terrifying. Yu Shui knew that it could only be described as superb. At this time, Dao Lord Darkness also understood that this was an extremely dangerous time. He directly shouted, "Su Yan, I will lend you my power." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely powerful force immediately ran through Su Yan's body. This was a very cold and gloomy force. Even Su Yan's body trembled. That strange darkness made people feel as if they were about to be swallowed directly. However, Su Yan was very powerful after all. After the beginning, he had already adapted. Then, he directly activated this dark force, and his speed was raised to the extreme in an instant. After receiving the power of Dao Lord Darkness, Su Yan finally overcame the powerful dragging force of these powerful beings. At this time, he desperately moved forward. At this time, in the sea, suddenly, a blue light began to shine directly. The moment he saw this light, Su Yan's heart was filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. This sea serpent was going to kill him directly. Su Yan controlled his sword, and his whole body directly twisted in a strange way. In a thousandth of a second, he escaped such a terrifying attack. However, this was only the beginning of the disaster. Just then, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force directly blasting into the sea. That force was really terrifying. One had to know that at this time, they were already hundreds of meters below the surface of the sea. However, this force was still able to erupt with such a terrifying majesty. Compared to that force, the force released by the sea serpent was not eye-catching at all. This force was not coming for Su Yan, but Su Yan was still filled with endless uneasiness. At this time, he already knew that the situation was very bad. Gurgle gurgle. The sea water continued to riot. Then, his whole body was directly lifted by the sea water. In just a short while, he was directly blown out of the sea surface. What a terrifying force. In front of this force, Su Yan was terrifyingly weak. He could not control his body at all. When he saw the sea again, Su Yan immediately felt that something was wrong. At this time, there was an eyeball hanging high in the sea. The eyeball was surrounded by a terrifying purple light. This kind of light seemed to have endless destructive power. Evil Eye Tyrant. This time, Su Yan immediately recognized this legendary creature that had once appeared in ancient records. This kind of creature rarely appeared, but every time they appeared, it meant the arrival of a disaster. They were incomparably cruel and murderous. In their eyes, everything was just prey. In the records of the 9 provinces, if there was anything that could be compared to the invasion of the demon race, then it would be the appearance of the Evil Eye Tyrant. *CK, it's actually such a troublesome creature. The Darkness Holy Man directly cursed. Obviously, he was very familiar with this kind of creature. Furthermore, even he called it a troublesome creature. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Although this creature only had one eyeball, it could transform into all kinds of powerful forces. It was as if the huge claw that appeared at the beginning was transformed from it. At this time, within its purple light, the 3-eyed Oriole, the winged sky tiger, and the blood-winged flying dragon were all powerlessly lying down. How powerful were these 3 demonic beasts? However, they were all defeated. They could not even escape. Su Yan immediately felt that the Evil Eye Tyrant's attention had already landed on him. This feeling of being targeted was definitely not good. At this time, he only felt that his entire body was stiff. Even the circulation of his spiritual energy had started to stagnate. Facing the Evil Eye Tyrant's light was really a dangerous thing. At this time, the mysterious sea snake was even more pitiful. Its huge body was already completely enveloped by the purple light. At this time, Su Yan also discovered an extremely strange thing, and that was that the purple light seemed to be extracting his life force. It was not only this sea snake. Upon closer inspection, the other 3 demonic beasts were also like this. Su Yan immediately felt a chill in his heart. The Evil Eye Tyrant's attention was mainly attracted by these 4 demonic beasts. It temporarily did not care about him. However, it would definitely make a move to deal with him. None of the 4 demonic beasts were simple. Therefore, there was still a chance to fight back. However, if this continued, only death would await him. Su Yan also discovered that the purple power was gathering towards him. Damn it, this Evil Eye Tyrant is going to attack me. Su Yan was very sure that in front of such power, he did not even have the strength to struggle. This was absolute power. In front of absolute power, all of his methods were superfluous. At this time, there was suddenly a sound that pierced through the sky. The roar was so loud that it directly descended from the sky. In the end, it suddenly landed. A terrifying sound directly exploded. Godly Sword Slaying Gods. Chapter 651. Female Literature. Su Yan did not expect the Godslayer sword to descend. When the sword appeared, Darkness Holy Man's heart was broken. He had personally experienced the power of the sword and knew how terrifying it was. He himself had been affected by the sword, which was why he had suffered such a heavy injury. When he saw the sword, fear immediately appeared in his heart. Even death could not compare to this feeling. Wasn't he fighting the evil sword Cold Jade? Why did it appear here? At this moment, he was not the only one who felt this way. Su Yan felt the same. Back in the Well of Swords, he knew how terrifying the Godslayer sword was. All this time, the Godslayer sword had been quietly stored in his red sword case. It was only when he was forced to retreat by the evil sword Cold Jade that he released it. When this sword appeared, he knew that he had personally released an extremely terrifying monster. However, he did not expect the Godslayer sword to descend at this moment. At this moment, he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. He might become the sacred beast's food. However, the Godslayer sword appeared at this moment. As soon as the Godslayer sword appeared, it immediately appeared beside him. Then, a sword light erupted and immediately engulfed him. The God-Slayer sword wanted to take him away directly. The appearance of the God-Slayer sword angered the sacred beast. After all, the sacred beast saw Su Yan as its prey. At this moment, this guy who suddenly appeared dared to come in and wipe his hands. He immediately became furious. A terrifying light appeared directly. He actually took the initiative to attack Su Yan. To be more precise, he attacked the God-Slayer sword. That evil light directly descended, and the terrifying power caused countless waves to surge. The sea roared, and a wave of thousands of feet high rose and then pressed down on Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword. This kind of power was something that Su Yan could not resist no matter what. If Su Yan was alone, he would not be able to resist such power. However, at this moment, a thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. Pick up the sword. This voice was very unfamiliar and contained an indescribable power. Pick up your swords and kill him. The voice sounded again. Su Yan was finally certain that this voice belonged to the god-killing god-slaying sword. Without any hesitation, he placed his palm on the divine sword. Then, an extremely powerful force enveloped him. The sword chi instantly filled his entire body. At this moment, he only felt that he was filled with endless power. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the extremely terrifying power had already arrived in front of his body. If it was in the past, Su Yan would not be able to muster up any will to resist in the face of such power. However, at this moment, he did not even think and directly swung his sword down. There was nothing fancy about this attack at all. It was just a simple attack. When this strike landed, a crescent sword light immediately appeared. In that instant, the crescent moon became the only thing in the entire world. All the seawater was emptied in an instant. The violent power filled the entire world. The purple energy was instantly swept away. How powerful! The power that Su Yan was trembling in fear dissipated at this moment. It could not stop it at all. After this sword was swung, Su Yan's heart suddenly became extremely violent. A murderous intent filled his heart. Murderous intent, such a blatant murderous intent. Facing such a terrifying beast, Su Yan should have felt fear and fled. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually wanted to kill the other party. The evil eye tyrant was a holy beast. His senses were extremely sensitive. He immediately sensed the change in Su Yan. The arrogant him was actually being looked down upon by a human. At this moment, although he realized that something was wrong with Su Yan, he no longer cared about anything else. An intense ray of light was released once again. This light was filled with an evil aura, and it was even more terrifying than before. That incomparably violent power was simply enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Under such power, everything was destroyed in an instant. His powerful strength was simply enough to destroy the world. The entire sea surface was directly split into two. Su Yan, hurry up and leave. We'll die, we'll die. The evil eye tyrant attacked with all his might. Even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be able to resist it. Even though Su Yan had slashed out such a sword, he was still terrified. This was a natural fear. Because he was too familiar with creatures like the evil eye tyrant, he was familiar with all their fears. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already stepped forward. He held the God-Slayer sword and went in the opposite direction of this destructive light. Su Yan actually dared to do this. In just an instant, that ray of light had already hit Su Yan's body. However, such a terrifying ray of destructive light could directly split the sea. However, it was actually unable to cause any harm to Su Yan at all. Upon closer inspection, the surface of his body was actually covered with a layer of dense sword aura. These sword auras were constantly roaring, directly tearing apart the terrifying ray of destructive light. Su Yan's speed was simply too fast. Under the state where his entire body was filled with the power of the God-Slayer sword, the regal sword teleportation that he unleashed was simply unimaginable. Even he himself was deeply shocked. However, at this moment, his mind was already completely immersed in it. He was enjoying it. He was enjoying the thrill of unleashing such power. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of the evil eye tyrant. That kind of oppressive force was so terrifying. However, at this moment, he simply did not care about anything else. Slash. He leaped up until he reached the peak. Then, he slashed down heavily with his sword. Such a powerful and terrifying ray of light seemed to want to end the entire world. The huge dark red crescent appeared once again. This time, Su Yan's hand seemed to have directly taken down a new moon. That violent power directly destroyed everything. The terrifying ray of light drowned everything. This sword was really too terrifying. Under this sword, the strong wind, the huge waves, and everything else stopped. Only when the dark red ray of light had completely dissipated did everything suddenly start to go berserk. A terrifying tornado directly soared into the sky. The strong wind brought about countless waves. After an unknown period of time, the wind and rain stopped. Everything had completely dissipated. Su Yan held his sword, his body still hanging in the air. The God-Slayer God-slaying sword pierced right in the middle of the evil eye tyrant. At this moment, the evil eye tyrant was trembling non-stop. A holy beast could only twitch non-stop at this moment. The God-Slayer God-slaying sword was releasing this ray of light at this moment. It was devouring the life of the evil eye tyrant. Su Yan's heart was so shaken. At this moment, an extremely powerful killing intent was continuously expanding. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, he only wanted to slaughter the entire world. He wanted to kill all life. Brother Su Yan, Brother Su Yan. At this moment, a voice directly sounded in Su Yan's mind. This was Aya's voice. At this moment, Su Yan was almost out of control. However, at this moment, Aya's voice directly transmitted over. Of course, this wasn't a normal call. Aya had used the mysterious power of the Four Corners seal. Su Yan's mind was affected by the God-Slayer God-slaying sword. However, it had already been tainted by the killing intent. If this continued, Su Yan's heart would definitely be devoured. At that time, Su Yan would no longer be Su Yan. He would become the puppet of the God-Slayer sword. At this moment, the power of the Four Corners seal vibrated, immediately causing Su Yan's mind to become turbulent. At this moment, a dazzling sword blade directly appeared in Su Yan's mind. This sword was the God-Slayer sword. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword sensed the changes in Su Yan's mind and directly rushed into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's mind had already been awakened. At this moment, he immediately sensed that the situation was not good. Under such circumstances, his entire mind began to riot wildly. Regardless of whether it was the evil sword Cold Jade or the God-Slayer God-slaying sword, they were extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, they seemed to have a special interest in him. Su Yan knew that this was most likely because of the regal sword soul. In this world, the God-Slayer sword and Cold Jade were already the top divine swords. However, Su Yan felt that the regal sword soul's existence was above the two of them. Although there was no concrete evidence to prove this point, Su Yan believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. Wasn't the evil sword Cold Jade's futile attempt to become a god so that it could advance to an even more powerful realm? If this was the case, it meant that they had yet to reach their strongest state. It was very likely that the regal sword soul was the key to them becoming even stronger. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword had actually rushed directly into his mind. It probably wanted to sense the existence of the regal sword soul. If Aya had not shaken the Four Corners seal to awaken it, then perhaps the God-Slayer sword's plan would have been realized. However, now, Su Yan would definitely not let it do so. Soul-subduing seal, four corners seal. Su Yan's mind was his strongest defense. With the four corners seal and the soul-subduing seal, even some extremely powerful existences would not be able to easily invade Su Yan's mind. During Su Yan's growth, many experts had tried to invade Su Yan's mind to take over his body. In the end, they had all died. At this moment, the Buddha's boundless technique was pushed to the extreme. One after another, mysterious and profound notes began to vibrate endlessly. With the help of such power, everything began to condense. God-Slayer Sword, you are indeed like the evil sword Cold Jade. You have your own thoughts. However, if you want to control me, it won't be that easy. Su Yan's divine thought operated and stabilized his mind. Then, he activated the two mysterious treasures of the Buddha sect and launched an attack. At this moment, the mysterious God-Slayer sword did not move at all. Chapter 652. Female Literature. At this moment, the two divine objects directly released endless radiance, and Su Yan's sea of consciousness was immediately filled with mysterious and unfathomable musical notes. Those were notes that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. The two godly seals floated above and below the God-Slayer. But at this moment, the God-Slayer trembled. The sword chi was like water ripples, but also like mysterious and beautiful clouds. He actually managed to stop the two divine seals. It was as if the godly sword was releasing an undisguised contempt. The sword chi rolled and became more and more violent. His sea of consciousness was already rolling like a tide under the power of the sword chi. Su Yan already felt an extremely heavy pressure, and at the same time, he also felt a terrifying strangling power. This was the power of the God-Slayer sword. Just like the evil sword Cold Jade, the God-Slayer sword wanted to control his body. Su Yan's brows were tightly knitted as his eyes flashed with a thick radiance. At this moment, he had no way out. Or rather, he never had a way out. Faced with such a situation, the only thing he could do was to use all his means to resist the invasion of this power. The square seal wouldn't work, and neither would the God-Slayer sword. Then, the regal sword soul, suppress. Su Yan roared, and the regal sword soul appeared and descended with his will. The moment the sword fell, Su Yan immediately felt the God-Slayer sword's strange movements. He was right, he really came for the regal sword soul. Su Yan felt an incomparably strong desire from the God-Slayer sword. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword released a will towards the regal sword soul. The God-Slayer sword's will was very simple, it just wanted to merge with the regal sword soul. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that compared to the evil sword Cold Jade, the God-Slayer sword's power wasn't weak, but its intelligence was too far behind. If one had to judge, the God-Slayer sword's IQ was equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, while the evil sword Frost Jade was much more terrifying. If the evil sword Cold Jade was here, Su Yan would be in even more danger. Zenith, soul suppression. Su Yan shouted again, and the power of the zenith was activated once more. The power of the Taishang was very mysterious. At this time, Su Yan had probably only grasped the most superficial part of it. But even so, it was already very impressive. Such power continued to bloom, and the intense light shone to the extreme. At this time, Su Yan's pupils had been replaced by a golden light, and that mysterious and unfathomable power directly soared into the sky. The God-Slayer sword wanted to devour the revered sword soul. However, Su Yan wanted to suppress the God-Slayer sword. The power of the God-Slayer sword was truly terrifying. It could destroy everything in an instant. Such a powerful evil-eye tyrant had been killed by a single strike of his sword. Such power was truly terrifying. If this sword went berserk and wanted to kill him, he would not have any power to fight back. But now, the sword soul had directly invaded Su Yan's sea of consciousness. It wanted to search for the revered sword soul, and then devour it. This gave Su Yan a chance. At least in his sea of consciousness, Su Yan had a chance to fight back. The Taishang scripture directly appeared, and the golden words shone with incomparable brilliance. These words were originally attached to Su Yan's soul, but at this time, these words directly entered his sea of consciousness, and then directly changed. At this time, Su Yan already knew that the Taishang sword scripture was a true treasure. It was not only the mysterious scripture. Even the characters were the same. At this moment, it was time for Su Yan to borrow this power. The scripture changed, and every golden word seemed to have its own life. At this time, these golden words connected together, and immediately turned into a golden chain. Once the chain was formed, it immediately descended, and then directly wrapped around the God-Slayer sword. The moment the golden chain descended, the God-Slayer sword obviously sensed it, and the originally berserk sword essence became even more terrifying. Boundless sword light directly went berserk, as if it wanted to create a storm in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. What a terrifying power! Even a broken sword radiance is so terrifying. Su Yan's heart was shocked to the extreme. He knew that this sword's soul was definitely not complete. Otherwise, he would not have any power to fight back at all. But even a broken sword radiance was so terrifying, then how terrifying would it be when it was complete? As for the evil sword Icy Jade, the Darkness Holy Man knew its origin and background. But as for the God-Slayer sword, the Darkness Holy Man could not remember at all what kind of existence it was. The only thing he knew was that he was in awe of it. After this sword entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the Darkness Holy Man's soul actually faked death, as if it did not exist at all. This was because he was extremely fearful when he looked at this sword. This showed how terrifying this sword was. At this time, the confrontation between the golden chain and the boundless sword aura had reached an extremely intense stage. Su Yan only felt that his sea of consciousness was full of pain. If this continued, it seemed as if his sea of consciousness would be directly torn apart. No, it must be suppressed. Su Yan shouted again. Buddha's immeasurable. At this time, he began to activate the Buddha's immeasurable technique. This was the core cultivation technique of the entire Buddha sect, and it also had great power. It could even be compared to the regal sword scripture. At this time, the chain formed by the regal sword scripture and the God-Slayer sword were in a deadlock, and Su Yan immediately summoned it. The Buddha's immeasurable technique directly turned into a swastika pattern, and as this certain power was activated, the power of the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal increased by a lot. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Suppress, suppress, suppress. 3 suppressive seals appeared in a row, and the sea of consciousness suddenly changed. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light released by the regal sword scripture and the Buddha's immeasurable technique actually began to fuse together. At this time, Su Yan's sea of consciousness also changed. The golden light condensed, and in the end, a bright moon appeared in his sea of consciousness. Under the bright moon, a green lotus that had yet to bloom appeared. The bright moon shone on the green lotus. Such a strange phenomenon actually appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. The appearance of this strange phenomenon immediately settled the dust. The God-Slayer sword sensed danger, and the sword spirit immediately wanted to enter Su Yan's sea of consciousness. However, at this time, the bright moon's light fell, and the green lotus released a mysterious light. In the end, it actually directly froze the sword spirit. At this time, the God-Slayer sword spirit immediately released an extremely mournful sound. It was an endless wailing of ghosts and gods. This kind of roar was simply incomparably terrifying. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there were even extremely frightening scenes appearing one after another. In these images, countless powerful existences began to fall. Among them, there seemed to be holy venerables. Su Yan even vaguely saw existences that surpassed the holy venerables. Although Su Yan could not identify them, the enormous pressure that came from the depths of his soul was undeniable. This God-Slayer sword was indeed a powerful divine sword that could rival the evil sword Cold Jade. It had even killed gods before. This was truly terrifying. The appearance of these divine and demonic phenomena greatly increased the Godslayer sword's ferocious aura. At this moment, the bright moon that had just formed began to tremble violently, and so did the green lotus. The strange phenomenon formed in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was indeed very powerful. However, this strange phenomenon had just formed. At this time, the strange phenomenon was still very weak. If he fought with this strange phenomenon at this time, he would definitely not have a good ending. Since the Godslayer sword had already shown signs of retreating, Su Yan did not intend to fight to the death. Taishang. Su Yan immediately activated his will and then put away the chain formed by the Taishang Sutra. The Godslayer sword did not push its luck. In just an instant, it directly withdrew from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan's sea of consciousness returned to calmness. At this time, the bright moon and the green lotus were still there. At this time, the bright moon and the green lotus were still there quietly. This time, it was actually very dangerous. If he was not careful, his sea of consciousness would be directly occupied. However, danger and reward sometimes went hand in hand. Although the battle in his sea of consciousness this time was very dangerous, it allowed Su Yan's strength to increase again. The change in his sea of consciousness this time was one of them. Although Su Yan had not completely grasped it, he knew that this was an extremely crucial change. The Taishang Sword Codex had actually merged with the Buddha's infinite technique. If there was no external stimulation, Su Yan did not know how long it would take for him to reach this step. Perhaps he would not be able to reach this step even if he had it. After all, how could he have imagined that there could be such a change? Since the danger had passed, Su Yan's consciousness returned to his body. At this time, he was still holding the Godslayer sword. However, the bloodthirsty will of the Godslayer sword was not transmitted to him. Su Yan even felt that he seemed to be able to use the Godslayer sword. Of course, he could only wield the sword. It was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the sword at this time. If he wanted to use such a divine sword, he would need to gain his approval. Otherwise, even if he could wield it, it would only be a slightly sharper weapon. Its effect would not be as good as the Scorching Sun sword. However, at this time, Su Yan realized that the huge body of the Evil Eye Tyrant was only left with a layer of skin. The originally ferocious and terrifying pupils had long disappeared. The Evil Eye Tyrant had been directly devoured by the Godslayer sword. At this time, without the existence of the Evil Eye Tyrant's domain, the remaining demonic beasts immediately started to escape. However, Su Yan would not let them do as they wished. At this time, these fellows were at their weakest. Under the torture of the Evil Eye Tyrant, their strength had decreased greatly. Su Yan's first target was the blood-winged flying dragon. Chapter 653. Female Literature. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon could feel Su Yan's gaze. If it was in the past, if Su Yan dared to look at it like that, it would have been enraged and killed Su Yan. However, it didn't dare to do so now. The scene of the Godslayer sword swallowing the Evil Eye Tyrant was still vivid in its mind. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't dare to do so even if it was given 10,000 guts. At this moment, it only had a deep fear towards Su Yan. It was about to spread its wings and fly away. However, the power of the Godslayer sword still existed in Su Yan's body. He was like a god of war. His figure suddenly flickered and appeared in the sky in the next moment. He looked down at the giant demonic beast from above. "You want to leave? Do you think you can escape?" The god-killing sword spun around and released a beam of sword chi, which slashed down directly. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared. It was a thought that was filled with extreme fear. Its entire body was trembling. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to be your mount." Without any hesitation, the moment Su Yan made his move, he made his stance clear. After seeing Su Yan's shocking sword, it immediately understood that it was impossible for it to resist such power. Since it couldn't resist, why would it seek death? At this moment, the celestial slaying sword in Su Yan's hand landed on its scales. The dense power made it tremble continuously. The God-Slayer sword, the sword that had once killed the gods in the legends. It had unimaginable and inconceivable power. The moment the tip of the sword touched his scales, he felt an extremely cold energy surge into his body. The blood-winged dragon scales were known for their toughness. However, it didn't feel safe. That cold power had already caused its powerful dragon blood to start to solidify. The scene of the Evil Eye Tyrant's death unconsciously appeared in his mind. When the Evil Eye Tyrant was dying, Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword were fighting in his mind. That was why he didn't see that scene, but the blood-winged dragon saw it clearly. The Evil Eye Tyrant's huge body shriveled up bit by bit. In the end, only a layer of skin was left. An existence that was much more powerful than him had died in front of him. This feeling was indescribable. Only by experiencing such fear could one truly understand. He didn't want this to happen to him again. Otherwise, he would go crazy. Therefore, he would rather accept the fate of being enslaved than die such a tragic death. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were still as calm as ever. Even though he had already broken free from the God-Slayer sword's influence, he still couldn't move. However, his killing intent did not dissipate. "Great Master, I'm willing to sign a soul contract and become your servant forever. At the same time, I can help you subdue the other 3 fellows." The blood-winged dragon was willing to sacrifice everything in order to survive. He directly said this with sincerity. This guy had already lost his mind. The other 3 demonic beasts heard his words and glared at him at the same time. However, at this moment, their auras were on par with the blood-winged dragon. Because they had been injured by the Evil Eye Tyrant earlier, they had even lost the ability to escape. Even if they wanted to join forces and fight against Su Yan, it was impossible. "Alright, sign a soul contract and submit to me. The same goes for all of you." Su Yan's gaze landed on them. He knew that these demonic beasts had extraordinary intelligence and could definitely understand his words. He released his cold killing intent and enveloped all the demonic beasts. Then, he continued, "If you feel that you should die for your dignity, then I'll fulfill your wish. Right now, I just happen to need food. I need fresh blood. The flesh of you demonic beasts is definitely a great supplement for me. I'm willing to submit." At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger also directly expressed its submission. "Ao, Ao." Compared to the double-winged sky tiger and the blood-winged dragon, the mysterious sea snake and the 3-eyed oriole were unable to speak human language. However, they immediately transmitted their will to submit. "Alright, since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense," Su Yan said coldly. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon was the first to act. It directly extended its sharp claws and pierced its own core. A drop of heart blood started to flow out. When this blood appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a mysterious power flowing within it. For a top-tier demonic beast like the blood-winged dragon, this heart blood was the most precious part of its body. Because this blood was the blood of inheritance. The more blood of inheritance, the more powerful the inheritance power it could obtain. And when it could stimulate this blood of inheritance and integrate it into its body, its strength would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, a drop of blood of inheritance flowed out. At this moment, he naturally felt extremely pained. But in order to survive, this was not important. When Su Yan looked at the fresh blood, an intense desire welled up in his heart. He did not waste any words and directly stretched out his hand. The blood of inheritance immediately flew in front of him. "Great Master, as long as you refine my blood and make a contract, then from now on, I will be your most loyal servant," the blood-winged dragon said humbly. It was deeply afraid that Su Yan would go back on his word. However, Su Yan did not refine the blood as he had said. Instead, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed the inheritance blood into his mouth. The blood-winged dragon was immediately stunned. One had to know that this blood of inheritance contained a huge amount of its power. At this moment, Su Yan's combat strength was indeed very terrifying. However, it could see that this was not the strength of Su Yan himself, but the terrifying divine sword in his hand. Although Su Yan's body was strong among humans, it still had not reached the point where it could directly devour its blood of inheritance. But he still did it. Ha ha ha, this brat is courting his own death. You can't blame me for this. He swallowed my blood of inheritance, and a strand of it will explode from the power contained within. At that time, he will die without a doubt. Ha ha ha, I will be free. Hee hee, maybe I can even snatch that strange divine sword. Thousands of thoughts flashed in its mind. Although countless thoughts appeared in its mind, it did not dare to show them. It only looked at Su Yan with a face full of anticipation. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, "What, blood-winged dragon, do you really want me to explode from your blood of inheritance?" Su Yan's words gave the blood-winged dragon a fright. My thoughts were actually seen through by Su Yan. This guy wouldn't kill me just because of a disagreement, right? The blood-winged dragon was really panicking. It immediately said flatteringly, "Great master, how could I? It is my honor to be your servant. How could I hope for something to happen to you? I was just about to remind you that my blood of inheritance contains a huge amount of power. I'm afraid it is not appropriate for you to do this." Hee hee, since I dared to do this, I naturally have my reasons. Alright, I also know that you won't be so kind. I'm afraid that you're hoping for me to die directly. However, it doesn't matter. It's right for you to have such thoughts. It's just that I've disappointed you. I will definitely not die so easily. After Su Yan's words, the blood-winged dragon fell silent. At this moment, it did not dare to quibble anymore because it did not have any meaning. Now that he was drinking, he didn't dare to make any other unnecessary movements. If Su Yan directly said that he was going to drink, it would be a huge loss. Not long after, Su Yan actually stopped. However, the blood-winged dragon, which was floating in the sky, trembled. An extremely strange feeling appeared in its mind. It was as if a shackle had suddenly appeared in its fate. At this moment, its body trembled, and the way it looked at Su Yan changed. This was because it knew that from this moment onwards, its fate was finally connected to Su Yan's. There was no chance for it to escape. Unless Su Yan removed the connection himself, it could only be Su Yan's slave. Although this result made him very unhappy, he still survived in the end. Compared to this, everything else seemed to be unimportant. Subsequently, Su Yan did the same and directly subdued the other demonic saints. This was a pleasant surprise for Su Yan. He originally thought that it was good enough that he was able to escape with his life. However, he did not expect that not only did he survive, but he also gained a lot. At this moment, not only did he give birth to a vision and widen his future path, but he also temporarily resolved the crisis of the Godslayer sword. More importantly, he actually subdued the 4 demonic beasts. Each of the 4 demonic beasts was extremely terrifying. Among them, the blood-winged dragon and the double-winged tiger were the most terrifying. If it were not for so many changes, Su Yan would not even be able to escape in front of them. However, he had now become their master. When Su Yan directly refined the heart blood of the 4 demonic beasts, the 4 demonic beasts completely became his slaves. If they wanted to betray him, Su Yan could kill them with just a thought. That was not all. At this moment, after subduing the demonic beasts, Su Yan absorbed the power of their heart blood. In a short period of time, Su Yan's strength had already increased. At this moment, he actually felt his vitality skyrocketing. He immediately knew that it was time to break through to the 4 dragons' realm. Chapter 654. Female literature, all of you, protect me." After Su Yan finished speaking, he entered a meditative state. Then, he began to meditate. The three great discoveries of the Buddha's boundless technique, great sun-colored glass sword scripture and regal sword mantra began to circulate. At this moment, a huge amount of power was constantly dissipating from his body. That kind of berserk feeling was simply frightening. If there were other people present at this moment, they would be stunned by Su Yan's power. This kind of aura actually came from a person of Dragon Realm level 4. Perhaps even people of 7 Dragons Realm or 8 Dragons Realm would not be able to increase their own aura to such a level. What was more shocking was the dragon aura on Su Yan's body. Because of the great demonic dragon's bloodline, Su Yan's dragon aura had already far exceeded that of ordinary people. At this moment, this dense dragon aura was even more abhorrent. Even the bloody winged dragon was shocked. Damn it, why is his dragon chi so heavy? This feeling is simply terrifying. It's almost beyond my understanding. Our master is already comparable to a true dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon was just a powerful demon beast with the bloodline of the dragon clan. At this moment, it felt that Su Yan was a real dragon. However, the other three beasts were the same. Su Yan's power became stronger and stronger. As his aura increased, the waves of the sea began to surge. With Su Yan as the core, a water screen was formed. The violent water screen kept tumbling. This terrifying power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was released again. His aura was extremely attractive to those powerful beasts. However, this time was different from the beginning. This was because at the beginning, he had already fallen into a coma. Hence, his aura was extremely weak. However, now, Su Yan's aura was as vigorous as a flame. How would these beasts dare to approach him after sensing his aura? Moreover, he had the 4 beasts by his side at this moment. Each of these 4 beasts could be said to be an overlord. When these 4 beasts joined forces at the same time, it was even more terrifying. Although their strength had been greatly reduced due to their injuries, they were still able to use their full strength. However, just the aura they released when they gathered together was already terrifying enough. Under these circumstances, there was no need to worry about Su Yan's safety. His aura gradually increased, and in the end, it actually started to cause changes in the heavenly phenomena. Without a doubt, it directly condensed over. Then, the sound of dragons and tigers actually appeared from his body. The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. When the auras gathered together, the power became even more terrifying. At this moment, his strength had reached its peak. His aura increased, and mysterious shadows appeared around him. The silhouette seemed to be a soaring dragon, but it also seemed to be a flying tiger. Occasionally, it would change into a flying 3-eyed oriole. The shadows of the 4 demonic beasts flashed. This caused the 4 demonic beasts to feel apprehensive. The enormous dragon aura from before was one thing. After all, heaven had been attracted by Su Yan's aura. However, at this moment, their auras began to appear on Su Yan's body. In other words, in a short period of time, Su Yan had actually begun to refine their powers. Just how terrifying was this? Su Yan's talent was simply terrifying. We've followed an incredible master. This thought appeared in the minds of the 4 demonic beasts. At this moment, the shadows around Su Yan's body changed once more, and in the end, they actually became solid. The 4 demonic beasts simultaneously felt the connection between themselves and these shadows. These 4 shadows gradually began to fuse with the blood in Su Yan's body. Su Yan was naturally completely refining the blood in their hearts. However, at this moment, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly became alarmed. This was especially true for the blood-winged wyvern, which let out a series of dragon roars. Aoo! At this moment, he actually felt the blood of the great demonic dragon begin to appear in his body. The great demonic dragon was an absolute powerhouse of the dragon race. That terrifying power was definitely in existence that could dominate the world. Although the blood-winged wyvern's ancestor had been powerful, he had still died to the great demonic dragon's claws. The blood-winged wyvern had come here to devour the great demonic dragon's bloodline. However, he hadn't thought about it. Instead of devouring the bloodline, he had become a slave. Originally, he was extremely depressed in his heart. However, at this moment, he actually felt the great demonic dragon's blood. After a short pause, he understood. This was because he had already formed a contract with Su Yan, and their fates were already linked. At this moment, when Su Yan was improving, he had also begun to sense the great demonic dragon's blood through the bloodline contract. Although it couldn't be compared to directly devouring the great demonic dragon's blood, this was still an extremely rare opportunity. He had originally thought that he would gain nothing this time. Most importantly, since he had already formed a contract with Su Yan, this opportunity wouldn't only come once or twice. As long as Su Yan allowed it, he would be able to carefully sense the great demonic dragon's power, and then embark on a new path. Great Master, I will follow you. The blood-winged wyvern roared again and again. As for the other three monsters, although the benefits they obtained couldn't be compared to the blood-winged wyvern, the great demonic dragon's aura was also very useful to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. At this moment, the sky had become completely gloomy. In the end, the light was directly swallowed by the darkness. The night came so suddenly. At this moment, Su Yan's heart suddenly sensed something, and a sense of uneasiness began to spread in his heart. Logically speaking, his cultivation had directly risen at this moment, and he had the protection of these monsters. At this time, the God-Slayer sword was also very quiet. There shouldn't be any problems. Unless the evil sword Cold Jade came again. However, Su Yan felt that it was almost impossible. Moreover, the premonition in his heart didn't seem to have anything to do with the evil sword Cold Jade. Rumble. At this moment, a low rumble of thunder sounded. The moment he heard the sound of thunder, Su Yan's heart shook violently. At this moment, he suddenly understood where his uneasiness came from. The sky. The fear and uneasiness came from the sky. How inconceivable. At this moment, he only felt that the sky was his enemy. He was inexplicably flustered. Then, his whole body fell from the sky and suddenly rushed into the sea. All of you, spread out. Su Yan directly ordered the 4 demonic beasts. At this moment, the 4 monsters still didn't understand what was going on. However, at this moment, the sound of thunder had become even more terrifying. Heavenly tribulation. It must be heavenly tribulation. Damn it, why did I attract heavenly tribulation when I just broke through to the 4 dragons' realm? According to the records, aren't only venerables with powerful voices qualified to attract heavenly tribulation? The so-called heavenly tribulation was a tribulation bestowed by the heavens. It was a very terrifying thing. However, since it was a tribulation bestowed by the heavens, not everyone was qualified to face it. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation had the power to exceed the limits of the heavens. That was why heavenly tribulation was attracted. And this limit was the venerable. However, even if it was the venerable, not all of them were qualified. However, at this moment, heavenly tribulation actually came directly. For Su Yan, this was really a shock. If other monsters came to attack, then he could let the 4 monsters protect him. However, in the face of heavenly tribulation, their existence would make him more dangerous. After sensing their aura, the power of heavenly tribulation would increase countless times. At that time, he would really be in danger. At this moment, Su Yan directly dived into the sea, trying to get as far away from the sky as possible. Hearing Su Yan's order, the 4 monsters immediately walked into the distance. At the same time, their hearts were filled with worry. They were worried about Su Yan's safety. Or rather, they were worried about their own safety. Their lives were already connected to Su Yan's. Once Su Yan died, they would not be able to survive. They did not know what Su Yan had encountered. However, at this moment, Su Yan had forcefully given the order. It was an order given through their soul oath, so they could not refuse at all. Just as the Tian Quan division entered the deep sea, a terrifying thunder directly descended. The terrifying sound of thunder boomed, and even they were shaken by it. That extremely terrifying voice was simply incomparably terrifying. The violent thunder seemed to want to tear the entire sea apart. Just as the monsters were bewildered, the sea surface changed directly. A terrifying hole directly appeared. And Su Yan was in that hole. He originally wanted to dive into the sea and use the power of the deep sea to hide himself. However, at this moment, heavenly tribulation actually directly emptied the sea. That terrifying power was simply incomparably terrifying. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he already understood that he could not escape no matter what. It was rumored that no one could avoid heavenly tribulation. It seemed that it was true. Su Yan took a deep breath and gradually condensed his power. Then, he threw away the worries in his heart and roared, "Come on, heavenly tribulation, let me see how terrifying your power is. Let me see if you can kill me in an instant." As he spoke, Su Yan had already released all his power. His aura became extremely strong, and at this moment, it had even directly formed a terrifying vortex. The vortex completely enveloped him. And at this moment, an extremely terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Chapter 655. Female Literature. For Su Yan, the descent of this lightning represented the arrival of a new crisis. Although he was already prepared, he still couldn't help but panic at this moment. No one could say that they could handle such power calmly. Moreover, the lightning tribulation this time came too suddenly. He was not mentally prepared at all. Ordinary experts would have a premonition before the lightning tribulation was about to descend. Then, they would begin to prepare for their own lightning tribulation. However, this time, Su Yan's lightning tribulation appeared without any warning. He had only broken through to the Four Dragons realm. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, he was probably the only one who would welcome the lightning tribulation so early. However, Su Yan had hovered between life and death countless times. At this moment, he quickly adjusted his emotions and began to focus on the challenge of the lightning tribulation. The first lightning bolt descended in front of him. He felt that he was in front of an extremely terrifying beast. Although the blood-winged flying dragon and the other beasts were extremely powerful, they were far inferior to him. His power was not something that anyone could challenge. The only thing Su Yan could do was to resist. At this moment, he directly summoned the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The moment he poured his power in, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield immediately shone with an extremely dazzling light, as if it wanted to compete with the lightning. However, Su Yan knew that although the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield was powerful, it would be destroyed once it was hit by the lightning. There would be no other outcome. After summoning the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, he immediately activated the invincible golden body. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. His body contained an extremely large amount of dragon qi. Under the nourishment of the dragon qi, his physical body was already extremely sturdy. At this moment, after activating the invincible golden body, the power was even more terrifying. At this moment, he even had an illusion that he could take a blow from Shuexingchuan without any problem. However, just because he could take a blow from Shuexingchuan, it did not mean that he could take a blow from the lightning tribulation. This process seemed extremely long, but in fact, it only took an instant. The terrifying lightning had already landed directly on his body, and that extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. The defense of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier was much weaker than he had imagined. In just an instant, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier was shattered. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier had always followed Su Yan, helping Su Yan overcome many dangers. But today, the dragon blood ice fire barrier had actually been shattered by a thunderous blow. There was sadness in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, when the dragon blood ice fire barrier shattered, the two dragon souls immediately lost their support. This dragon soul was a broken dragon soul that had always been hidden within. To them, the dragon blood ice fire barrier was like a shell. But at this moment, the body actually shattered, and the two dragon souls immediately became incomparably sad. At this moment, they actually charged directly into the lightning. Damn it! Death was the only outcome for a dragon soul that entered the thunder domain. How could Su Yan watch them like this? At this moment, he ignored everything and charged directly into the thunder domain with his invincible golden body. The terrifying power was constantly eroding his body, trying to tear apart his invincible golden body. This was an extremely painful thing for Su Yan. But at this moment, Su Yan did not care at all. Dragon soul, come back. His power directly protected the dragon soul. It was already very difficult for him to protect himself with his aura, but at this moment, Su Yan did not have any scruples. The only thing he could do now was to take one step at a time. As if sensing Su Yan's intention, the dragon soul gradually calmed down. As long as they did not go on a rampage, the pressure on Su Yan would naturally be much less. Otherwise, he would have to bear the double pressure of the dragon soul and the thunder domain. The dragon soul was temporarily safe and would not be directly torn apart by the thunder domain. But at this moment, Su Yan was even worse. Although his invincible golden body was strong, the aura at this moment was very fierce. But it was still unable to resist the terrifying thunder domain. At this moment, he already felt his body begin to tremble and become numb. He was very clear that if this continued, he would die under the thunder domain sooner or later. Thunder domain. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly remembered the secret method of the sound of thunder sect that Lei Wanjun had taught him. The thunder domain was extremely domineering. If one could master it, they would have extremely terrifying power. But the cultivation of the thunder domain was also extremely difficult. In the 5 continents, even Lei Wanjun himself was only a powerhouse of a certain radius. In the past, Su Yan had also put in a lot of effort into this incantation. But unfortunately, he found that he quickly reached a bottleneck. This was because the cultivation of the thunder domain was too harsh. Su Yan still clearly remembered that after cultivating the thunder domain, the next thing he needed to do was to be bathed in the thunder domain. At that time, Su Yan even thought it was ridiculous. With his realm at that time, how could he possibly enter the thunder domain? Because of this, Su Yan even consulted Lei Wanjun. After all, Lei Wanjun's cultivation was more profound than his. But Lei Wanjun told him that the reason he could cultivate the thunder domain to this stage was because of the thunder seed that was passed down in their sect. Although Lei Wanjun mentioned that Su Yan could use the thunder seed to cultivate, Su Yan was not a member of the Sound of Thunder sect. He did not want to make things difficult for Lei Wanjun, so he refused. But at this time, when Su Yan was in great danger, he actually thought of this again. At this time, he could be considered to be desperate. He did not care much and directly began to cultivate the thunder domain. The familiar technique began to circulate. In just a moment, Su Yan's body immediately changed. At this time, he actually felt the power of the thunder domain slowly flowing in his body. This thunder domain was very small. Compared to the spirit energy of the great sun-colored glazed sword manual, it was simply too different. But his expansion also surprised him. No, he even felt that the thunder domain actually directly entered his body at this time and then merged with the extremely promising thunder spirit chi in his body. In a short time, the power of the thunder domain had already begun to grow. The thunder domain can actually swallow the thunder punishment. Su Yan immediately became extremely shocked. This lesson was really a stroke of luck for him to discover this point. If it was not to save the dragon soul, he probably would not have rushed here. And at this time, he was suffering extremely terrible pain. It was a pain comparable to tearing his body apart. If it was not for Su Yan's extraordinary willpower, he would have died. At this time, he did not know how many times he would have fainted. The power of the invincible golden body had already reached its limit. His body had already been directly drilled into by the dense thunder domain. If it was before, Su Yan at this time would probably have vomited blood. But at this time, although he was suffering endless pain, he was not injured. Su Yan tried hard to keep himself awake. Because he knew that this was an extremely critical time. If he directly fainted now, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. He might even directly die under the thunder domain. But if he could endure, then not only could he safely pass through the thunder domain, but his battle strength would definitely increase again. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart became incomparably hot. This terrible pain was also directly forgotten by him. Under the continuous impact of the thunder domain, Su Yan's body began to be damaged. His skin and flesh cracking was just a small matter. He could even feel the thunder domain on his bones constantly roaring. But Su Yan did not care about this. He began to cultivate more diligently, making his strength stronger. The improvement of the thunder domain became more obvious. Originally, he could only use the thunder domain. But at this time, he gradually mastered the second move, which was the rushing thunder body. The so-called rushing thunder body was to directly integrate the thunder domain into one's flesh and blood. The founder of the Sound of Thunder sect was really a genius, but also a terrifying freak. He could actually think of such a cultivation method, and he even succeeded. And he even left a thunder seed for the Sound of Thunder sect. After him, many experts of the Sound of Thunder sect used his thunder seed to cultivate and refine their bodies. Compared to the real thunder domain, the thunder seed was undoubtedly much safer. But there were always two sides to everything. Although it was safe with the help of the thunder seed, its power could not be compared to the real thunder domain. More importantly, the thunder seed could not be passed down. In Lei Wanjuan's generation, the thunder seed was already very weak. As a result, the current Sound of Thunder sect was gradually declining. And Su Yan at this time did what that person did back then. Refining the thunder domain into his body. This terrifying thunder domain lasted for a full 15 minutes. For Su Yan, a short 15 minutes felt like an eternity. Enduring the thunder domain was incomparably painful. Unknowingly, he had already bitten his lips. But at this time, his heart was filled with joy. At least he survived once again. Furthermore, his cultivation had also improved tremendously. After the thunder domain passed, his consciousness began to become extremely blurry. He knew that this was a sign that his willpower had reached the limit. This time, it was really dangerous for him. At the last moment when he fainted, Su Yan directly ordered the 4 great demonic beasts to save him. As for Tao Master Darkness and Bing Ju, they were suppressed in the sea of consciousness and could not appear. When the God-Slayer sword entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness, they were actually injured by the God-Slayer sword Qi. Of course, this was also what Su Yan was happy to see. After all, these two guys were restless existences. Chapter 656. Girls' Literature, the sea breeze blew, and the waves rolled. Above the boundless sea, Su Yan's body was moving forward rapidly. At this moment, he looked like he was surfing in the sea. Of course, this was not the case. At this moment, he was sitting on the huge head of the sea snake. He was lucky to not die under the lightning tribulation, and his strength had improved further. However, the price he paid was also extremely tragic. His skin was torn open, and even his bones and internal organs were all damaged. Fortunately, Su Yan's body was terrifyingly strong. He, who had reached the 4 dragons realm, was almost a powerful monster in human form. His life force was simply terrifying to the extreme. After just one day, the surface of his skin had begun to recover. As time passed, all the wounds in his body gradually began to heal. Of course, for him, the most difficult thing to heal was his internal organs and his bones. Even so, his injuries had recovered a lot in the past few days. Although he could not fight with his full strength at this time, he had the power to protect himself after all. Of course, Su Yan did not need to worry about this at all in the sea. Because at this time, the strength of his 4 bodyguards had gradually recovered. Of course, there was another very important thing. After this lightning tribulation, his body had suffered such a terrifying impact. Although he survived in the end, he had consumed a lot of energy. And this energy included the power of several monsters. So now, Su Yan could not summon all of Su Yan's monsters at once. Otherwise, if the 4 monsters appeared at the same time, it would immediately trigger an extremely strong spiritual impact, which would be very disadvantageous to him. Even if 2 monsters appeared at the same time, Su Yan's spiritual power would also be impacted. Su Yan estimated that unless his cultivation level increased again, he would not be able to solve this problem in a short time. Even so, Su Yan was very satisfied. After all, even if it was just one of the monsters, his combat strength was already very terrifying. It could almost wipe out an ordinary human powerhouse. As long as it was below the Holy Master level, any of the 4 monsters would not be afraid of any of them. At this moment, Su Yan was on top of the sea snake. On this day, the clown sea serpent's consciousness was suddenly transmitted. Master, there seems to be a human worship ahead. In the sea snake's perception was extremely sharp. Since he said so, it was definitely not wrong. Su Yan was overjoyed. He had been drifting in the sea for so many days. Although he had the help of the sea snake, it was still very unstable. This was very bad for his injuries. Now that he had encountered a human warship, it would be best if he could recuperate in the warship. At this moment, he directly ordered the clown sea serpent. After receiving Su Yan's order, the clown sea serpent directly approached the huge battleship. After about 10 minutes, Su Yan finally saw the battleship. It was a huge battleship, several times bigger than the Taihang Sword faction's battleship that Su Yan was on. The huge ship was so majestic that it gave off an unimaginable pressure. At this moment, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let the clown sea serpent reveal its body. At this moment, he directly jumped up and wanted to go to the battleship. At this moment, someone on the battleship immediately noticed Su Yan. Stop! Those who dare to approach the Emperor sect will be killed without mercy. After this person spoke, a cannon-like thing on the huge battleship turned towards Su Yan. Su Yan felt an extremely strong pressure from this thing. Obviously, this thing had an extremely terrifying killing power. Su Yan didn't want to test it. He immediately stopped his body and shouted, "Don't misunderstand, I don't have any bad intentions. I am a disciple of the Taihang Sword faction. I encountered a shipwreck while traveling, so I want to borrow your ship to rest for a while." Su Yan immediately spread out his voice, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire sea. The people on the ship naturally heard his voice. However, the person standing at the bow of the ship didn't seem to give him any face. "Humph, I don't care if you are from the Taihang Sword faction or not. This is the Emperor sect's battleship. If you dare to barge in, I will dare to kill you." The guy sneered, obviously having the intention to kill. Su Yan frowned. This guy was really too arrogant. Fire! At this moment, he suddenly gave the order to fire the cannons. With a flash of spiritual energy, the powerful beam of light directly rushed towards Su Yan. This guy actually attacked directly. At this moment, Su Yan's killing intent suddenly rose. If this guy just refused, it would be fine. After all, no one had any obligation to ride on him. But now, he actually gave the order to fire the cannons. This made him angry. Anyone who wanted to kill him would have to pay the price. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly swayed in the air, and he dodged the spiritual energy beam to the limit. The powerful energy directly fell into the sea, and a huge pillar of water was directly blasted out. Hee, you are quite good at dodging, aren't you? This young master is in a bad mood, and this old man actually immediately gave me a toy. How interesting. Men, continue firing. Whoever shoots this guy down will be heavily rewarded by this young master. After he finished speaking, the disciples immediately began to activate the spiritual energy cannons. A total of 10 spiritual energy cannons were directly activated. Once these spiritual energy cannons were activated, Su Yan would be in a very dangerous situation. After all, at this moment, he was still unable to use his full strength. At this moment, his killing intent overflowed, and he was about to directly attack. At this moment, a shout directly sounded. All of you, help me. The young miss has ordered that whoever dares to cause trouble will be directly thrown into the sea to feed the fish. If you have the guts, try acting on your own again. This was a somewhat low and hoarse voice. After this sentence was spoken, the sailors who were about to fire the cannons immediately stopped what they were doing. However, the young man standing at the bow of the ship had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Elder Hiroshi, what is the meaning of this? I just want to kill an intruder. Does she even want to interfere in this matter? Although he was using a respectful title to address this man, it could be seen that at this moment, he was practically gritting his teeth. However, no matter how angry he was unable to vent his anger. That elder Mo simply ignored him and only said, "This friend from the Taixing Sword sect, my family's young miss has instructed us to invite you to rest on the ship. My family's young master is insensible and has offended you. I hope that young master will be magnanimous and not take offense." Su Yan suddenly smiled, and then said, "Elder Hiroshi is too polite." He directly landed on the ship, and then walked past the young master. The young master's cultivation was not in his eyes at all. It was just a realm that was just below the Fengyuan realm. The Fengyuan realm was indeed very impressive in the 5 counties. However, it was nothing in the 9 provinces. The true geniuses were all experts in the dragon realm. When Su Yan walked past him, he lowered his voice and said directly to Su Yan, "Kid, you better get off this ship. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death." Su Yan's lips curled into a smile, and then he said to him, "A fate worse than death? I will remember this. For the sake of young miss and elder Hiroshi, I will only remember this. However, if you want to try and make me suffer a fate worse than death, I welcome it." After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not bother with this playboy anymore. He walked in front of elder Hiroshi, and then said, "Thank you for your kindness, young miss and senior." Elder Hiroshi chuckled, and then said, "Little brother, you are too polite. To be able to transform into a dragon at such a young age, you are truly amazing. The Taihang Sword faction is indeed a place with outstanding people. It is truly fascinating." Contrary to his fear, Elder Hiroshi's insight was absolutely amazing. Su Yan was able to stand in the air so indifferently, his cultivation had most likely already reached the dragon realm. Reaching the dragon realm at such a young age was very rare even in the Huangji sect. The Huangji sect and the Taihang Sword faction were both one of the 10 great sects in the 9 provinces. However, these 2 sects were very far away from each other and did not have much interaction. As for the Taihang Sword faction, after all, it had a reputation. The 9 provinces was so vast, and there were as many sects as there were stars in the sky. To be able to stand out among so many sects and become one of the 10 great sects, how could it be simple? For Su Yan to have such a cultivation, it could be seen that his position in the sect was not low. The Huangji sect was indeed powerful, but it was on the other side of the continent. This time, it came for a big matter. If it could establish a good relationship with the Taihang Sword faction, it would be much more convenient. If this guy was allowed to do as he pleased, it would not be a good thing. As for this young master, he was just a piece of trash. Even if he had a strong background, he was not afraid. In this world, strength was what mattered. "Senior, you are too polite." Soon, someone came over and arranged accommodation for Su Yan. The young master gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Jiang Tianyue, just you wait. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Also, old man Mo, you old dog, I will make you pay the price." The young master was called Fan Xing. His status in the Huangji sect was extremely noble, as he was the son of the vice sect leader. The sect leader of the Huangji sect had been in seclusion for a long time and had not appeared in front of the public for a long time. Because of this, the vice sect leader had great power and could almost cover the sky with one hand. Fan Xing was the son of the vice sect leader. In the entire Huangji sect, there were almost no people who dared to provoke him. Therefore, he had always been unrestrained in his actions. Of course, his father was not the real sect leader, so it was impossible for him to cover the sky with one hand. There were always a few people in the sect that he could not provoke. This young lady was one of them. Even he did not know the origin of this young lady. His father seemed to be very afraid of this and only reminded him to be careful. For the time being, he absolutely could not provoke this young lady. This time, the young lady came here for a big matter. His father had put in a lot of effort to arrange for him to be here. At least half of the people on this warship listened to his father. It was also because of this that so many people obeyed his orders. Unfortunately, although his men occupied almost half of the people here, these people were not true experts. If he really turned against them, he would definitely be thrown into the sea. However, since he came here this time, he naturally had his own purpose. Only when the time was right would he launch his counterattack. At that time, he would let them know how powerful he was. Chapter 657. Female Literature. Su Yan was arranged to stay in a good cabin. He originally thought that this young lady would be interested in meeting him. After all, he had already shown his strength. However, after a whole day, everything was so quiet. No one came. However, no one came, which was a good thing for Su Yan. After all, he was not in a good state at this time. He needed time to recover. After a night of recuperation, Su Yan was already much better. At this time, his terrifying recovery ability was once again displayed. Such a heavy injury was more than half healed in just one night. At this time, his bones and internal organs had already recovered. Only his bones seemed to be a little numb due to the effect of the lightning. However, it didn't matter. He knew very well that he would be safe and sound in just 1 or 2 days. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, a light knocking sound was heard. The timing is quite good. This was the time when Su Yan had just woken up. If it was a minute earlier, it would have disturbed Su Yan. However, for Su Yan, this was actually insignificant. "Young master, please eat." The breakfast was very exquisite. It was some food that Su Yan had never seen before. Su Yan welcomed it with a smile and happily finished eating. At this moment, a burst of laughter was heard. He, little friend Su Yan, are you satisfied with the breakfast? Elder Mo had arrived. Su Yan immediately stood up and said directly, I am indebted to Elder Mo and young miss for taking me in. I have not yet repaid this kindness. I did not expect Elder Mo to come personally. I am ashamed. Old Mo said, you don't need to thank me. This is also my family's young lady's idea. Speaking of which, little friend Su Yan, are your injuries better? When Old Mo's words fell, Su Yan was immediately slightly surprised. He was indeed injured, but because of this, his breathing was extremely good. Ordinary people would not be able to tell that he was injured. But at this time, Elder Hiroshi revealed the truth. One had to admit that Elder Hiroshi's strength was truly formidable and terrifying. Su Yan smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Elder Mo. My injuries have healed a lot. He continued, Elder Mo, you're really amazing. You can actually tell that this kid is injured. These words came from the bottom of his heart. However, Elder Hiroshi shook his head and said, Sigh, my young friend's chi condensation skill is very impressive. How could I see through it? Actually, I didn't notice it at all yesterday. The only reason I know is because Miss told me. As he spoke, he took out something from his bosom. This is the sacred healing medicine of my Royal Peak sect. Little friend, if you consume it, it will definitely be beneficial to your injuries. Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly took the bottle. It was cold to the touch, but it revealed a trace of indescribable aura. Su Yan immediately knew that this medicine was very precious. The miss that he had never met actually gave him something like this. This was out of his expectations. This is something that I need, so I won't be polite and accept it. However, I'm still afraid of accepting this gift for nothing. Senior, please tell me what I can do to repay Mississippi. Su Yan didn't believe that there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if there was, he didn't believe that it would happen to him. Since this young lady could see that he was injured with a single glance, then her strength was definitely terrifying. Forming a relationship with such a person wasn't an interesting thing. Su Yan firmly believed this without a doubt. After all, if he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't be on equal terms with another person. However, he had already received so much from this miss, so there were some things that needed to be done. At this moment, Elder Hiroshi smiled and said, Hee, my young friend, it's already very rare for you to have such intentions. However, don't worry, my miss won't make things difficult for you. If you really have the heart, I'll remember this favor for now. If there's a chance, I'll be able to help Mississippi. Su Yan was stunned. He didn't expect Elder Hiroshi to say this. However, since Elder Hiroshi had already spoken, he naturally had nothing else to say. Then please thank Miss on my behalf, Elder Hiroshi. The two chatted for a while, and Elder Hiroshi quickly left. Su Yan had nothing to do, so he walked to the bow of the ship. Cultivation also required a balance between tension and relaxation. At this moment, he had just finished a night of cultivation. This was something that needed the world to digest. At this very moment, feeling the sea breeze in his face, Su Yan only felt that his mood was so good. After all, the feeling of being able to survive was really wonderful. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Scram, don't block my view. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you off. People who spoil the mood would always appear at the most inopportune times. At this moment, the dandy Fan Xing happened to respond to this sentence. Seeing him appear in front of him, Su Yan was stunned at first. Then, he smiled lightly and turned to leave. After all, this was not his territory. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause trouble at this time. And the other party was just arguing. He treated it as a wild dog barking. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. Su Yan turned to leave, but Fan Xing said directly, I really don't know where this wild dog came from. That bitch casually gave him a bone and he became so unbearable. How disgusting. At this moment, Su Yan stopped. He didn't mind this guy insulting him. However, it wasn't good for him to insult the mysterious miss in front of him. After all, no matter what, this young lady could be considered as his benefactor. What's wrong? Are you angry with a stray dog? But so what if you're angry? This is my trump card. Even that bitch wouldn't dare to do anything to me. He said proudly. In fact, this was indeed the case. His identity was very special. Although the Mrs.'s position in the royal sect was very special, she didn't want to offend the vice sect leader. I'm not angry, but I just can't stand a wild dog barking in front of me. With that, Su Yan walked towards him. Seeing that Su Yan was walking towards him, Fan Xing chuckled and said, Looks like you really want to beat me up, right? Hee, come, hit me here. I haven't been beaten in a long time, and I'm itching for a beating. He laughed proudly. The lackeys beside him laughed as well. What he said wasn't a lie. In the royal sect, who would dare to disrespect him? Plus, he had a good eye. He would never provoke people who were difficult to provoke. So he really hadn't been beaten up before. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're the most despicable person I've ever seen. But since you have such a desire, I can't not satisfy you. I'm still too kind. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusion appeared. In a flash, the illusion appeared beside him. Fan Xing didn't have time to react. He felt a sharp pain on his face, and his whole body was sent flying. At this time, Fan Xing still couldn't believe that this guy actually dared to attack him. However, his lackeys had already realized that something was wrong. One of them moved quickly and chased after Fan Xing, wanting to stop him before he fell into the water. I don't know why, but I really want to see a wild dog fall into the water and swim today. Since that's the case, why bother saving him? Su Yan directly attacked. With a light wave of his hand, a light shadow appeared. The person who attacked was an expert of the royal sect. His cultivation had already reached the level of 4 dragons. One had to admit that Fan Yunlin had put in a lot of effort to protect this son of his. The moment he attacked, there seemed to be the sound of a dragon's roar. This showed how powerful and profound his cultivation was. Although such a person couldn't compete with top geniuses like Wang Baichuan, he had the ability to fight with them. But how could such strength be enough in front of Su Yan? Su Yan's palm fell, and the aura he had summoned was directly suppressed. At this time, he actually began to tremble. He only felt that he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. Damn it, damn it! What kind of terrifying existence is this guy? How can his strength reach such a level? Just as he was feeling terrified, splash. The sound of falling into the water could be heard. Fan Xing fell into the sea without a doubt. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't kill him like this. But to be able to watch such a guy fall into the water was really good. At this time, the few guards from before were also panicking. Although they had always looked down on Fan Xing, they had always despised him. But he was the son of the vice sect leader. No matter what, they didn't dare to let anything happen to him. At this time, that person had already returned to his senses from Su Yan's powerful strength. His eyes flickered a few times, but he immediately jumped into the sea. With his strength of 4 dragons, there was no problem for him to return safely from the sea. He stared straight at Su Yan and said coldly, "You have provoked my young master. I'm afraid you won't have a good time." At this time, he didn't dare to attack Su Yan at all. He could only leave behind a ruthless sentence and then flee in a sorry state. But Fan Xing's entire body was trembling at this time. This was because he was furious to the extreme. His angry gaze was so terrifying. But Su Yan didn't care about all this. So what if the royal sect was powerful? They probably couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he was sure that the mysterious young lady would be very happy if he did this. Chapter 658. Female Literature. Su Yan was not wrong in the slightest. At this time, the young lady was in a good mood. The young lady was very beautiful. Whether it was her plump and straight twin peaks, her straight back that was like a scabbard, or her waist that could not be grasped with a single hand, they were all very moving. She wore a black muslin gown. This black muslin gown was very ordinary, but when she wore it, it was so beautiful and moving. Her face was definitely very beautiful, but it was a pity that her face was currently covered by a black muslin. Su Yan was not wrong. Her cultivation was truly very frightening. At this moment, the qi exuding from her body was constantly spiraling. If Su Yan were here, he would be able to determine that this woman's cultivation was almost on par with Xue Xingchuan's. Xue Xingchuan was a genius of the Xue clan, and also a genius of the Taihang sword faction. Having survived a great calamity, his current cultivation had reached an extremely frightening level. And this woman's cultivation was actually on par with his. This was too frightening. She was standing in front of the window, so she had naturally seen everything that had happened on the ship. He's actually an interesting brat, she softly said. Elder Mo also said, he really is interesting, and he's also very strong. Heh, I really didn't expect to meet such a brat. Elder Mo, you think very highly of this person? Elder Mo directly nodded, then said, this child's talent is incomparably powerful, definitely not below that of those brats in the sect. Moreover, I keep feeling that he's very dangerous. Elder Mo changed the topic and directly spat out these two words. The young lady was not at all surprised by Elder Mo's evaluation. He's not that dangerous, but he really does have some other methods. No matter what, it's not bad to have a good relationship with him. Okay, we'll reach our destination very soon. I think that this time, our journey won't be peaceful. You should also know of my current situation. If there really is a way out, I can only rely on you. The young lady softly said. When she spoke, there was a charm that belonged to her. Elder Mo softly sighed, then said, it's really been hard on you. After saying this, he withdrew from her room. Another half a day passed, but that hedonistic young master was still unusually calm. Su Yen was overjoyed. He sat down and meditated for a while. That pill really had a miraculous effect. In just a short while, he felt that his body had almost fully recovered. Right at this moment, a clamor suddenly came from the ship. Pirates! The pirates are attacking. The world of the 9 regions was not a peaceful place. It was the same for the sea. Pirates were even more rampant. However, these pirates were also knowledgeable. They definitely wouldn't provoke an ordinary large sect. When Su Yen first came to this continent, he was riding on the Taihang Sword Faction's ship. At that time, there were pirates approaching, but when they saw the Taihang Sword Faction, they were so scared that they didn't dare to approach. At this time, the Extreme Royal Sect's ship was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Those bastards wouldn't dare to offend them if they had eyes. But now, they had come. Su Yen immediately knew that there was a problem. Sure enough, I can't reach the mainland peacefully. Right now, what he wanted the most was to reach the mainland as soon as possible. He didn't want any more accidents to happen. This time, he came to the world of the 9 regions for Lulan. At this time, half a year had already passed. He had to seize the time to inquire about her whereabouts and then think of a way to save her. Although Duanmu Longhu said that he would help him, Su Yen naturally couldn't be at ease with such a guy. If there were any more accidents this time, it would be terrible. However, as the saying goes, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. To be more precise, he would deal with whatever came his way. Since he was already here, he wouldn't be stingy with his help. After all, he didn't have too many problems at this time. Maybe I'm thinking too much. No matter how powerful these pirates are, how could they be a match for the Extreme Royal Sect? Putting aside that mysterious young lady, Elder Hiroshi himself is an extremely powerful expert. He should already be a 9 dragons expert. At this time, Elder Hiroshi's voice suddenly sounded. Little friend Su Yen, this old man has a request. Su Yen was immediately speechless. This was really what he wanted to get. Senior, please speak. No matter what, he was indebted to the other party. Elder Hiroshi looked at Su Yen and said directly, presumably, little friend has also seen the abnormality of these pirates. How could ordinary pirates dare to offend my Extreme Royal Sect? This old man is not afraid to tell you that these guys are most likely from the Limitless Demon Sect. Demon Sect? Hearing these 3 words, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. These people from the Demon Sect were really everywhere. Elder Hiroshi continued, this old man doesn't have time to explain why the demon sect is here. This old man hopes that young master can take into account that young lady has been good to young master and protect young lady. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately had an extremely strange feeling. That young lady's ability should be extremely powerful. No matter what, it shouldn't be his turn to protect her. Elder Hiroshi seemed to have expected that Su Yan would have such a question, so he directly said, Su Yan, I'll tell you the truth. My young lady's cultivation has some problems, so she definitely can't act rashly. This old man has already sensed an extremely powerful aura on the opposite ship. This person is probably my old enemy. To be honest, this old man doesn't know if I can come back alive. Elder Hiroshi wanted to continue, but Su Yan directly said, Elder Hiroshi, don't worry. I, Su Yan, promise you that as long as I'm still alive, I will definitely protect young lady's safety. Seeing that Su Yan had agreed, Elder Hiroshi laughed and said, Little friend, don't worry. This old man is just asking for a precaution. After all, the world is unpredictable. However, this old man will definitely return as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he had already left the cabin and directly headed into the distance. Elder Hiroshi directly stood in the air and looked at the pirate ship below coldly. Old thief from the devil sect, how dare you offend my Huangji sect? Do you want to start a war between the two sects? Ha ha ha, I don't know what Huangji sect is. I'm here to rob you today. Immediately, two experts flew out from the pirate ship. Su Yan had seen one of them before. That was the first elder of the devil sect's Shinluo Hall. And the person beside him had an even stronger aura than him. There are actually two supremacies here. Su Yan was surprised. He never thought that the devil sect would send two powerful supremacies here. At this moment, he began to worry about Elder Hiroshi. After all, from the aura he sensed, Elder Hiroshi was only at the Nine Dragons realm. His strength was indeed not bad, but compared to the two people in front of him, the difference was too great. It was also at this moment that the pirates' fleet stealthily made their way here. Su Yan walked directly to the cabin where the young lady was. Since Elder Hiroshi had entrusted him with such a task, he naturally had to do it. When he walked to the top floor, he saw Fan Xing. At this moment, Fan Xing was standing at the door with a few people. At this moment, no one would think that he had good intentions. Mu Tiansheng, Sister Mu, hee, that damned old man is no longer here. I think there's no one here who can protect you. I know that your strength is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, you can't display that terrifying strength now. So, I think it's better for you to cooperate with me obediently in the end. At this moment, Fan Xing only felt an indescribable sense of relief. Along the way, he had been restrained at every turn and was already unable to restrain his anger. At this moment, his opportunity had finally arrived. At this moment, an extremely gentle voice sounded. Fan Xing, isn't it a little too early to make a move now? Your father is indeed a formidable person, but he gave birth to a pig-like son. So this young lady's name was Mu Tiansheng. What a unique name. Ha ha ha, I'm stupid. Forget it, I won't say anything to you. When I tie you to the bed, you'll know how powerful I am. Now, who are you counting on to save you? A wild dog? At this moment, he was at his limit. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Are you talking about me, a wild dog? Hearing Su Yan's voice, Fan Xing immediately turned around and said, Nonsense, if not you, who are you talking about? Seeing Su Yan appear, not only did he not show any fear, but he also had an indescribable sense of relief. Young man, you're very good. Even at this time, you still dare to come here. Do you know that no one has ever dared to treat me like this? You actually dared to hit me and throw me into the sea. I will definitely kill you, he said with extreme anger. At this moment, a few people walked up from behind him. Seeing these people, even Su Yan raised his eyebrows. These three people were all strong fighters of Dragon Realm level 9. And before this, Su Yan had never seen them before. In other words, these three people had been hiding all this time. Although Elder Mo had said that the young lady could not use her skills at this time because of her cultivation, her perception was extremely strong. She could even sense that she was injured. But these three people had actually managed to hide from her perception. Just this one Dao was already very impressive. At this moment, the person who had previously pulled Fan Xing out of the sea said, "I told you before, if you offend the young master, you will definitely regret it." Su Yan's gaze fell on him. Originally, he was in the Four Dragons realm, but at this moment, his aura was vigorous, obviously much stronger than before. Six Dragons realm, you've actually reached the Six Dragons realm now. How amazing! Su Yan was shocked. His divine consciousness was extremely strong, but he did not notice at all that this guy had actually concealed his cultivation level. Chapter 659. Female Literature. Are you surprised? Do you really think you're so powerful? What a joke. If I didn't have anything to rely on, why would I come here? For this moment, I even endured the humiliation of being thrown into the sea by you. Now that you haven't run away, it's time for you to die. Fan Xing sneered. Su Yan's frown deepened. At this moment, he could tell that Fan Xing was just putting on a disguise. He was indeed a foppish man who did whatever he wanted, but he was not brainless. What a failure. I can't believe I was fooled by a guy like you. Can you tell me what methods you used to hide your cultivation? Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, he was really curious. Fan Xing laughed out loud. You want to know? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. I like to see people die with their eyes wide open. Now, go to hell. See, kill him. He gave the order directly. The person next to him immediately flashed and charged at Su Yan. Previously, he did not have much power to fight back against Su Yan. To him, this was a humiliation. Now, it was time for him to wash away the humiliation. Only boiling blood could calm the anger in his heart. There was no doubt that he was filled with anger now. However, he was in a good mood because he knew very well that he would be able to take revenge soon. He wanted to let these ignorant guys know how stupid they were. His gaze fell on Su Yan. He wanted to see fear on Su Yan's face. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Yan's face did not show any fear. Instead, it was full of ridicule. He looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. This infuriated him to no end. Damn it, you brat who came out of nowhere. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to dig out your eyeballs so that you'll know what respect is. Do it. At this moment, the person called Ah-Si had already made his move. His speed was really fast. When the strength of the Six Dragons realm was fully unleashed, it was extremely terrifying. If Su Yan was in perfect condition, he was confident that he could defeat this guy. But now, it was not easy to defeat him, not to mention that Ah-Si was the weakest among the people here. Looks like I'll have to call for a helper, Su Yan thought helplessly. In fact, if the conditions permitted, he was unwilling to do so. After all, the four demonic beasts were his trump cards. Since it was a trump card, it wouldn't be good to expose it too early. Just as Su Yan was about to make a move, a will suddenly appeared. The moment this will appeared, everyone in the cabin felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure caused almost everyone to stop what they were doing. At this moment, they couldn't even move. How powerful and terrifying was that? Then, a sigh was heard. Sigh. This sigh actually made everyone feel intoxicated. Fan Xing, you're still so stupid. Didn't your father tell you not to expose yourself too early before things are set in stone? A beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this beautiful figure, everyone's breathing unconsciously stopped. Beautiful, she was really too beautiful. Although her face was covered by a thin layer of black mist, it didn't affect her beauty at all. Instead, it made her a goddess in everyone's hearts. She stood there, the most beautiful scenery in the world. Of course, everyone was not only surprised by her beauty, but also by her strength. At this moment, Xi, who was in the sixth dragon's realm, was almost unable to move. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the young miss was not attacking him alone at this time. She was suppressing everyone. Just this move alone was enough to show how terrifying her capabilities were. But at this moment, Fan Xing laughed. Mu Tiansheng, you're really powerful. No wonder even my father is afraid of you. If your cultivation hadn't gone wrong, I really wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Unfortunately, what do you have to fight me at this time? He continued, don't think that you can intimidate me with this move. If you could really use your full strength, then you wouldn't have to do this. You could just kill me and end it all. Humph, I know you look down on me, but so what? You've lost in the end. He was sure that at this time, Mu Tiansheng was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Although he displayed an extremely terrifying aura and intimidated everyone, it was just a flash in the pan. If I didn't already know your background, do you think my grandfather would let me come here? At this time, he was still fearless and said directly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the four people directly attacked. At this time, their powers were activated at the same time and directly connected together. When their auras combined, they actually displayed the aura of a venerable. The three heroes of Heavenly Ghost, it's actually you three. You actually joined Fan Yunlin. The young lady was obviously very surprised. Su Yan had never heard of these three people, but just by looking at the young lady's appearance and the aura they released at this time, he knew that they were definitely not simple. Fan Xing laughed and said, a wise man submits to circumstances. My father will become the real sect master of Huangji sect sooner or later. When that time comes, the entire Huangji sect will listen to my father. As for the sect master? Do you think that old man can wake up? Fan Xing had reached his limit. The three heroes of Heavenly Ghost, each of their cultivations is only at the 9 dragons realm, but when their auras are connected, each of them is a venerable expert. In other words, you have to face the attacks of 3 venerables. Mu Tiansheng, with your current state, I don't think you have the chance. After hearing his words, Su Yan was also shocked. These people actually had such means. This was really amazing. Such a combination was really terrifying. It doesn't matter. Since you've already stepped into this muddy water, you should be mentally prepared, the young lady said directly. The leader of the 3 heroes said, since we've already made our choice, the 3 of us are mentally prepared. Even if we die in the hands of the young lady, it's still a good thing. As the saying goes, dying under a peony flower is also a romantic ghost, For this old man to say such words, it could be seen that he was somewhat vulgar. However, at this time, as the 3 old men's aura increased, the aura created by the beautiful young lady was directly broken. As expected, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. If your strength really existed, how could you be defeated so easily? At this time, the person called Asi attacked again. Su Yan, this time around, no one has suddenly stopped the world. Now, you can go to hell. He roared out in anger and struck out immediately. He blasted a punch, and a powerful force directly appeared, bombarding Su Yan's chest. The punch was so fast that there was even the sound of air being torn apart. However, Su Yan's reaction was not slow at all. Almost at the same time that Su Chun punched, Su Yan's body directly turned, and then he fled in the direction of the sea. You're indeed a wild dog. You can only escape like this when you can't beat them. Sister Mu, it seems that the gigolos nowadays are really unreliable. He laughed directly, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with a trace of lust. At this time, the three heroes of the heavenly ghost had directly rushed up. At this time, the young lady was already in danger. However, at this time, Su Yan's voice was heard again. I think your face seems to be paler. This voice was still floating in the air, and Su Yan's body had already appeared in front of the young lady. At this time, 2 pairs of dragon wings were gently fluttering behind his back. Dragon Chi Theurgy, you guy, you actually comprehended such a theurgy. Fan Xing said coldly. Of course, he knew that the Dragon Chi Theurgy was not something that could be found but not sought. For a sect as powerful as the Huangji sect, it was not easy to surpass those who could comprehend this theurgy. However, Su Yan in front of him had actually comprehended it. Ah Si, why haven't you killed him yet? He immediately glared at Ah Si. Ah Si trembled, and then said, Young master, please forgive me. I'll kill him now. Ah Si was actually still puzzled at this time. Just as he blasted out a punch, Su Yan actually disappeared directly. After he released his power, his strength should be completely above Su Yan's, but Su Yan actually made it impossible for him to see his movements clearly. However, at this time, when he saw Su Yan's dragon wings, he immediately felt that this was because of Su Yan's Dragon Chi Theurgy. He worked hard to cultivate and finally reached this realm, but until now, there was no sign of him comprehending the Dragon Chi Theurgy. However, Su Yan actually comprehended it. This made him very jealous, and his desire to kill Su Yan became even stronger. You won't come back. If you don't come back, these people can't do anything to me, but if you come back, you will become a burden to me. The young lady said calmly. Hearing the young lady's words, Su Yan immediately smiled bitterly. He had actually become a burden. It seemed that his strength was still too weak in the end. However, he said, I think you will definitely have a way to deal with it, but you should pay the price for it. Before Elder Mo went out, he told me to take good care of you. I can't go back on my words. Su Yan said very seriously. Moreover, you don't need to worry about me. Since I came back, I definitely didn't come to show off because I have a friend. Chapter 660. Female literature, hahaha, a wild dog like you actually has a friend? Come on, call him out and let me see what's so great about him. Fan Xing laughed coldly. At this moment, everyone, including the mysterious young lady, thought that Su Yan was joking. After all, Su Yan had floated up from the sea. If he really had a friend who could turn the situation around in such a situation, it would be a joke. Su Yan chuckled. He did not say much because there was no need to. Come out, ah hi. Su Yan admitted that the name was not artistic at all. However, he was a sword saint, not an artist. Therefore, artistic sense could go to hell. Silence. When Su Yan said those words in a threatening manner, everyone on the ship was a little nervous. However, nothing happened. At this moment, he was furious. He had been played for a fool. This was an unforgivable thing. His heart was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Fan Xing could not take it any longer. He said, kill this guy. At this moment, the lady said, I'll send you out of here later. I let you on the ship because I wanted to use you to build a relationship with the Taihang sword faction. But I definitely don't want you to lose your life because of this. However, before she could finish her sentence, she paused. At this moment, Su Yan grabbed her hand. An indescribable feeling flashed through her heart. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. For a moment, she did not react. At this moment, Su Yan finally reacted. He really didn't have any other intentions. He just wanted to tell her not to worry and that he would definitely protect her. Just as Su Yan was about to let go of her hand, the huge warship started to shake violently. Such a huge battleship had always been stable when sailing on the sea, but at this time, it actually began to shake violently. This was really abnormal. Could it be his friend? This thought immediately appeared in her mind, but she wanted to deny it immediately. At this moment, she felt an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. Sea beasts. A powerful sea beast had appeared. The sea did not belong to humans. Even though humans could create extremely powerful and terrifying battleships, in front of the sea, they were still so weak. The true overlords of the ocean were the sea beasts. Aoo. A very ear-piercing sound rang out, causing everyone to unconsciously cover their ears. At this time, the young lady's body was still unstable and she fell directly into Su Yan's arms. For a moment, Su Yan was filled with warmth and fragrance. But at this moment, Su Yan didn't have any other thoughts. He said to the young lady, trust me. I will bring you out of here. After Su Yan finished speaking, he jumped directly into the sea. At that moment, Fan Xing immediately knew that things had gone awry. With the existence of the three heroes, this matter should have been foolproof, but a slip-up had occurred at this time. This was an extremely important matter. Mu Tianxing was too important to his father, so he couldn't let her go no matter what. Only by capturing Mu Tianxing would this operation be considered a success. His father had once told him that if he captured Mu Tianxing, his father would be able to successfully break through and reach a new realm. He might even be able to directly break through to the Emperor realm. Once one reached the legendary Emperor realm, it would be a supreme realm with unimaginable power. At that time, he might not be invincible in the world, but who in the royal sect would dare to oppose him? Even if the real sovereign of the legends were to awaken, everything would be a foregone conclusion. But that was not all. If he could succeed this time, it would be a huge benefit to him. You three, hurry up and stop him. Hurry up. He roared. When the three heroes heard his roar, they didn't dare to delay and directly flew toward the sea. At this moment, they were tightly connected, and their strength was naturally extremely terrifying. Each of them had the strength of a venerable. According to their thinking, even if Su Yan really had some hidden cards, could he be a match for the three venerables? No, they definitely didn't think that Su Yan had such strength. If the three of them made a move at this time, this matter would be very easy to deal with. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. An extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. Accompanied by the explosion of this huge power was an extremely terrifying wave. The huge wave directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, the three heroes had not come back to their senses at all. At this moment, they were shriveled and did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. Even so, due to the sudden occurrence, they did not panic. At this moment, the three of them channeled their power at the same time, and a dark golden light directly burst out. The light pillar directly fell, causing it to suddenly hit the huge wave. In just an instant, the huge wave was directly shattered. Although the crisis was easily resolved this time, they could no longer underestimate Su Yan at this time. They had deeply understood how powerful Su Yan's friend was. Stop pretending to be mysterious and come out. At this moment, the person in the front immediately roared, and an extremely terrifying voice was heard. The sound wave turned into an endless impact wave, and the terrifying power was simply terrifying. At this moment, a huge head directly rushed out from above the sea. When the three of them saw this head, they were still shocked at this time even though they had experienced countless storms. The sea-splitting demonic snake. The three heroes were top-notch powerhouses in the Huangji sect, and people like them were naturally far more knowledgeable than Su Yan. Su Yan knew that the mount he subdued must be very powerful and had an extremely terrifying bloodline power, but he could not name it. Even so, the three heroes recognized the sea snake in an instant. The sea-splitting demonic snake was the name given to the sea snake race by humans. In the sea, it was an absolute overlord. An adult sea-splitting demonic snake was definitely the ruler of the sea. Their strength was so terrifying that even the true dragon lineage's combat power in the sea could not compare to them. At that time, the extremely powerful sea-splitting demonic snake had also appeared. It was a power that stood at the peak of this world. It was shameful to say that Suyu only found out the name of her mount after talking to these three fellows. After knowing that this sea beast was the mysterious and extremely powerful sea-splitting demonic snake, the three heroes instinctively felt fear, so they immediately slowed down their sinking. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly jumped up, and then suddenly wanted to attack the three of them. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake's body was huge, its speed was just as incredible. Fortunately, the three of them were special, and the three of them almost shared the same thoughts, so they were able to avoid the attack immediately. If it had been any other venerable one of them would have been swallowed by the sea-splitting demonic snake. The three heroes stood on the warship again, and at this moment, their faces were full of seriousness. At this moment, Fan Xing had also come over. His gaze fell on the sea-splitting demonic snake's head. Su Yan was standing on the sea-splitting demonic snake's head with the young lady in his arms. It turned out that the friend Su Yan had mentioned earlier was actually the sea-splitting demonic snake. Damn it, where did this brat come from? He can actually subdue the sea-splitting demonic snake. Damn it! At this moment, Fan Xing had an extremely strong killing intent toward Su Yan. This killing intent had nothing to do with hatred, but jealousy. Fan Xing was the son of the dignified vice sect leader of the royal sect. He should have been a genius. However, for some reason, he had become a laughable wild dog. Although many people in the sect were afraid of him, he knew that the one they were truly afraid of was not him, but his father. Usually, he would never show it, but in reality, only he knew how unwilling he was to accept this. He did not like this, and he absolutely did not want this. He should be the man standing at the top of the world, not a pitiful worm who could only rely on his connections. What he hated the most was his peers who were more outstanding than him. Therefore, in the sect, there were a few people who he could not afford to offend. Some of the young talents could only work for him, or they would be mercilessly excluded by him. At this time, the ability that Su Yan had displayed had long exceeded the standard of his tolerance. Therefore, his killing intent was incomparably strong at this time. The sea-splitting demonic snake is indeed powerful, but do you really think the three heavenly ghosts are useless? Kill him. He directly ordered. Hearing his words, the three heavenly ghosts immediately looked at Su Yan. They knew their young master very well. Although deep in their hearts, they were very dissatisfied and even disdainful of this foolish young master, there was nothing they could do. His father was really a terrifying person. From the moment they submitted to the vice sect leader, they were destined to be unable to resist. Moreover, at this moment, they were interested in Su Yan. They knew Su Yan's strength. He was only in the dragon realm, and judging from his aura, he definitely did not exceed the 6 dragons realm. This kind of strength was really weak to them. If they could directly subdue Su Yan, it would be equivalent to taking down the sea-splitting demonic snake. That was the sea-splitting demonic snake. If they could take it, the three brothers would be rich. The three of them immediately turned into 3 rays of light and directly charged toward Su Yan. Chapter 661. Girls' Literature, 3 rays of light shot out like meteors. Such a terrifying radiance was simply frightening. For a moment, the roaring sound of the sea surface was immediately silenced. The power of venerables was indeed very strong. Moreover, there were 3 of them at the moment. Even if the sea-splitting demonic snake were to fight them head-on, it would definitely not be in an advantageous position. Moreover, Su Yan and the beautiful young lady were still above. If a fierce fight were to break out at this time, the 2 of them would definitely suffer. Dive into the sea. Su Yan directly said to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, fighting them head-on was definitely not the right choice. The moment it received Su Yan's order, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already reacted. Its huge body dove into the sea surface in an instant, and its entire body was drowned by the sea. The attacks of the three powerhouses landed on the surface of the sea, causing countless waves to be stirred up. Damn it, this guy is gone. At this time, the three powerhouses stayed in the air. Their attacks were already very strong and very fast, but they never expected the sea-splitting demonic snake to be so fast. Their attacks did not even touch the sea-splitting demonic snake. After a while, the sea calmed down again, but the three powerhouses were still focused. After all, there was no doubt about the terrifying combat strength of this big guy. Based on its speed, if it suddenly emerged from the sea and attacked them from behind, it would be a matter of life and death for them. As for going into the sea to chase after the sea-splitting demonic snake, they did not even dare to think about it. Unless they were crazy, why would they do something so suicidal? Damn it, quickly find this kid. What are you all doing? At this point, Fan Xing's rage had reached its boiling point. He roared furiously, trying to vent his anger. However, the three heavenly spirits ignored him. At this time, if they still listened to the command of this guy, they would really turn into pigs. Moreover, at this time, they still had to ensure Fan Xing's safety. Therefore, at this time, they could only be cautious. "Boss, what should we do?" one of them asked directly. "What else can we do? Going into the water is suicide, and we can't stay too far away from Fan Xing, otherwise, the enemy will seize the opportunity and capture Fan Xing." The leader was very calm and had analyzed everything in an instant. For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to do next. Elder Hiroshi was in a very difficult situation. He was ordered to protect the young lady. However, he had never expected that Fan Yunlin would actually collude with the Limitless Demon Sect. The number of experts from the Limitless Demon Sect was more than he had imagined. Even though his strength was indeed extraordinary, the Nine Dragons realm was just a facade. His true strength was that of a venerable one. However, the problem was that this time, the Devil Sect also sent venerables. Moreover, whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, they were above him. Damn it, I was too careless. Fan Yunlin, that old dog, is actually so unscrupulous. He deserves to die. Now, I can only hope that Miss is safe. Thinking of this, he looked towards the battleship. Praying for Miss's safety was his only wish at this moment. Miss was the sect master's daughter, and the sect master had done him a great favor. Even if he had to give up his life, he would protect Miss well. However, he didn't see Mu Tiancheng's figure at this moment. Oh no, Miss is actually missing. What happened? His heart was in a panic. At this moment, his gaze fell on the three heavenly ghosts. He naturally knew about the three heavenly ghosts, but he never expected that these guys had actually sided with Fan Yunlin. If these guys were to take action, they indeed had the ability to subdue Mu Tiancheng at this moment. As for Su Yan, after seeing these three guys, he didn't expect Su Yan to take action at all. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Yan, but it was because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. At this moment, he was very annoyed. Along the way, he actually didn't notice the existence of these three guys. However, it was too late to say anything now. Now, everything was out of his control. Because now, he couldn't even protect himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Hee, old man, when you're fighting with me, you still dare to be distracted. You don't put me in your eyes at all. It turned out that when Elder Hiroshi was worried about Mu Tiancheng's safety, someone actually got close to him. One had to know that at this moment, he was already in a very dangerous situation. After getting close to him, he was practically pushing himself into a dead end. At this time, although he had woken up in time, it was already too late. An extremely terrifying fist wind had already rushed towards him. The strength of the Limitless Demon Sect could almost affect the other half of the 9 provinces. Since this person was able to become an elder, he naturally wouldn't be a weak person. Elder Hiroshi only felt an extremely gloomy feeling enveloping him, and then his power strangely disappeared. I'm dead. At this time, he knew that he was probably really going to die. The attack of a venerable was no joke. But, at this moment, the sea suddenly began to roll, and an extremely powerful water column directly rushed into the sky. The power of that water column was so terrifying that even the venerable's attack was directly scattered. "Senior Hiroshi, let's go." A somewhat familiar voice sounded. At this time, Elder Hiroshi still couldn't believe that it was Su Yen who suddenly appeared. Su Yen? It's actually him? Why did he suddenly appear here? How could he withstand this guy's attack with his strength? Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind, and it was obvious that he couldn't come back to his senses. However, this didn't stop him from taking action. He directly left the encirclement of the venerable through the opening created by the extremely terrifying water column. Then, he landed next to Su Yen. There was another person next to Su Yen, and it was Mu Tiansheng, the person he worked so hard to protect. "Young miss, you're fine. This is great." At this time, he was really excited. However, he immediately found that he had directly entered the sea. This is a sea beast, and it's a sea-splitting demonic snake. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, right? He was really shocked. He naturally knew how terrifying the sea-splitting demonic snake was. It was an extremely terrifying beast, and they were the overlords of the sea. At this time, he was actually stepping on the head of the sea-splitting demonic snake. The head of the sea-splitting demonic snake released a faint light, which directly shrouded the three of them. At this time, Mu Tiansheng directly said, "Elder Hiroshi, it was Su Yen who saved us." "Young miss, you're saying that the sea-splitting demonic snake listens to Brother Su Yen?" He really couldn't believe it, because no matter what, this was something unbelievable. Although he thought highly of Su Yen, he never thought that Su Yen could control a sea-splitting demonic snake. Could it be that the seniors of the Taihang Sword faction subdued the sea-splitting demonic snake and let it protect Su Yen? Naturally, Elder Hiroshi attributed this matter to the powerhouses of the Taihang Sword faction. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake was indeed powerful, but the Taihang Sword faction had one of the 10 great divine swords, the Taihang Divine Sword, and the strength of sect master Zhang Zhe was also very terrifying. Even his own sect master was full of praise for him. At this time, Mu Tiansheng said, "Elder Hiroshi, the sea-splitting demonic snake is Su Yan's mount, so we're still safe for now. I don't think those guys would dare to dive into the sea to kill us." Mu Tiansheng's voice was still very calm, as if he didn't care about his current situation at all. In this regard, Su Yen was very respectful. After all, not everyone could remain calm in the face of danger. At this time, Elder Hiroshi was still immersed in Mu Tiansheng's words. That was Su Yan's mount. "Elder Hiroshi, I'm only doing this because of a coincidence. The most important thing now is to leave this place immediately. After all, Ku has several venerables. We can't underestimate them. Who knows what other tricks they might have?" Su Yen said directly. After hearing Su Yan's words, Elder Hiroshi suddenly sighed. "We can leave immediately, but those disciples who are loyal to Miss will not have a good ending." Since Fan Xing had openly rebelled at this time, he naturally wouldn't let those people on the ship go. After all, Fan Xing was known for his viciousness. At this time, Su Yen said, "Elder Hiroshi, since this guy's target is Miss Mu, he probably won't start a massacre. After all, these disciples might be good bait." After hearing Su Yan's words, Elder Hiroshi could only nod. Right now, he wanted to save those disciples, but he knew his own weight. It was impossible to save someone from the hands of a group of powerhouses. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. After this ray of light appeared, it directly pierced into the sea. The originally azure blue sea actually began to turn pitch black at this time. The ink-like darkness was still spreading at this time. At this time, Su Yen and the others were already enveloped in it. "Oh no, it's a domain. The sacred venerables have made their move. Mu Tiansheng said directly. To be able to directly envelop the entire sea, this kind of strength could be said to be incomparably powerful. Ordinary venerables couldn't do this at all. Humph, do you think you'll be fine if you hide in the sea? Naive. The voice was trembling at this time. Su Yan and the others only felt that the water around them had become thicker and thicker, as if it was a piece of paste.